5. The United States of America inspired us Germans to embrace this logic. On this foundation, NATO became the strongest alliance in history. This is why we hold true this idea. Now, in recent days, the United States administration has vehemently demanded greater influence in Greenland. Washington has argued that this is an imperative to counter security threats in the high north. We welcome that the United States is taking the threat posed by Russia in the Arctic seriously. This threat is itself an expression of great power rivalry. It is aimed both at Europe and the United States. We experience it daily in hybrid attacks in the Baltic Sea and in Russia's winter war against the people of Ukraine. We share the conviction that as European NATO allies, we must do more to secure the High North as NATO. This is a common transatlantic interest. Germany is doing just that. We are doing it in the framework of NATO, and we will do more. Our neighbors and partners in Europe, including Denmark and the people of Greenland, can count on our solidarity. We will protect Denmark, Greenland, the North, from the threat posed by Russia. We will uphold the principles on which the transatlantic partnership is founded, namely sovereignty and territorial integrity. We support talks between Denmark, Greenland, and the United States on the basis of these principles. I have discussed this with President Trump, Prime Minister Frederiksen, Secretary General Mark Rutte, and others in these days. The aim of these talks is to agree for closer cooperation amongst allies in the High North and beyond. It is good news that we are making steps into that right direction. I welcome President Trump's remarks from last night. This is the right way to go. This is the right way because any threat to acquire European territory by force would be unacceptable. And, ladies and gentlemen, new tariffs would also undermine the foundations of transatlantic relations. If they are put in place, Europe's answer would be united, calm, measured, and firm. As we proceed, we are guided by a clear compass. Firstly, in the new age of great powers, Europe must stand together resolutely and sovereignly. And secondly, we should not give up on NATO. At the historic NATO summit in The Hague last June, we created the material prerequisites for this. Europe will invest hundreds of billions of euros in its security. It was a remarkable transatlantic success. Now we must repair the trust on which the alliance is built. Europe knows how precious it is. We feel deeply that it can be the United States' strongest competitive advantage in an age of great powers. Democracies do not have subordinates. They have allies, partners, and trusted friends. Let me paraphrase this.
German Chancellor Friedrich Merz there taking a fairly tough line on some of the recent US action. Perhaps we can guess that he's had to water it down a little bit, given the better news or less poor news overnight on the topic of US threats to Greenland, but a tone there more akin to that of Mark Carney's from Canada a few days ago. than the UK's conciliatory approach. We'll continue to monitor that from Friedrich Merz and come back to all of the headlines from Davos at the top of the hour. But for now, we're going to have a quick look at the weather.
You're looking happy.
Well, the forecast looks good.
So you've sorted the travel insurance then?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News weather.
It'll turn colder over the weekend, but the next few days look mostly mild and unsettled. There's a Met Office amber warning for impactful rain over parts of eastern Scotland, with over 100 millimetres possible on some hills. Cloud will be quite extensive this morning with widespread showers or longer spells of rain, but Central Ireland looks mainly fine.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News weather.
We're talking diets next. January, after a time when people are trying to do the right thing, we'll be talking that coming up in a few moments.
I'm Cordelia Lynch, Sky's Asia correspondent, based here in Bangkok.
These slums, once gripped by fear and death.
There is far less bloodshed now, but it hasn't gone away.
Who's asking you to kill?
The police will give me the orders, and after I kill the target, I throw the gun away.
We try our best to uncover and unpick a fast-changing and deeply complex region.
These large waterways provided an excellent source of body disposal.
This is the Buriganga River, where victims who'd allegedly been shot dead were dumped.
Sheikh Hasina, how confident are you that she will stand trial?
She will stand trial, there's no doubt about that.
We're going to take you to the very heart of a criminal network, going undercover inside.
These goals are complementary. Economic competitiveness and the ability to shape global politics are two sides of the same coin. Germany can only lead the way in Europe if we are economically strong. And Europe's geopolitical influence and our defense capability largely depend on the continent's economic momentum. Ladies and gentlemen, our policies now need to be exceptionally ambitious and courageous. We must make progress in 4 simultaneously areas. We must continue supporting Ukraine in its fight for a just peace. We must become capable of defending ourselves on our own in Europe. We want to reduce dependencies that currently make us vulnerable. And fourth, we want to ensure that our economy can tap into its full potential for innovation and growth. This will only work if we work together as one European Union. And be assured, Germany pledges to take a special responsibility here. That is why we decided right at the start of my tenure to increase Germany's defense spending up to 5% of GDP. That is a huge increase. Boosting our military capabilities means to assert our sovereignty. By systematically strengthening our defense, we are reducing our economic and technological dependencies. And there is no room for isolationism and protectionism in this agenda. Instead, we are talking about strategically coordinated ties worldwide. Europe's trade ambitions are crystal clear. We want to be the alliance offering open markets and trade opportunities. We want to strengthen the rules for fair trade and level playing field. Europe must be the antithesis to state-sponsored, unfair trade practices, raw material protectionism, tech prohibition, and arbitrary tariffs. Tariffs, again, have to be replaced by rules, and those rules need to be respected by trading partners. On this, the EU is making great progress. Mercosur has been signed. And by the way, I deeply regret that the European Parliament has put another obstacle in our way yesterday. But rest assured, we will not be stopped. The Mercosur deal is fair and balanced. There is no alternative to it if we want to have higher growth in Europe. And most likely, this agreement will provisionally be put in place. In a few days' time, the President of the European Commission will travel to India to establish the principles of a free trade agreement between the subcontinent and the European Union. I was in India a week ago, and I have no doubt whatsoever that the era of great powers presents an opportunity for all of us and for all countries that favour regulations above arbitrary rule and see greater benefit in free trade than in protectionism and isolationism. And Europe is joining forces with new partners, as you do see in our efforts to finalise trade agreements with Mexico and Indonesia. In order to make best use of these new partnerships, we need to put our house in order at home. We are aware of those problems. Both Germany and Europe have wasted incredible potential for growth in recent years by dragging feet on reforms and unnecessarily and excessively curtailing entrepreneurial freedoms and personal responsibility. We are going to change that now. Security and predictability take precedence over excessive regulation and misplaced perfection. We must reduce bureaucracy substantially in Europe. The single market was once created to form the most competitive economic area in the world, but instead we have become the world champion of over-regulation. That has to end. I have therefore mobilized EU leaders to convene for a special summit on February 12, at which we intend to set the course. Giorgia Meloni and myself, we have formulated a set of proposals we would like to see addressed. Amongst them are some new ideas. We propose an emergency brake for bureaucracy, discontinuity for legislative work, a modernized EU budget putting competitiveness center stage. We want to have a fast, dynamic Europe and a service-oriented administration. I will insist that rapid progress be made, including on the Capital Markets Union. We cannot allow our European champions to continue being dependent on capital markets outside Europe. Instead, they should be able to grow in Europe, they should be able to be financed in Europe, and they should be able to go public in Europe. At home, we are making Germany competitiveness again as a place for business and investment both, in industry and our many small and medium-sized enterprises. Let me tell you, the so-called Mittelstand in Germany has to be reckoned with. We are providing more targeted support to innovators, removing obstacles from their path and making it easier for them to access capital markets. We have reduced energy costs. The focus for our electricity supply is on a combination of renewable energies, storage and modern gas power plants. In the coming years, you will see massive investments in state-of-the-art power plants, power lines and heat supply. We will speed up efforts to expand and modernize infrastructure. 500 billion euro have been made available for this purpose. At the heart of our efforts lies digital transformation. Artificial intelligence requires industrial scale. Germany has one of the world's largest pools of industrial data. That is just one reason why we are investing in high-performance AI, gigafactories, speeding up the expansion of data centers, and creating the digital infrastructure for a competitive AI economy in Germany. Our research and technology policy is guided by a new high-tech agenda. We are global leaders in so many areas of cutting-edge research. We want to ensure that innovation gets to market more consistently, building industries of the future. And whoever wants to invest in the future, let me be clear, you will find a very strong partner in Germany. We want to be a leading investment location for global capital. Our policy is to mobilize private sector investments in infrastructure, high-tech and industrial transformation with clear rules, strong institutions and long-term reliability. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let the headlines of the day not confuse you. I urge you, look at the bigger picture. The world around us is changing at unprecedented pace. The direction it takes must worry us. A world of great powers is a new reality. Europe has gotten the message. Germany has as well gotten the message. We must and will live up to these challenges. My government will do its homework and pursue an ambitious reform agenda revolving around security, competitiveness and European unity. Let us be inspired by what is maybe the most important lesson of enlightenment. Our fate is in our hands. It is in our responsibility and our freedom to shape it. This historic task lies ahead of us. Germany wants to play a key role in mastering it. Many thanks for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chancellor, also for being able to create some optimism when this meeting is probably taking place against the most complex geopolitical backdrop, maybe since the Cold War, or maybe even since 1945. Let's start with the economic agenda. You said that Europe is world leader in our regulation. And I know that you have started reforms with your coalition. I think you have the finance minister also on the first row. But how are you going to have Europe walk the talk? The Draghi report came last year. There was a lot of momentum, but how much of the Draghi report has now been implemented? 400 pages. The report, how to make this happen. And you mentioned the decision in the European Parliament last night, for example.
Now, many thanks for this important question. We have two reports on the table. The one is Mario Draghi's report on competitiveness. And the second one is Enrico Letta with his report on the completion of the internal market. So we will see them both when we have our extraordinary meeting of the European Council in Belgium on February 12th. We invited them to come, and Mario Draghi came to Berlin to see me on Tuesday this week, and we had a long discussion on how we could proceed on his proposals for more competitiveness of the European Union. My guess is that only 10% of his proposals had been put in place over the last 18 months. So we have to do much more on that. And that's the reason why I really welcome that he will come and see us, and we will have a very long debate. This is, so to say, an offside of the European Council, and we will only talk about competitiveness and only talk about how we can reduce red tape in this European Union and how we can make the way free for new investments. And my Minister of Economic Affairs and Energy is here as well. So we are seeing a lot of opportunities how we can do that. And my meetings during this Davos Economic Forum in this year making me extremely optimistic that there are many investors, many CEOs here seeing Germany as one of the key places for further investments. So we have to do our work. It will not be easy. I mentioned the European Parliament. This European Parliament may not become the bottleneck for all these decisions, The EU Commission has the monopole for making proposals. This is not easy. The European Union was never easy, but it's the best answer to what we can do on the European continent in this changing world. And my optimism is even bigger after having seen so many people here around the World Economic Forum in Davos this year than it was when I came in yesterday.
No, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chancellor. I have been saying in some speeches also before Davos that one should not underestimate the industrial knowledge in Germany. So if you produce something and manufacture, you can also then pivot to something else as long as you know how to do industry. But last year, German economy grew again after 2 years of recession, 0.2%. I guess that's a little bit anemic to your taste. So what are you doing to make sure that you will see stronger numbers?
Well, 0.2% is unsatisfactory for an economy like Germany. The foresight for 2026 has been a little bit improved by the IMF in these days, up to 1.1, and 2027 up to 1.5. But that is still relying on our investments on infrastructure financed by additional debt. So this is something we are seeing as a sort of momentum, publicly financed, but not an upswing which is constantly looking into the future. We are faced with one big obstacle, and that is productivity. Productivity of the German economy is more or less low for a decade now. So we have improved that, and there are 4 obstacles in front of us in terms of costs. The one is energy, the second one is bureaucratic burdens, the third one is taxes, and the fourth one is labor costs. And we are addressing them all. It's not easy. For example, tax costs has always already been reduced by my government. We are going down to 10%, and additionally with other taxes on corporates, we will have around about 25 in Germany in 4 years' time, 5 years' time from now. That is a good number, but that is not enough. We have to reduce bureaucratic costs. We had some small successes last year, reduced bureaucratic costs for our industry last year by roughly 3 billion. But this is only a beginning. There has to be more on that. Labor costs is more or less the biggest issue. We have to reform our security system, pension, health, but also working time. The Germans are used to work only 200 hours less than, for example, Swiss companies and workers are working. We have to address that. And the energy costs, Katharina Reiche responsible for, had already been reduced fundamentally by roughly 10 billion for this year, but this is still not enough. The entire energy system has to be reformed, and we are on the way to do that, even though it's not easy. After, for example, nuclear power plants have been switched off. This is a final decision. We cannot recall that, but we have to address it. New gas power plants will be in place. So this is work in progress in Germany to make us more competitive.
So we have the Board of Peace being launched here in a few minutes, but I have 2 short questions to you, and then we'll let you go, Mr. Chancellor. You know, when you meet with your European counterparts or friends, Do you feel that they really understand the seriousness of the implementation of the Draghi report? I do remember, I think it's now more than almost 20 years ago, we had the Lisbon process. Europe was going to be the most competitive region in the world. And we just lost competitiveness after the report. Do you think this time, is it like really serious?
Well, my impression is that my colleagues and partners in the European Council have really understood what is at stake. As I mentioned that in my speech, the world has so fundamentally changed over the last month and years that this is now really the time to move ahead and to change things. And what makes me optimistic is the pure fact that when I was in the European Parliament in the early 90s, we implemented the entire program for the internal market, which was in place on January 1st, 1993. And this was a great momentum for the European Union. And we have to recall and remind ourselves that this is something which made Europe strong. And this was the best address to the world around us in terms of more competition and more competitiveness for the European Union. And my feeling is that we are sharing the same momentum which we had in the 80s when we talked about sclerosis of the European Union, now again. And that is something we will talk about. We will have a meeting of the European Council tonight in Brussels to talk about all these challenges. And my colleagues and myself, we are really addressing that, and we really hope that we will be able to catch up and to take our decisions which are strongly needed.
Such a good answers. I think we end on that optimistic note. Thank you for your leadership, Mr. Chancellor. Thank you for coming back to Davos.
Signing up. Well, Israel has done. Benjamin Netanyahu can't be in Switzerland to do that because there is an international arrest warrant out against him, but the Israeli president is there, so presumably will do the signing instead. Turkey, Pakistan have both talked about joining. In fact, Pakistan has talked, or is the other nation that has talked about handing over this $1 billion. But to be blunt, you're not looking at a sort of long list of global democracies. You're looking at nations, quite a number from this region. The Saudi Arabians have talked about signing up. Indonesia has also, Vietnam, Morocco, not developed democracies and not, frankly, a huge number. But we will see who turns up to say hello and to sign the book.
Adam, great stuff. We certainly will be watching that later this hour in Davos, where we will return when it begins.
Now, a £20,000 reward is being offered for anyone who can uncover the person responsible for a really tragic murder in Merseyside 4 decades ago.
21-year-old Diane Sindall was raped and killed in Birkenhead in August 1986, leading to Peter Sullivan wrongly spending 38 years in prison. Our North of England correspondent Katerina Vitozzi has this report.
It's a brutal murder that's haunted these streets for decades. A savage attack on a young woman here in Merseyside by a killer dubbed the Beast of Birkenhead. In 1986, Diane Sindall was just 21. She'd finished working a late shift at this pub, but on her way home, she ran out of petrol. She got out of her vehicle, a blue Fiat. Then she was raped, beaten to death, her body left in an alleyway.
For decades, police thought that they had caught her killer. But last year, Peter Sullivan was released after new DNA testing of samples collected here at the scene.
It is the longest-running miscarriage of justice in UK history. He'd served 38 years in prison. And now, once again, Merseyside police are on the hunt for Diane Sindell's killer.
Crime Stoppers are offering £20,000 to anyone who can provide information to them in relation to who was responsible for the murder of Diane. Back in 1986, a sample was recovered from Diane at the crime scene. Now, with the advancements working with Cellmark Forensic Services, we've identified a profile of a man from that sample. We didn't have that availability back in 1986. So, as you know, year on year, there are developments in that forensic work. So it's been key to this investigation.
The question is, after so long, is Diane Sindell's killer still alive? And does anyone know anything about what happened that night? Catherine Ivotozzi, Sky News, Merseyside.
I'll bring you any updates on that story, of course, when we get it. An awful lot at stake right now across the world, I think it's fair to say. We've seen that in Davos and also domestically in the UK too. On this programme, we'll be talking an awful lot about a potential ban on social media. We can pick that up now with our next guest, who I'm delighted to say is the leader of the opposition, Kemi Badenoch, who joins us now. Great to have you on the programme.
Thank you, Sophie.
So you're coming off the back of this vote last night. The Conservatives won this vote in the House of Lords on banning social media for under-16s. Do you think that's now an inevitability?
Well, I hope so. I'm absolutely delighted, by the way, about that vote, because, of course, you know, we don't have a majority in the Lords. But what it shows is that there is a national consensus, in my view, across political parties, except Labour right now, that we do need to limit young people's access to social media. Social media is not for children. And these platforms are designed to be addictive, and they are profiting off the distraction, anxiety and attention of young children, and that's having long-term consequences.
You're probably from the same sort of generation as me, which I think is quite an interesting generation, because we didn't grow up with phones, apart from, you know, if you count Snake, where you could have, like, you know, 3 messages on your old Nokia. But we have become used to them in our adult lives. So I'm interested in how do you deal with it, you know, as a parent? What kind of rules do you have at home?
I have very strict rules, and I find them difficult to enforce. My children are 6, 9 and 12. I didn't give my daughter a smartphone until year 8, and it's locked down. My children, using the internet, have to ask permission. I use Microsoft Family Safety before they are able to access websites. And even then, you give them access to a website, more things happen on there than you're expecting. I'm at work. I can't see every single thing that they are doing. But I'm a very tech-savvy parent. I mean, I've got mobile device management on my daughter's Android phone. Most parents wouldn't be able to do that. And I think it's too difficult. This goes well beyond levels of parental responsibility. The platforms need to help parents, and I think the government needs to create the conditions for that to happen.
Would you like to see kind of like kids' phones, like kids' smartphones?
I would love to see kids' smartphones. So you remember the kind of phones that we had when we were growing up. I got my daughter, her first phone was a Nokia flip phone, you know, a dumb phone. It was pink, and I thought I'd have loved to have a phone like that, you know, in 1998. And she just looked at it like the most disgusting thing, like, why are you giving me this horrible thing? And I do think that we need products that are designed for children that limit the amount of time that they're on there. These things are addictive. Even when we as adults use them, you look up and you realise you've been on it for half an hour when you wanted to check something just for 5 minutes.
You've spoken before, and look, I'm approaching this very carefully because it's a very, very tragic situation, but you've spoken before about your cousin who actually took his own life, and you've spoken about his internet use before that. I just wondered if there's anything that you want to say about that and what it's taught you about, I guess, the pressures on adults as well as children.
Yeah, so he was a young adult, and he took his own life after spending a lot of time on social media, on the internet, looking at groups talking about fatalism, anti-natalism, that there are too many human beings on the earth, we're bad for the environment, and the best thing that human beings can do is take their own lives. And clearly he spent so much time on that, it influenced him. He must have been in a bad place already. But as we see with things like anorexia and self-harm, there are a lot of websites that have these things, and social media allows you to spend all your time just on that. The algorithm looks at what you like and continues to feed you more of that. Once upon a time, you had to search and look for it. If you have a social media account that recognizes that you like these things, it brings them to you. And we have had colleagues just set up pure accounts pretending to be 14-year-old girls, and very quickly the content turns into self-harm. You don't look very good. This is what you should do to change how you look, and so on. And these platforms actually create and promote content that is harmful to children's self-esteem, their sense of self. They're addictive. They create anxiety. I think in 10 years' time, we'll be looking back and asking why we didn't do more.
Not everyone agrees. The NSPCC, which I think is very interesting, Society about the Protection of Children, they don't agree with this. They say banning children from social media risks an array of unintended consequences. It would see children migrate to other areas online, and also children aged 16 would then face a dangerous cliff edge when they do start to use social media. I mean, they know what they're talking about.
Well, I fundamentally disagree. There's a cliff edge for anyone who starts using social media. I'd rather the cliff edge was the 16 rather than 10
the NSPCC,
or 12.
They're wrong.
I disagree with them. I completely disagree. And I think one of the things that we need to look at is how we are educating children about social media, what it is we're telling them. I think the most important thing is the ability for adults to access children, strangers to access children. That is something that other forms of technology don't allow. WhatsApp, for instance, is who's in your contacts. But the ability for strangers to talk to children is something that we need to curb. And that's one of the reasons why I disagree with them.
There's a whole load of foreign policy stuff going on that I'm very interested to get your take in. First of all, should the United Kingdom be part of Donald Trump's border peace for Gaza?
I think we need to know exactly what it is before we're part of it. It is not clear, and I'm not surprised the government is yet to sign it. Other countries have raised concerns. I remember not that long ago, Israel was saying that it hadn't been consulted about some of the people who were being put on there. What we need to focus on is our national interest.
So you're at the minute, you think it's right to hold off then?
Let's look at what we're getting ourselves into. We don't need to rush into decisions. There is a lot of noise being thrown up in terms of what's happening with Greenland, what the US's intentions are. But given all of that, I think right now what we need to do is pause, take stock, and look at ourselves, what we're doing to make sure that we are a strong country. If the world is changing, if the rules-based order is fragmenting, what does that mean for Britain? And right now, we should not be certainly on any board with Vladimir Putin. That's something I'm completely against.
Which is, I think, the UK government's position as well. Talking about Putin, it feels like there is a bit more, I guess, like white smoke potentially coming from the US when they're talking about a Ukraine deal. There's a...
Tout le monde aqui. Who's that, sir?
I don't recognize them.
They're not.
They haven't left yet. Yeah. He's going to be running behind.
Normally when something happens, when you do that. It's like lighting a cigarette. It's when your steak arrives. Pretzels. That's a good stack of pretzels. You recording audio on the phone or what?
Ja, es ist so.
This White House or not? The security, no, it's not. You recognize that, right?
Para la televisión de Brasil, Mercosul, Mercosul.
Brasil. завтра на ответ.
Got nothing. Just that they were holding. So I think we might be okay to do this. Pass it. No, I know we'd have to do it out there. I just don't think.
Just need time to set up.
Yeah, right, I know. I think depending on his arrival, he still could be talking. It's up to you. I just want to be clear. Yeah. You don't want to go in now, you want to wait here for that? Yeah. Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Tea time.
Seriously?
Just be careful if I put the camera on the shoulder, I don't bump your lens, okay?
Okay. So, I guess we could pass, but maybe just wait. Let's see if he really gets here. Probably a back way. Motorcade is arriving. Or moving, rather.
From the hotel?
No. From, like, nearby. They were holding nearby.
Okay.
I'm not seeing any of his detail.
No. They would have been here by now. With the advanced team.
Yeah. Totally. But there's nowhere else to go, so might as well stay.
what's your take on the latest with the border peace?
Yeah, I think it's very unlikely that you're going to get any of the EU nations signing up other than Hungary. Hungary will do because Viktor Orban is a close friend of Donald Trump. The French have said they're not going to. As you said, the UK has also said that. I think a lot of people are, to sort of paraphrase Groucho Marx, are looking at who's the membership and whether they want to be in that club. A big question will be, is Russia going to be on this board of peace? What we're told is that Putin is quite positive towards it, but is prepared to hand over $1 billion for this lifetime membership, but only if that $1 billion is taken from frozen Russian assets. In other words, would take America to unfreeze assets. White House officials suggesting that around 30 countries will sign up. By my reckoning, we already have an idea of about 18 or 19 of them. From this region, Israel will be on that list. Isaac Herzog, the Israeli president, is in Davos. Benjamin Netanyahu can't be there because of this international arrest warrant. I think the UAE will also be signing up. Saudi Arabia will be on the list as well. Then you've got the likes of Pakistan, who may also hand over $1 billion, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Azerbaijan, Armenia, Vietnam, Morocco. So what you're seeing here are not European countries. I'm not saying Canada, Australia, these sort of well-known, what you might consider sort of Western democracies. None of these appear to be on the list. In fact, frankly, the list is top-heavy with countries who are not recognised functioning democracies on that sort of Western model. But we wait and we see.
Adam, thank you very much indeed. Adam Parsons there, reporting from Jerusalem.
Now, frustrated residents in...
What time is the interview? 12:30?
Yeah, I don't think we're going to do it though. And the motorcade arrived. Oh, okay.
Familiar?
Yeah, familiar.
You want me to shoot anybody?
Very familiar. No, I think he's coming. Well, I don't know if he's coming this way, but this is his team. This is his whole team. He probably went in, he might have gone in through the back.
Is he normally just behind it or?
Yeah. Typically, but he may have gone in through the back and they may have come around. More security.
His.
I don't recognize those two.
I don't recognize him at all. They look very relaxed.
Yeah, they do.
Too relaxed.
Yeah, he probably went in through the back. That's the White House press pool.
It's not happening.
He's in.
Yeah?
Yeah.
He's in. The press pool is Czekaj, weź kamerę, ja to zrobię, co? Żebyśmy wiedzieli, jak to jest.
latest on Ukrainian peace negotiations with a special guest. Paul.
Yeah, morning, Wilf, from Davos. Lots going on here, largely as it has been all week because of the presence of the American president. Right behind me is the Congress Hall where Donald Trump will be scheduled quite shortly to address his board of peace, his big diplomatic mission. Some have called it a little alternative United Nations. Given that and given the focus on Greenland for the last 48 hours, Ukraine has felt like the forgotten war here. It is, of course, the most serious conflict. It is not very far from Davos, where I'm standing right now, at all. It has been the focus, one of the key focuses of this annual conference ever since the Russian invasion back in 2022. Ukraine has always had a big presence here, trying to press the case to get the money that gathers here to be part of Ukraine's reconstruction, but they're still waiting for peace. President Zelenskyy will be coming, we now know, to meet Donald Trump. They're scheduled to meet at lunchtime here. All week it's been unclear whether he would make the visit. He wasn't even scheduled to speak. He does now have a platform, a main address in the hall behind me scheduled, but it has been late in the day, adding to this sense that Ukraine is not front of mind, certainly for the American president, who many still believe holds the key to unlocking a peace deal. His advisor, Steve Witkoff, this morning has said they're down to one issue. Wouldn't say what it was, and he and the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, will go to Moscow this evening. So more moves on peace talks, but we've been talking about that for about a year. I've spoken this morning to Vladimir Klitschko, whose brother, Vitaly, is mayor of Kiev. Of course, many will know him as a world champion boxer, but he has become an unofficial ambassador for Ukraine. I first spoke to him about the war here 4 years ago. This morning we caught up with him again, and he spoke of the weariness of the Ukrainian people. He says their resolve remains strong. They're in the middle of their worst winter in 2 decades, with power cut off across the country, and he says they need help.
The message is clear. Now, during the peace talks, which must take place, but not at any price. The price that Ukrainians have paid is priceless. There is no price tag on lives that lost. And during the peace talks, killings still taking place in Ukraine every single day in different parts of Ukraine. To send the message that we will stand strong, but without clear and understandable support of us, we will not stand for too long. Endurance does everything in life. As an athlete with athletic background, I understand that endurance beats masterpiece and talent, but it also shows and beats the second largest army in the world, as we've been showing for the past 4 years. And we're entering the 5th year on February 24th of full-scale war, and 12th year, 13th year since 2014, since actual annexation of Crimea in the east of the country, when the actual war against Ukraine by Russia was started. So our message, yes, we're strong, we're unbreakable, but we need support and help from our allies, from so-called free world.
Well, Paul, I mean, clearly a lot of the focus there on Ukraine. We're waiting for Trump's arrival at the so-called board of peace. All eyes this year have really been on those principal leaders on debates about military action or not. At what is obviously the World Economic Forum, have there been big business deals? What has Rachel Reeves and Peter Kyle achieved in being there, or has the attention been so much to these global affairs?
Yeah, there's no question. Because of Donald Trump's ability to control the agenda, this has felt more like a political summit. It's always a blend. It's part conference, part trade fair, part political summit, but it's been dominated by the geopolitics. much of it stirred up and resolved in the last 48 hours by the president walking everyone up the mountain of potentially really serious action around Greenland and then walking back down last night. Speaking to businesses here, and you'll have seen this reflected in the international market response. They've been pretty sanguine about this. They do accept the world is a more uncertain place. The political decisions that are made, largely because of a White House with a big American delegation here, vowing to rip up the rules of global trade and liberal economics that have certainly served the people who frequent Davos very well for the last 20 years. So they have to pay attention to the politics that's going on behind the scenes. I don't doubt big deals are going on. The British say they've raised $1.5 billion in investment. They've got another 4 or 5 worth talking about. They're pretty pleased. But they have been, certainly in terms of the public profile here, bit part players in the Donald Trump show.
Paul, great up. Thanks so much. Paul Kelso there for us in Davos.
Just to leave you with a little bit of breaking news, we are getting through from Davos because we're hearing a bit from Mark Rutte, who, of course, head of NATO, has been absolutely instrumental in these negotiations and conversations with Donald Trump. He says that specific negotiation on Greenland will continue between the United States, Denmark and Greenland, but saying that non-Arctic NATO members will probably want to get involved as well. He also, interestingly, said that critical minerals exploitation was not discussed in his talks with Trump.
So, I guess these details showing now how far there is still to go, not least that he can only speak for Greenland to a certain extent as NATO chief and not speaking on behalf of Denmark themselves. Lots more still to come from Davos throughout the day. As we said, President Trump due to arrive at his event around the border peace any moment now. We'll be back out live for that when it happens, and back out with Paul and Yalda throughout the day with other stories coming from Davos.
Another very, very fast-moving programme. Thank you so much for being with me and Wilf. Coming up, of course, lots more on Sky News, including the latest from Davos.
Sorry. Come deve entrare da qua?
Come? E poi evidentemente fa il giro. No, di qua, vedete.
Qua va?
Sì.
Passa qua.
I can see it.
Viene di qua perché lui sta guardando di là.
Come ieri.
Ah, lui controlla che non passano di qua. Ma ci passerà proprio davanti.
He's coming from the plenary section, from behind, from this side. He's coming this way.
Sana sayılır. Какие рецепты? Какие
Ci deve essere come lui.
Just here,
Is set to evolve, shall we? When unveiled as part of Trump's 20-point peace plan, the board was originally intended to help secure long-term peace in Gaza. However, the board is now seen as having a wider role that Europe and some others fear will rival or even undermine the United Nations. Members must help fund the board's work with a payment of $1 billion, or they will be restricted to 3-year terms. And the board will be chaired by President Trump, who will have extensive executive power, including the ability to veto decisions and remove members subject to some constraints. Well, around 50 countries are understood to have been invited, 30 expected to join, including Belarus, Egypt, Indonesia and Israel. Regional powers instrumental in the Gaza peace plan also include Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Turkey and the UAE. Meanwhile, France, Norway, Sweden and the United Kingdom have said they will not join the board for now. And China, the EU's executive arm, Russia and Ukraine have all been invited but remain non-committal as we currently speak. Well, the Conservative leader, Kemi Badenoch, has told us she backs the government's decision not to join the border peace signing ceremony.
I think we need to know exactly what it is before we're part of it. It is not clear, and I'm not surprised the government is yet to sign it. Other countries have raised concerns. I remember not that long ago, Israel was saying that it hadn't been consulted about some of the people who were being put on there. What we need to focus on is our national interest.
So you're at the minute, you think it's right to hold off then?
Let's look at what we're getting ourselves into. We don't need to rush into decisions. There is a lot of noise being thrown up in terms of what's happening with Greenland, what the US's intentions are. But given all of that, I think right now what we need to do is pause, take stock and look at ourselves, what we're doing to make sure that we are a strong country. If the world is changing, if the rules-based order is fragmenting, what does that mean for Britain? And right now, we should not be certainly on any board with Vladimir Putin. That's something I'm completely against.
Well, that was the view of Kemi Badenoch, the leader of the Conservative Party. There is UK government representation in Davos. Earlier, we spoke to the Foreign Minister, Yvette Cooper, who said that the UK government will not be signing President Trump's border peace treaty today. Like I say, concerns among some quarters over the invitational list that's been given out, particularly regarding Vladimir Putin. Worth remembering, of course, that he launched a full-scale invasion of neighbouring Ukraine, that invasion ongoing. The activity by Russian military and Russian military allies has been going on since 2014. So the idea of them bringing Putin on board that border peace will be uncomfortable for some nations, especially some of the traditional allies. We've heard that Italy, for example, are also reticent to join the board. Let's bring in our lead world presenter, Yauda Hakim, who joins us live from Davos. And Yauda, this border peace, it started with one mandate, and now the mandate kind of questionable, really, because it's potentially so broad. A UN 2.0, some might say?
Yeah, Garrett, absolutely questionable, because don't forget, the Security Council voted for this Board of Peace. There were sort of no vetoes. The Russians and the Chinese abstained, but essentially the entire Security Council got behind this, thinking it was a proposal for the rebuilding of Gaza. What we're now seeing is this potential Board of Peace with 35 members already, although some Europeans are still asking a lot of questions about what does it look like, what's the framework, what is the purpose. The French already have said, no, thank you, we're not going to be part of the Board of Peace. And the concern now is, certainly from the UN and those quarters, is that Donald Trump has said that the mandate won't just be limited to Gaza. We'd be looking at all sorts of conflicts. And of course, Donald Trump, famously says, I've resolved 8 conflicts. Sometimes he says, I have resolved 8.5 conflicts. So he sees this very much as his domain, that this Board of Peace would be created. He'd be at the helm. And essentially, he'd be looking at conflicts all over the world. Now, the big question is, what would be the purpose then of the UN? Because, of course, this is one of the reasons why the UN was created. So if you've got a Board of Peace, essentially, where members have to pay up to, the rumor is, $1 billion to get membership. And it's quite a strange setup. Donald Trump has said, pay $1 billion now so you can save on membership or the fee in 3 years' time. So, he's asking these members that he's reached out to, including, by the way, Vladimir Putin, to pay $1 billion to be part of this Board of Peace. Again, Vladimir Putin, very questionable about why someone who is in the middle of this conflict and war with Ukraine, where there's constant airstrikes and missiles being launched on Ukraine, and there's conversations about trying to resolve that conflict, why he would be asked to join the Board of Peace. And he himself has said that he needs to consult with his allies about what he needs to do. So big questions being asked about this Board of Peace, which was initially supposed to be there to rebuild, reconstruct Gaza. And it now looks like potentially an attempt to replace the UN. Now, Donald Trump has said, I like the UN. I want to keep the UN. It should exist. It should be there. But it is ineffective and weak, and it should focus on rebuilding itself. And he's complained about the fact that it was him who has resolved 8 conflicts or so, when frankly that should have been the job of the UN. And we've seen those ongoing attacks. So big questions that are going to be asked today, probably not from those in the room with him, like Egypt's President El-Sisi, who has agreed to it, has praised it. So has Benjamin Netanyahu. He's agreed to be part of the board. But the European leaders, the rest of the world, will have big questions about what this Board of Peace actually means for Gaza and beyond.
As we're talking here, Yauda, I can't help but think of Donald Trump, the businessman with his exclusive Mar-a-Lago estate and club, as we see the Argentinian leader taking to the stage there. The businessman who has exclusive golf clubs, who thrives on building brands and building exclusivity for the people that want to buy into it. And it strikes me that this kind of plays into that this is an exclusive, invitational only, with a high joining fee that plays to everything that Donald Trump is about. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, we know from Trump 1.0 and his first year in office, he's not a traditional president. He doesn't operate like the other presidents that we see and hear from. I mean, just in this last week, Garrett, we've seen him release, I mean, some people have called it leaks, but it's not a leak because he didn't give it to someone else. He put it out on his own social media pages, those text messages from European leaders, the likes of the French President Emmanuel Macron. He operates in a completely unconventional way. And I spoke to his son, Don Jr., about a month ago in an interview, and he said, my father is unpredictable. He's unconventional. He operates in a different style. He is a businessman, as you say, and so he sees this particular board like any one of his businesses that he operates within and that he operates. There will be this board. You have to pay for membership like a private members club. And the fact that Emmanuel Macron said he didn't want to be a part of it, Donald Trump then said, well, we don't want him anyway. No one wants him. So that was Donald Trump's way of, how he deals with rejection or pushback from Europeans and others. But you're right in the sense that he sees this as another another deal, another way to operate a business. And he's seen an opportunity here, whether that's in the reconstruction of Gaza and how he can then build on that and bring in the private sector into that, and then how he can expand that globally, because frankly, he's very critical of the public sector, of bureaucracy, of red tape. That is the way that Europe operates, and he doesn't function like that. So I think that there shouldn't have been a lot of surprise about these details emerging about the Board of Peace. But big questions, as I said, about the sorts of people he's asked to join, the joining fee and the huge amounts of money that he's asked for them to be part of this Board of Peace and have a say in geopolitics and how conflicts are resolved and how deals are struck. And he sees this as a business opportunity and, frankly, a deal.
You're watching Sky News. We're just watching here world leaders taking to the stage ahead of this signing of the Board of Peace. It's being snubbed by many Western traditional allies. One might describe them as now, maybe not quite such strong allies as before. The United Kingdom not taking part in it at this stage. And on the stage, Yauda, we're seeing everybody from Javier Milei, the Argentinian leader, through to the president of Indonesia there, who was meeting with Sir Keir Starmer just days ago. There's Viktor Orban as well. And just talk to us about some of the people and some of the countries that at this stage have onboarded.
Yeah, I just in the last few minutes saw the president of Indonesia make his way into the main auditorium, looking at some of those people on the stage. And as you say, I mean, you know, the likes of Viktor Orban up there as well. Viktor Orban and Donald Trump have very good relations. They have a relationship. And for Donald Trump, these are about personal relationships. And he would have seen what Emmanuel Macron said as a snub. And he did push back and hit back at what Emmanuel Macron said. I mean, I think if we try and understand Donald Trump's mindset, that is a fool's errand. But frankly, he
is the president, President Donald Trump here, just walking onto stage. Let's just see if we can listen in to what's being said. You're watching Sky News, bringing you live comments from Davos.
Well, this is a very exciting day, long in the making, and many countries have just received their notice, and everybody wants to be a part of it, and we'll work with many others, including the United Nations. But I want to thank you all for being here. Yesterday we had an incredibly successful visit with many of the world's top business leaders, the best, the biggest, most successful, and foreign heads of state. And now we have one of the most important meetings of all, the official formation of what is known as the Board of Peace. I want to thank the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, and their extraordinary work. I mean, they have done an amazing job. We have peace in the Middle East. Nobody thought that was possible. We've settled 8 wars, and I believe another one's coming pretty soon. You know what that is? The one that I thought was going to be an easy one. It's turned out to be probably the most difficult. Last month, 29,000 people died, mostly soldiers. Ukraine, Russia. Think of that, 29,000, 27,000 in the month before, 26,000 in the month before that. It's terrible. But we have meetings and we think we're making a lot of progress. Thanks as well to Secretary Scott Bessent, Howard Lutnick, and Chris Wright, U.S. Trade Representative, Jameson Greer. They're all doing such an incredible job. Ambassador Callista Gingrich, who is here, doing a fantastic, really fantastic work. Thank you, Callista. And many other members of my administration who are so committed to peace, and they're also committed to great success. Very importantly, let me recognize the very first group of distinguished members of the Board of Peace. They will be introduced by name in just a moment. Caroline will be doing that introduction. And to each and every one of you, we are truly honored by your presence today, leaders of countries, and most cases, very popular leaders. Some cases, not so popular, but that's the way it goes in life. Thanks as well to President Karol Nawrocki of Poland, who's a fantastic man. He just won a very big election. I'm very proud of him. Amazing. Along with former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Tony Blair. Thank you, Tony, for being here. We appreciate it. And members of the Board of Peace Executive Board, great group. This week marks the one-year anniversary of my second inauguration as president. No administration in history has achieved such a sweeping turnaround in 12 months' time at home and abroad. We have a tremendous mandate. We won the popular vote by millions. We won every swing state, the 7. They were saying, can he win all 7? Is it possible? Because it's not done. And we won all 7. We have a great mandate back at home. As I said yesterday, the U.S. economy is booming with virtually no inflation. It was 1.2% for the last 3 months. And we inherited the worst inflation in the history of our country. And we have economic growth now of 5.4%, it looks like. And I think that number can double and triple if we do the right things. And if we change thinking so that if you announce good numbers, the markets go up, instead of if you announce good numbers, the market goes down, because everybody tries to kill it by lowering or raising interest rates depending on the situation. When America booms, the entire world booms. And we have secured commitments for over $18 trillion in new investment coming into our country, which is a record by many times over, not just by a little bit, by many times. There's no country ever in history that's gotten anywhere near that number. Slashed our trade deficit by 77%. This is in 1 year. Yesterday was 1 year. And signed historic trade deals with nations from all over the globe. Today, the world is richer, safer, and much more peaceful than it was just 1 year ago. We put out all those fires. A lot of people didn't know, including me, that some of those wars were going on. And some of them were going on for, in one case, 32 years, in another case, 35 years, and another one, 37 years. We were very happy to stop the war that had started with India and Pakistan, 2 nuclear nations. And I was very honored when the Prime Minister of Pakistan said President Trump saved 10 and maybe 20 million lives by getting that stopped just before bad things were going to happen. As president, I ended those 8 wars in 9 months, including Cambodia and Thailand. And by the way, many of the leaders are here. Kosovo and Serbia, the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Rwanda, Pakistan and India, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia. We're working on that right now. I met yesterday with a very good general and a very good leader of Egypt. We're working on a dam that was built which precludes the Nile River from getting water. It's a little tough situation, but we'll get that settled. I really had it just about settled in my first term, and then we had a rigged election. Took me out of commission for a little while, but here I am back. We'll get it settled. But it's a pretty tough situation. A dam was built, and the water doesn't come down to the Nile. When I think of Egypt, I think of the Nile, but I think of the Nile with water in it. Armenia and Azerbaijan, a lot of these leaders have become my friends. They become my friends. They're here. And, of course, the war in Gaza, which is really coming to an end. We have little fires that we'll put out, but they're little. They were giant, massive fires, and now they're down to little fires. We can put them out very easily. We have 59 countries that are involved in peace in the Middle East. Many of them not in the Middle East. They're near the Middle East, but they're not in the Middle East. And many have said that if Hamas doesn't do what they promised they would do, and I think they probably will, but they were born with rifles in their hands. They were literally born. The first day they had a rifle put into their hands. but they have to give up their weapons. And if they don't do that, it's going to be the end of them. But many countries have told me we want to go in and do it, and they really aren't countries that you traditionally think of as being involved in that. But that's a fire. Hezbollah in Lebanon, we have to do something about that. But these are, I call them remnants, they're small remnants compared to what it was before. It was massive, large, powerful countries fighting each other. In another great victory for the ultimate goal of peace in June, we obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity with Operation, we call it Operation Midnight Hammer. And it was midnight, it was dark, no moon, and every single one of those bombs from the B-2 bombers hit the air shafts and went deep into the earth and totally obliterated everything that they were doing. They were 2 months away from having a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen. And Iran does want to talk, and we'll talk. We've also hit ISIS in Syria, and very strongly, as you know. In my first administration, I took out al-Baghdadi, the founder of ISIS, and he was trying to start it up again because due to the tremendous talent of General Raisin Kane, as I call him, he wiped out ISIS in a period of 3 weeks in my first term. You know, we had a great first term, but the second term is, I think, blowing it away, actually. But we took out ISIS, and we had, it was gone, but during the Biden administration, it formed again a little bit. We hit it very hard in Syria. And Syria, by the way, I spoke with the president, is making a lot of progress, tremendous progress, actually. We're very happy about that. We took off all sanctions, which gives them a chance to breathe. And he is working very, very hard, and I think he's going to put it all together. So many things are happening, many good things. Threats to Europe and America, the Middle East, and other places are really calming down. It's a lot different than it was just 1 year ago. Just 1 year ago, the world was actually on fire. A lot of people didn't know it. And in Nigeria, we're annihilating terrorists who are killing Christians. We've hit them very hard. They've killed thousands and thousands of Christians. What's that all about? Much of this unprecedented success is possible because I rebuilt our military in my first term, and now we're making it even stronger. We have a budget of over $1 trillion this year, and next year we're going to $1.5 trillion. Our country's never done better economically. We're taking in numbers that we've never taken in, not only the fact that the investment is at 18 trillion plus, but our jobs numbers, everything is, I think, maybe better than ever before. I think you're going to see some, and a lot of you are investing in our country. I think you're going to be extremely happy with your investments. I think you'll see numbers like you haven't seen before. I also secured commitments from virtually all NATO allies to increase their defense spending to 5% of GDP. Everybody but Spain. I don't know what's happening with Spain. Why would they not do that? They want a free ride, I guess, huh? Every country but Spain increased to 5%. I don't know why. We're going to have to talk to Spain. With America's renewed attention to security of the Western Hemisphere, I've stopped the invasion on our southern border and designated the drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And you probably saw that we've virtually stopped almost 100% all drugs coming in by water. Now we're going to stop them on land. The land is easy. The water is tough. But that's down now. I heard it just last night. It was 97. Now it's 98.1%. And we're trying to figure out who are the 2% that are willing to get onto those boats. I don't think they watch television or the news. But we've taken out almost 100% of all of the drugs coming into the United States by water. And now we'll, I think, very easily stop them on land. That's the easy part. We wanted to wait till the other was taken care of. And earlier this month, thanks to the unrivaled skill, power, and might of the U.S. military, we have the most powerful military in the world by far. We captured the outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro, and the people of Venezuela are very happy about it. And we're having great relationships with the the new leaders of Venezuela. The relationships have been good. We're opening up the country to our giant oil companies, and it's going very well. We've already taken out, think of this, 50 million barrels of oil, and a lot of that's going to go back to Venezuela. They'll do more income with us in a short period of time than they did in years, because as much oil as they have, and they have a lot, just about the most. After us, there's a couple of countries that are in that category, but we have the most, actually, and they're second. Between Venezuela and us, we have 62% of the world's oil, but they have very little production, so they'll have a lot of production. All the oil companies, we had meetings, you probably saw, all the oil companies want to go in. They want to go in immediately. They're already touring the sites. But our military was amazing. That strike was amazing. We had a second wave coming. We didn't need it. They said, no second wave. We don't want a second wave. The first wave was enough. And, of course, we're working to end the horrible killing in Ukraine, a war that should never have happened and would have never happened if I were president. That was not going to happen. I used to speak to Vladimir Putin about Ukraine, and it was the apple of his eye, but he would never have ever done it. I said, you can't do that, Vladimir. As part of this historic record of major peace initiatives, today we're announcing more details regarding the Board of Peace, so important. This board has the chance to be one of the most consequential bodies ever created, and it's my enormous honor to serve as its chairman. I was very honored when they asked me to do it. We had an idea to do it, and then they came, they said, you be the chairman. And but I take it very seriously. We have a great group of people and incredible young people that are leading it from within. It's running beautifully, started already. And every country, just about every country, wants to be a part of it. And we just sent out the letters a couple of days ago, and these are just the countries that are here. They happen to be in Davos. So we said, would be honored if you wanted to join us up on the stage. And it's really great. They're friends of mine, I think. Let me see. Yeah, every one of them is a friend of mine. A couple, let's see, a couple I like, a couple I don't like. No, I like, actually, this group, I like every single one of them. Can you believe it? Usually I have about 2 or 3 that I can't stand. Usually I have 2 or 3 that I don't like. I don't find them up here. I like every one of these people. No, they're great people. They're great leaders. And the Board of Peace is composed of leaders, the top leaders in the world, actually. Last October, we released a plan for the permanent end to the conflict in Gaza, and I'm pleased to say that our vision was unanimously adopted by the United Nations Security Council late last year. Under phase 1 of this plan, we have painstakingly maintained that Gaza, and we're going to have it very strongly, and it's what we have. Maintained the Gaza ceasefire, delivered record levels of humanitarian aid. We've given aid, you used to hear all the people were starving and it was terrible. Now we have, you don't hear that anymore. We've delivered record levels of humanitarian aid. I want to thank the United States, but I want to thank some of the countries that are sitting right up here, because they've sent great aid, aid also in the form of money, where we go out and purchase food, and you don't hear those stories anymore with people starving. And secured the release of all 20, we secured the release of all 20 living hostages. Now, I want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared and everybody for working so hard. They worked so hard, but there were 20 remaining living hostages. Now, we got hundreds out, but the last 20, I said, boy, that's going to be a tough one. I said that a year before, and it was a tough one, but we got them. Got all 20, every one of them. And we had also about 28 that were dead, but the parents wanted them just as though they were living, just as much. In some cases, it almost seemed more. It was amazing, actually, the love. But their boy had been killed in just about all cases, young men. Their boy had been killed, and they wanted the body of their boy, and it looked like it couldn't be done. And with the exception of one, And we're close on the track of that. We've got them all, every single one of them, which is amazing. It's a rough job. That was a rough job. And I've been very clear that Hamas must return that last remaining deceased hostage as well, and that will be the full commitment. And then we get on to other things, and we're committed to ensuring Gaza is demilitarized, properly governed, and beautifully rebuilt. It's going to be a great plan, and that's where the border peace really started. And I think we can spread out to other things as we succeed with Gaza. We're going to be very successful in Gaza. It's going to be a great thing to watch, and we can do other things. We can do numerous other things. Once this border is completely formed, we can do pretty much whatever we want to do, and we'll do it in conjunction with the United Nations. You know, I've always said the United Nations has got tremendous potential, has not used it, but there's tremendous potential in the United Nations, and you have some great people at the United Nations, but so far it hasn't. You know, on the 8 wars that I ended, I never spoke to the United Nations about any of them. And you would think that I should have. You would think they could have done those 8 wars, but they couldn't have. And they tried, I guess, in some of them, but they didn't try hard enough. But there's tremendous potential with the United Nations. And I think the combination of the Board of Peace with the kind of people we have here, coupled with the United Nations, can be, you know, something very, very unique for the world. It's for the world. This isn't United States. This is for the world. As everyone can see today, the first steps toward a brighter day for the Middle East and a much safer future for the world are unfolding right before your very eyes. Together we are in a position to have an incredible chance. I don't even call it a chance. I think it's going to happen. To end decades of suffering, stop generations of hatred and bloodshed, and forge a beautiful, everlasting, and glorious peace for that region and for the whole region of the world, because I'm calling the world a region. The world is a region. We're going to have peace in the world. And boy, would that be a great legacy for all of us. Everybody in this room is a star, or you wouldn't be here. There's a reason that you're here, and you're all stars. You're the biggest people, the most important people in the world, most powerful people in the world. And when you use that genius that you have, that very unusual, very inspired genius, when you use that for peace, the opposite of peace has no chance. So I just want to say it's tremendous to be with you, and I think this is something that we're doing that's very important. This is the most important. I was so looking forward to being here, and yesterday was a tremendous success. A lot of good things happened, but this was something that I really wanted to be here and do, and I could think of no better place because so many people were together. And now to bring the Board of Peace into full force, I ask Sheikh Isa of Bahrain and Foreign Minister Barita of Morocco to join me in signing and ratifying the Board of Peace Charter. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you.
We're going to keep a close watch on the next few developments through the few moments as the Border Peace Charter is signed. Donald Trump in the centre there, joined by members of the Border Peace. Other world leaders just sat out a shot on the right-hand side as we're looking at the stage right now. You see Javier Milei there in the blue tie, hands clasped. Further across, people like Viktor Orban of Hungary. Further across as well, the President of Indonesia, who was in the United Kingdom for meetings before the Davos summit with Sir Keir Starmer. And over the last half an hour or so, we have, in many respects, been witnessing another victory lap for President Trump, a reiteration of many of the comments he made in the White House, in the Oval Office, when he spoke at length to the assembled press, as we watch here as President Trump and the two dignitaries either side of him display their signatures on the Charter of the Border Peace. Little details still regarding that charter. Like I say, the last half an hour or so has been more of a victory lap of the last year of the president's second term in office. Little detail as to exactly what the Border Peace aims to achieve, how it will be run, how it will be governed, how it will operate, the full extent of its membership. So details still there to become apparent, but as Javier Milei there comes over to shake the hand of the president. Looks as though we might be expecting Q&A session. No, more signatories there as Donald Trump looks on. But he noted his successes as he saw them, everywhere from Iran to Nigeria, the southern border of the United States, the targeting of boats alleged to be carrying drugs in the Pacific, Venezuela and Maduro, the situation in the Middle East, in Gaza, and more. And it pointed and noted to the fact that it has been a busy period in this last year for geopolitics and international relations for the United States, perhaps in a way that people hadn't foreseen when Donald Trump was campaigning ahead of the election. Watching all of this unfold is our Middle East correspondent, Adam Parsons. And Adam, this is a curious change in this situation. This border peace was initially ideated to bring about peace in the Middle East, to try and oversee the reconstruction, the redevelopment, the peace of Gaza and of the wider region. And as we watch these signatures being signed, it sounds as though the border peace will have a much wider mandate. And I guess the question will be left, what does that mean for peace in the Middle East?
Yeah, I think fundamentally at the moment, this board of peace is constructed by people who want to be friends with Donald Trump and who want the world to know that they're friends with Donald Trump. So it's now officially in existence, and certainly it has a structure within the Gaza peace plan, which is quite curious, because looking at some of the people who've turned up, the leaders or leading figures from Mongolia, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Kosovo, Paraguay, Indonesia, Azerbaijan, Viktor Orban, as you've been mentioning there, from Hungary, the only European nation representing, Morocco, Bahrain, UAE, Turkey and Saudi both are standing out there. Plenty of countries who frankly have very little connection at all with what is going on in Gaza. I mean, some, but certainly not all of those. No sign of Russia or China or India, certainly not Canada, UK, France. And a lot of these countries, although I'm now been told, I think we may have a representative from Bulgaria maybe there. So they are a European Union country, so that would be the second EU nation if that is correct. Some of these are established democracies, some are not. Isaac Herzog, the Israeli president, was not there, although Israel has indicated that it will be joining with this. I don't think the leader of Vietnam was there. They've also indicated they'll be joining. So there is a bit of a disconnect between those who said they're going to sign up. For instance, Mongolia, I don't think was flagged up before today, and those who have been on stage. Of course, this will take time to settle up. President Trump, and I have to say his speech there was very reminiscent of his speech yesterday. He seems at points to be going off script and saying things as they came into his head. He said, he indicated that many countries were interested, just about all of them. He said we're interested. Well, that clearly isn't borne out by the fact that so many countries have refrained from signing up so far. The UK, France, Canada, right at the forefront there. Now, in terms of what this is, although the charter of the Board of Peace has not officially been published, a lot of people have seen it, including myself, have seen what is considered to be the charter. And within that charter, it is quite clearly set up as an international organisation that would challenge the United Nations. Now, there are plenty who believe that the UN is struggling for legitimacy at the moment. Right at the front of the queue is Benjamin Netanyahu, of course, the Prime Minister of Israel. Israel feels that the UN is institutionally biased against it. The fact that Russia and the United States, as well as China, France and the UK, all have vetoes, has hobbled the UN in many instances. Trump saying that he thought the Board of Peace could effectively work alongside the UN, but he did say that the 8 wars that he claims to have ended, he said he didn't deal with the UN at all, and no, said that the United Nations has got plenty of potential. which is a sort of quite curious turn of phrase for an organisation that has been around for the best part of a century and is so well established in global diplomacy. I think it's clear that the members of the Board of Peace see this as a rethinking of the international structure, as a way of allying themselves with an American leader who is clearly taking a very different position in global geopolitics than his predecessors. And so it is a challenge to the UN. There are those, and I've spoken to people here in Israel, who think it's about time that something came along that rethought the structure of global diplomacy. But, you know, Gareth, one big question will be what are Russia and China going to do? And what particularly is Russia? The suggestion from the Kremlin is that Vladimir Putin would be prepared to sign up for this, would even be prepared to give that $1 billion bond for permanent membership if the $1 billion could be taken out of Russian assets that have been frozen because of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, best part of 4 years ago. That would be in itself an extraordinary move, but we are living in pretty extraordinary times.
Certainly extraordinary times, and Donald Trump there did also acknowledge, he said that the United Nations had tremendous potential, that it hadn't used it in his words, but it was filled with great people, and if it was coupled with the Board of Peace, then there would be a very unique situation for the world, he said. He stressed from his perspective, at least, that this wasn't about the United States, but about the world. And he cited, as you noted there, Adam, the 8 wars that he alleges to have stopped. And it's worth just noting that that is an inaccurate statement. The situation between Egypt and Ethiopia was not a war. The situation between Rwanda and the DRC and the peace there has fallen apart. There's been renewed uptick in tensions across the border between Thailand and Cambodia since the intervention of the president as well, and one could argue that the situation between India and Pakistan along the disputed border in disputed Kashmir has also not been resolved. But he's using those as his anchor for the legitimacy of this Board of Peace. And I wonder how the rest of the world, at the end of the day, there are 196 member states of the United Nations, how the rest of the world will view the legitimacy of this body and the competing claims now between the Board of Peace and the United Nations.
I think there's going to be a variety of ways of looking at this. From a Western European perspective, there will be a lot of harumphing and criticism. And yes, Donald Trump's hyperbole is part of his act. I mean, I think I heard him say that by stopping war between India and Pakistan, he had saved between 10 and 20 million lives. I mean, how on earth he comes up with that figure, who knows? He said that when he took office, inflation was the worst in America's history. That is simply not true. He said that the 2020 presidential election had been rigged. Again, that has been debunked endless times. So, I mean, the fact checkers, as they did yesterday, will have another tough time keeping up with all of his claims here. But that has been Donald Trump's way of speaking throughout his first term and now into his second term. Those who have signed up for the Board of Peace won't really care about that. What they see is a different way of governing and leading the world. They see Donald Trump as being much more of a strong-arm leader than some of his American predecessors. And I think this is a form that has been seen by Mark Carney in his speech at Davos. It was seen by Chancellor Merz, who spoke a little earlier, talking about the end of the old
Adam,
world
I'm just going to interject.
order.
Marco Rubio has just taken to the podium. Let's take a listen. Secretary of State for the United States.
The President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, is someone who is not limited by what others say is possible or what others say is impossible. He's not limited by some of the things that have happened in the past, and he's willing to talk to or engage with anyone in the interest of peace, always putting the American people and our national security first, but understanding that in the world that we share with so many others, peace is paramount to all of us. We are here today because of President Trump's vision. If we go back just a few months ago, people thought what was happening in Gaza was impossible to solve. 28 hostages that were dead, others that were still living, all these hostages that were being held. No one thought that that would ever come to a resolution without more fighting and more bloodshed along the way. In fact, frankly, many thought it was intractable. And sadly, many of the institutions that have served us well, in many cases, for the last 70 years, were unable to do anything about it. But President Trump had the vision and the courage to dream the impossible, to believe that it was doable, and to pursue it with all of his heart. And he was in that capacity assisted by an extraordinary team, and I think both Jared and Steve deserve a tremendous amount of credit. Jared Kushner and Steve Woodcock for all the work they put in. And all of our partners here today. And now we have this Board of Peace, who I believe's possibilities are endless. Obviously with a focus first and foremost on making sure that this peace deal in Gaza becomes enduring. And I know this president has it as his highest priority and will give it everything he has to make sure that this is successful. I also want to acknowledge the extraordinary leaders that are here today. This is not just a board of peace, this is a board of action. Just like President Trump is a president of action. A lot of times people like to give speeches. I've been to many of these forums, and they're not useless, and they're not, they have utility in many cases. But oftentimes in international affairs, we often find ourselves at events where people are reading these scripted statements, these strongly worded letters that they put out, but no action, nothing happens. This is a group of leaders that are about action. And the President of the United States is a president of action, of getting things done. And today is the beginning of that, of a new era and a new stage that we think is so important as a model to the rest of the world of what is possible. And clearly the focus is right now on Gaza and making sure that the plan that's about to be presented to you here today, this vision for the future of Gaza, this vision for the future of the region, is not just possible and promising. It is our destiny if we put the time and the effort that it requires, as I know this board will do. But I also think it will serve as an example of what's possible in other parts of the world. Without losing focus on what's before us now, this is what's possible for other places and other conflicts that seem impossible to solve right now. So I want to, on behalf of the United States, on behalf of the team that worked so hard on this, thank every single one of the leaders that are here today and all the countries that have committed to joining, and many others who are going to join. Others either are not in town today or they have to go through some procedure internally in their own country because of constitutional limitations. But others will join. Many want to be a part of this effort because it is going to be a successful effort. And you see it reflected here today among countries of different backgrounds from different parts of the world, majority Christian some, majority Muslim others, who've come together. In fact, former adversaries who have joined here as part of this Board of Peace. And all was possible, and I want to acknowledge this again, because of the vision and the drive of the President of the United States. So thank you all for joining us here today. We appreciate it very much.
Secretary of State there, Marco Rubio, talking about a bit more of the agenda in the short term as he foresaw it for the Board of Peace, focusing first and foremost, he said, on enduring peace in Gaza. That is the focus right now. Talking also about some of the United States' success there, as the White House will see it, in securing the hostage release deal between Hamas and Israel. And talking about the fact that it was not just a board of peace, but also a board of action, saying that he had respect for some of the world's established bodies, should we call them, but said that too often strongly worded letters were produced, but no action was delivered. And that was perhaps Adam Parsons, our Middle East correspondent who joins us live watching these developments from Davos, perhaps the little bit of diplomacy that some of the world have been looking for, and also a nod to the fact that in its first iteration, the Board of Peace was focusing on Gaza, and that was the recommitment there from the Secretary of State.
Yeah, Marco Rubio is, of course, America's diplomat-in-chief, so his job effectively is to stand up there and say this is the purpose to it, and to emphasise what the President had said, that there are more countries who are considering. Marco Rubio putting a little bit of flesh on the bones there and saying that this was a question of constitutional limits in some countries, that they couldn't just sign up to it. But at the moment, you would look at that group of people and say, clearly, this is not right now a challenge to the power of the United Nations. I mean, there is a fraction of the countries who are members of the UN are signed up for the Board of Peace. And in most cases, these are not the biggest nations in the world. By the way, just for those who are looking along that group, One familiar face who we haven't mentioned so far is Khaldoon al-Mubarak, who has signed up for the UAE. And if you recognise that name, it is because he is also there in his role as the chairman of Manchester City Football Club. So he's doing two things at once. So he's representing the UAE there on the Board of Peace and Manchester City. I mean, it is a fascinating collection of people. Javier Milei from Argentina, Viktor Orban from Hungary, leaders from a variety of nations, as Marco Rubio was saying, some of them former adversaries. But in terms of the real economic heavyweights, well, we know Emmanuel Macron has said that he wouldn't be signing up. The United Kingdom clearly is not signing up. I don't think you would have to be a genius to interpret Mark Carney's speech yesterday as being that he isn't planning to sign up for the Board of Peace. But it is a question of how much momentum comes into this. And I think also, in reality, how many nations feel that they have to sign up for this. So much talk over the past 72 hours or so about the intimidatory tactics used by President Trump, exemplified by his rhetoric around Greenland. And this is another arm of that attempt for America to exert its power over the world. As I said, if you look at the charter of the Board of Peace, it is very clear that he has extraordinary power over it. He is the chairman until such time as either he resigns or he is removed from office because a majority of people think he's no longer fit. But even if that were to happen, the person who would succeed Donald Trump as chairman is, by this order of this charter, the person that he nominates. So it is something of a political family affair for Donald Trump. He said himself that he was honoured to be asked to be chairman. I think it's a little hard to believe that there were any other nominees to be the chairman of the Board of Peace when it was put together. And yet he clearly takes enormous pride in this. And there will be many members of this who will say, look, if this is the vessel...
Adam, let's just take a pause. I'm afraid Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner now taking to the podium. They've been name-checked several times. Let's hear from them.
I remember when the president asked Jared, and, of course, our great Secretary of State, to work on something that the world thought was impossible and unattainable. But the president, on this peace deal for Gaza, as on all other deals we work on his behalf, said we had to try. And of course, we were inspired by that. We have achieved a peace deal in Gaza. We have brought the hostages home, all of the bodies except for one, and we will bring that body home too. And maybe most importantly, we have created a sense of hope for what the future can bring in Gaza and all other places where the Board of Peace will operate. And I am so honored, Mr. President, to have worked on this on your behalf. I'd like to thank some people here who are here with us tonight who have done so much, done indispensable work to bring this deal together. Sheikh Mohammed, my good friend from Qatar, and Ali Al-Tawadi, Hakan, Fidan, and Ibrahim, General Hassan, and Foreign Minister Badr Abdulati, and of course, President Sisi, and Prime Minister Netanyahu, former Special Envoy Ron Dermer, and Michael Eisenberg for all that they did. I would also like to thank our core working group and members of the Board of Peace who have been working nonstop on behalf of this incredible, noble effort, around the clock for months on end, sacrificing time with their families and their own personal lives because they believe in the mission and the vision that the President has set out for us. I'd also like to thank, those people include Tony Blair, Yakir Gabay, Josh Grunbaum, Aryeh Lightstone, Laron Tonkman, Admiral Cooper, General Frank, and I probably have forgotten some along the way. And then, perhaps most importantly, I want to thank our administration. We have an incredible team. It's amazing to work for this administration. I think you see the results that we get on behalf of the President because he inspires us so much. So I'd like to thank the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, for all of his help and guidance, our Treasury Secretary, of course, the Secretary of State, who we work hand in glove with, and a special thanks to our Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, who is always available to us for consultation, for steering, and for all else that she does. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. And I have to say, one of the great honors for me of being able to work on this has been working with Steve, who really is as brilliant as he is. His heart is tremendous. He's a lot of fun to be with. And even in some of these, very difficult moments where we didn't think things were happening, working together really was an amazing treat. I'm going to go now today just through a couple quick slides just to show you the progress that's been made in the last couple months. It was just over 100 days ago that we got the final deal done, and everyone was celebrating and joyous about the hostages coming home and the end to this long war that nobody thought was possible. And Steve and I were panicking, saying, what do we do next? How do you implement peace? And as you guys know, peace is a different deal than a business deal because you're changing a mindset. And in Israel, there was 2 years of very intense war. For the people in Gaza, there was more than just 2 years of war. They had 20 years of hopelessness, being ruled by a terrorist organization. For the people in the Middle East, their hearts were pulled by this. And throughout the entire world, it really was weighing on us. And so we needed to think about, what do we do next? How do we change the habits? How do we change the behaviors? And we really got to work right away. And the team that Steve thanked, including the White House team and the team, the volunteers, it's really been an incredible effort, very entrepreneurial. And we really did it in the way. I've been working now with President Trump for 10 years on politics. And what continues to amaze me is that he always takes a first principles approach and says, what's the most optimal outcome? Aim for that. Whereas politicians are always focused on the downside or what could go wrong or how to make it a little bit better. He always says, aim for the best possible and, do your best to get there. And if everyone thinks it's impossible, that's even more reason why you should aim for it. And so really thank you for the leadership and the inspiration for doing this. And I think you'll see today we've achieved more than thought was possible. And our ambition is still to go for something, I think, better than most people think is possible as well. So let's see if these things work. They never usually work. Good. So quickly, I'll go through this 2-year war, 90,000 tons of munitions. There's over 60 million tons of rubble there and tens of thousands of fatalities. Through the ceasefire, we were able to get to, through the 20-point plan, ceasefire, release of hostages. Getting the UN resolution passed was a huge, huge effort, really thanks to Mike Waltz and the whole team there. They did an incredible job. And we've then, with the help of the UN, we've worked very, very well with them. This is why you need a new organization like the Board of Peace to work with the UN. I want to thank Tom Fletcher. Did an incredible job of really getting it going. We've done historic humanitarian aid. Going forward, number one thing is going to be security. Obviously, we've been working very closely with the Israelis to figure out a way through de-escalation. And the next phase is working with Hamas on demilitarization, which I'll talk about in a second. But without security, nobody's going to make investments. Nobody's going to come, build there. We need investments in order to start giving jobs. We want to take these people. 85% of the aid of Gaza, 85% of the GDP of Gaza has been aid for a long time. That's not sustainable. It doesn't give these people dignity. It doesn't give them hope. And so we want to use free market economy principles. A lot of what President Trump spoke about that he's doing in America, we want to bring the same mindset and the same approach to a place like Gaza to give these people the ability to thrive and have a good life. Let's see. So on the aid, I mentioned the UN. So now people are talking about famine. 100% of the food needs are met, and that's been overabundance. The cost of goods have gone down tremendously. Over 55,000 trucks have gone in, and over 1.4 million pallets. And it's been the largest humanitarian effort done into a war zone that anyone's been able to tell us about. This really has been a great joint effort that everyone's been able to do, and so it's a great thing. We all just heard from Ali. We have been so impressed. Steve and I were speaking to him and the entire committee. such bravery of these people to step up. And we've worked with the Palestinian Authority, who's been helping us as well. But this committee is the first time it's a technocratic, apolitical committee. I really want to thank the Arab partners for helping us select the right people to do this, and we just need to believe in them and support them. I put this up here. It's probably a little too small for me to read, but this is really important if you saw the mission statement. So Hamas's mission statement was, we need to destroy the state of Israel. That has not worked well for the people, as we've seen. Their mission statement is, we are committed to establishing security, restoring the essential services that form the bedrock of human dignity, such electricity, water, healthcare, and education, as well as cultivating a society rooted in peace, democracy, and justice, operating with the highest standards of integrity, transparency. So these are the basic things. Their goal is to have peace and to help their people, which is an obvious mission statement for a government, but actually fairly novel for Gaza. So we did a master plan. We brought in, I thank you, Keir Gabay, who's one of the most successful real estate developers and brilliant people I know. He's volunteered to do this, not for profit, really because of his heart. He wants to do this. And we've developed ways to redevelop Gaza. Gaza, as President Trump's been saying, has amazing potential, and this is for the people of Gaza, and we've developed it into zones. In the beginning, we were toying with the idea of saying, let's build a free zone, and then we have a Hamas zone. And then we said, you know what, let's just plan for catastrophic success. Hamas signed a deal to demilitarize. That is what we are going to enforce. People ask us what our plan B is. We do not have a plan B. We have a plan. We signed an agreement. We are all committed to making that agreement work. There's a master plan. We'll be doing it in phasing. In the Middle East, they build cities like this in 2-3 million people. They build this in 3 years. And so stuff like this is very doable if we make it happen. Rafah will start with. This will show a lot of workforce housing. We think this could be done in 2-3 years. We've already started removing the rubble and doing some of the demolition. And then New Gaza. It could be a hope, it could be a destination, have a lot of industry, and really be a place that the people there can thrive, have great employment. Once this starts going, we think there should be 100% full employment and opportunity for everybody there. And we have a lot of data on what can be, but we think that this really gives the Gazan people an opportunity to live their aspirations. But it all starts with security, and it all starts with governance. Final note I'll just say on the Board of Peace, which is that all the lessons we're doing is we're basically studying the best practices from all over the world, and we're watching who does education the best, who does healthcare delivery the best. All of these things it's not secret IP. All this is IP that the Board of Peace is going to make public, and we want to encourage all the countries to be able to follow these best practices. A lot of the things that President Trump is doing in America, if they're working, we should all be copying them. If we find what's working in other countries, we should be copying them too. And so what the Board of Peace will have the ability to do, if we're successful with Gaza, is really show how do you do peace implementation, which is something that when we got this deal done, we didn't really find too much expertise or know-how on how to do it. So as we're creating this system, hopefully it's something that we can just document these learnings and make them available to all else who want to use them in the future. So demilitarization, this is something we're starting now that we have a new government in Gaza. This government will be working with Hamas on the demilitarization to really take the principles that were agreed to in the document to the next phase, and hopefully that will be successful. Without that, we can't rebuild. So if Hamas does not demilitarize, that will be what holds back Gaza and the people of Gaza from achieving their aspiration, and that's very important. So the next 100 days, we're going to continue to just be heads down and focused on making sure this is implemented. We continue to be focused on humanitarian aid, humanitarian shelter, but then creating the conditions to move forward. So thank you. Final point I'll just make is this is really only possible because of the work of so many people and President Trump's great leadership. But a lot of you have been asking, how can we help? So the countries have all been incredibly generous. We'll be doing the first conference where we'll announce a lot of the contributions that will be made in a couple weeks in Washington. From the private sector, there'll be amazing investment opportunities. I know it's a little risky to be investing in a place like this, but we need you to come, take faith, invest in the people, try to be a part of it. And then finally, I'll just talk to people on the media and on the social media, which is this deal only happened because we worked with Israel, we worked with Turkey, we worked with Qatar, we worked with Saudi, we worked with Egypt. I mean, everyone worked together. We worked with UAE. We all worked together to make this happen. I see a lot of people trying to escalate, criticizing Israel or Israelis criticizing Turkey or Qatar. Just calm down for 30 days. I think that the war's over. Let's do our best to try working together. Our goal here is peace between Israel and the Palestinian people. Everyone wants to live peacefully. Everyone wants to live with dignity. Let's put our efforts towards promoting those who are doing the work to build this up, like Ali and his committee. Let's focus on the positive stories, and let's just calm down, turn a new chapter, and if we believe that peace is possible, then peace really can be possible. So we're going to continue to work every day. We need all of your help to do it. And again, I just really want to thank President Trump for his leadership in doing this. This would not have been possible without your commitment to this. Everyone thought it was impossible to end this war. You never gave up. You never stopped. Every time there was a setback, you told us to try harder. You gave us different ideas. And we've made several impossible things happen just in Gaza to date, and there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to make even more impossible things happen. So really thank you for your amazing leadership.
Thank you, Jared and Steve. Now I would like to introduce and welcome to the podium the High Representative for Gaza, Nikolay Mladenov.
Mr. President, it's a great honor and a massive responsibility for me, for my team, for all of us to be here with you to begin this journey. Who would have thought 2 years ago that we will be sitting here with this group of countries, with this leadership, giving the people of Gaza a new chance? Who would have thought that last Friday I would be sitting, Mr. President, in Cairo with an amazing group of Palestinian technocrats, people who you don't see on the news, people who are not media personalities, but who are experts, who are committed to giving their people a chance in life. And this is what this is all about. For too long, Gazans, Palestinians and Israelis have lived with conflict, with death, with destruction. Now the page turns. And whether the page turns successfully really depends on all of us. We have the ingredients for it. We have the leadership of the United States and President Trump. We have a great group of countries joining the Board of Peace and more to come. We have a fantastic Palestinian team on the ground, and we must make it work. Our partnerships are there, our plans are in place, and we need your support. And finally, I look to all of you who are in this room and who are watching this meeting from their screens at home or in their offices. Please put away your talking points for a minute. Please put away your fears. Please put away your concerns. Please stop listening to the rumors and to the gossip. Focus on what we have to do today, because the future of 2 million Palestinians is at stake, and if we give them a chance, we will do more than that. We will create opportunities for 1 billion people who live in the Middle East and beyond, and who are responsible, also who want to see transformation and a chance in life for the future. So please join us on this journey, join the Board of Peace, and join us in supporting this excellent initiative. And thank you again, President Trump and the United States, for taking this decisive leadership forward.
Thank you. President Trump, would you like to make some concluding remarks?
Well, I just want to tell you it's all happening. And one of the first things I said when we really got involved in this project, and it's a big one, but it's very doable, I said to Jared and Steve and some of the other folks, including Larry Fink, and congratulations on the great success. The two of you have done a fantastic job. This is bigger and better than ever. We usurped some of your time for a very important reason, and you understand that better than anybody, and we appreciate that you're here very much. Thank you both very much. But I said that, you know, this is a great location. It all begins, see, I'm a real estate person at heart, and it's all about location. And I said, look at this location on the sea. Look at this beautiful piece of property, what it could be for so many people. It'll be so great. People that are living so poorly are going to be living so well. But it all began with a location. That's the vision. They look out on the waters, and very few places are like it. So we put together a team that's outstanding, a team that's done it before, a team that I think has done tougher jobs, if you want to know the truth. We've done some tough jobs, and we continue to. As far as the United States is concerned, we're behind it. And the United States has never been stronger, never been bigger, better. It's doing really well. You see that, building thousands of businesses, plants, factories all over the United States are right now under construction. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And this is just an honor to be involved with this and to be involved with the great people in this room and the great leaders that are sitting on stage. We thank you very much. And we have many others that have signed up, and they all want to be members of the Board of Peace because it really will be important. This is not going to be a waste of time. We waste so much time on things that never happen. This will happen, and it's already happening. Thank you very much, everybody. It's a great honor to be with you. Thank you. Thank you.
Closing remarks there from the US President. A few other faces before that. There was Steve Witkoff, Special Envoy, Jared Kushner, the President's son-in-law, also Nikolai Mladenov, who is a Bulgarian former Defence and Foreign Affairs Minister, also a special coordinator for the United Nations for Middle East peace between 2015 and 2020, and also served on the UN mission to Iraq as well. He has got the role of High Representative for Gaza as part of the Board of Peace, as Donald Trump there walks along the line of some of the early signatories to that Board of Peace, shaking their hands one by one after they sat alongside him and signed their charters. And Adam Parsons is also on board with us, our Middle East correspondent joining us live. Adam, what have you made of the various comments of the last 15 minutes or so?
I thought it was a particularly interesting speech from Jared Kushner, who has often been quite sort of quiet, actually, in his public pronouncements. He and Steve Witkoff have been the Trump double act, effectively, of global diplomacy. And that was, from Kushner, was actually a fairly political, almost one might say, a slightly sort of presidential tone of speech there, reflecting on the achievements, very focused on regional knowledge. Jared Kushner does have strong contacts in the Middle East, does have, certainly from a business perspective, a lot of experience in dealing here. He talked about the next 100 days, about the efforts that will be put into Gaza, talked about the requirements for Hamas to demilitarize. Well, we know that. But he also, right at the end there, made an appeal for people to calm down in the coming 30 days. And he said, also, Israelis criticising the Turks and the Qataris. Now, that was interesting because the Israeli government has objected to the Americans about the inclusion of Turkish and Qatari representatives on one of the Gaza boards. We tend to think of the American administration as being incredibly tolerant of anything that the Israeli government says, but this was effectively an open criticism, and saying that Israel needed to stop with its criticism of that. Thought that was interesting that he should say that. And this was, in a sense, a presentation of two halves, wasn't it? The first half was all about Donald Trump reiterating his view of his own achievements and the place of the Board of Peace. The second half was much more focused on Gaza, with Steve Witkoff, who at times seemed quite emotional, Jared Kushner, and then, as you said, Nikolai Mladenov, who will be the link man, effectively, between what is going on the ground and the executive board. There was warmth also from Kushner towards Ali Shah. And let me tell you that Ali Shah is the man who is leading this group of Palestinian technocrats. And in the past few moments, I understand that Ali Shah has suggested that the Rafah crossing will open in both directions in the coming week or so, which would be a very significant change. I don't have any more details on that, about whether that is open for everybody or whether that is simply open for members of the board to go to and fro, which it would be clearly a hugely significant difference between those two perspectives. But he has made a comment on the Rafah crossing opening. We will see what more information we can get on that. But I mean, the bottom line is here, this board of peace, which Donald Trump says could be of huge significance, clearly seen by many, including those that we talked to here in Israel, as a potential challenger to the United Nations, is up and running at the moment. The membership includes two, I think, members of the European Union, Bulgaria and Hungary. Both appear to have signed up. Certainly France, UK, Germany, the big economic powerhouses outside the US have not signed up. We don't know if Russia is on the point of so doing. China, India, Pakistan has joined up. There was not an Israeli representative there, but I understand that Israel will be joining this board. So a significant moment and interesting comments and another move by Donald Trump on the global stage to try to effectively seize the initiative for him and for the United States.
Adam, one other name that we do just need to reference, it's been referenced twice now, I think, in the past hour or so, is that of Tony Blair, the former Prime Minister. There have been questions as to whether he would continue. Oh, let's just stop that question and show you this. Instead, President Trump leaving that Board of Peace room, making his way through the corridors of power in Davos. Let's take a listen.
This was a great day. Yesterday was a fantastic day. We made tremendous progress. We'll be leaving in a little while. But this was a fantastic day, and I think the Board of Peace is going to be very...
What is your plan for Ukraine, Mr. Trump? What about Ukraine?
President, will you have control of all of Greenland, Mr. President? How many countries?
Mr. President, well, we're going to have... How many countries? I think over 50.
What is your plan for Ukraine, Mr. Trump? What is your plan for Ukraine, sir? What is your plan for Ukraine? What will you say to Volodymyr Zelenskyy today?
Ukraine, as you know, today I meet with the president, and we'll be discussing it. We're meeting with President Putin today or tomorrow, and some people are going over, and I think they're getting close. A lot of people are being killed. We got to get it done. If we don't get that done, it would be a disgrace.
But you have failed so far, Mr. President. You failed to bring peace to Ukraine.
Mr. President, what are you going to do with Yemen?
EU countries in your only 2 EU countries. Is it okay?
Only 2 EU countries. Is it okay? Government. What do you want to say to Emmanuel Macron? You refuse your.
Thank you very much.
What do you want to say to Macron?
When will you speak to President Putin?
Thank you very much.
What do you want to say to Macron? One last
President Trump there making his way out of the corridor. The British voice you heard there asking questions about Ukraine was our very own Paul Kelso. Paul, just tell us more about that interaction.
So Donald Trump, we've heard that long presentation around the Board of Peace, the peace deal that has been missing from the agenda set by Donald Trump here in Davos all week has been Ukraine, hence the attempt to get a question to him, and he made positive noises, didn't he? He said people are going, by that he means Steve Witkoff, his special envoy, and Jared Kushner. They are due to fly to Moscow. In fact, President Zelenskyy is coming to Davos today. One of President Trump's, in fact, his next meeting will be, we think, with President Zelenskyy. But it is a fact that Ukraine has receded into the background at this meeting of the World Economic Forum. This annual meeting has been a really crucial forum for Ukraine ever since the invasion in 2022. Zelenskyy has been a regular. He's been a couple of times. He has been the main attraction on the main stage here. His address to the Davos conference that he will make today was only inserted into the programme late yesterday or early this morning. Donald Trump has set an agenda. Other countries have had little choice but to follow. We in the media make no apology for following that agenda. but it has been about Greenland. It has been about that the great performance we've seen, about his alternative diplomatic path. And Ukraine hasn't had the attention. Belatedly, it gets the attention today. President Trump has pushed back his departure. Zelenskyy has come. Steve Witkoff says they're down to one issue. So what the issue is, but it does feel like the disagreements are just as entrenched as they were. The fighting goes on. We've spoken to Ukrainian representatives here, the boss of one of the largest power companies, who talks about only being able to provide electricity and heat 2 or 3 hours a day in Kyiv. And the winter there at the moment is incredibly harsh, minus 15 degrees. I spoke to Vladimir Klitschko, the brother of Vitaly, the mayor of Kyiv, this morning. He said the people are getting tired of this war, and it just hasn't had the attention that Ukraine hoped. One of the big talking points leading into this meeting was that with President Trump on schedule to come, this is before the Greenland distraction, a reconstruction deal might be agreed, talking about $800 billion reconstruction deal, hoping to leverage all the capital, all the money that is in Davos. And it is an economic forum, remember. It attracts the biggest banks, the biggest companies, the biggest financiers in the world. And Ukraine, for 4 years, has been trying to convince them that there is an opportunity in the rebuilding of Ukraine, but that deal has disappeared from the agenda. It would be a great surprise, wouldn't it, if something on that scale was to be agreed here. So President Trump telling us they're getting close, they're making moves, but he wouldn't say when he was going to speak to Vladimir Putin, who is the biggest stumbling block to an agreement. Ukraine is very clear. They don't want to give up territory. They want to start that discussion about territory while the fighting goes on, and particularly the absolutely deliberate assault on Ukraine's major cities' power infrastructure, which is an attempt, say the Ukrainians, to break the will of the Ukrainian people and make these negotiations easier for Vladimir Putin to win. Much of it is in Donald Trump's hands. We think he's headed off to talk to President Zelenskyy in the next hour. We'll, of course, bring you more when we have it.
Paul Kelso live in Davos for the moment. Thank you so much. Just a reminder, plenty more on all these stories on the Sky News website and the Sky News app, the live blog, the live page, bringing together all the insight and analysis from our correspondents around the world, right in your hand as and when you need it. In the interim, some more breaking news to bring you. Sky News has been speaking to the NATO Secretary-General Mark Rutte following his involvement in reaching a deal with the US President on Greenland. He was speaking to our lead world presenter, Yaud Hakim. Let's take a listen.
Secretary-General, thank you so much for joining us here on the programme. What happened? How did you manage to convince President Trump to U-turn on this demand he was making over Greenland?
I don't think there's a U-turn. What I think is happening here is President Trump, when he was Trump 45, already started to focus European and Canadian allies on the Arctic. Greenland, but also the wider Arctic. The risk that the Russians and the Chinese will gain access. And then when he came back into office, he again said, hey, it's still not solved to a sufficient level. And he is right. So over the year, he and I had discussions on this. And yesterday, we discussed how can we now tackle this for once and for all, making sure that the Russians and the Chinese, his vision, for them not to gain access to the Arctic region. Greenland, but also the wider Arctic, including the US with Alaska. And then it was clear for both of us that NATO has to play a role here with the 7 Arctic allies. And then still, when it comes to Greenland specifically, there is a process in place. US, Greenland, Denmark, established last week by Secretary Rubio and Vice President Vance with the Danish delegation, the Greenland delegation, to continue that conversation, particularly focusing on how do we prevent the Russians and the Chinese gaining access to the economy, in a military sense, to Greenland.
But he's specifically spoken about ownership over Greenland. Has that now gone away?
We didn't discuss it. It didn't come up last night.
He didn't mention, because he's been talking about it all week. All week we've heard President Trump say, we need Greenland. Only the United States can secure Greenland. It's part of our national security. We need to take ownership over Greenland. Fine, I'm not going to do it by force, but I need to get the Europeans to the negotiating table.
But here, I think last night it didn't come up anymore. And what I can say is that we discussed on what is his idea, his vision. I mean, he was the one who reinvigorated NATO at the summit in The Hague, the famous 5%. Without him, it would never have happened. And now he's the one who is really focusing NATO again on how can we collectively save the Arctic from the Russians and the Chinese. That is what we discussed, how to do that, how to make that practical, zoning out a bit from Greenland, but still Greenland being an issue when it comes to these trilateral talks, because they're particularly, he wants to make sure, and I think he's right, and I think the Danes agree with this, and the Greenlanders agree with this, for the Russians and Chinese not to gain access.
You're saying this, Mr. Rutte, but we've all heard what Donald Trump has said, and while it may not have come up, as you say, behind closed doors with you, who capitulated over this? Because you're saying the focus should be the protection of Greenland and the Arctic, and that is part of everyone's national security. But something shifted and changed yesterday, where Donald Trump said, there's a framework, there's a deal.
Well, again, this issue did not come up anymore last night, and I think what we discussed is the goal. What do we want to achieve? And his vision, when he was Trump 45, again with Trump 47, clearly leading the way. He is the leader of the free world. If he is worried about something, hey, we'd better listen, because then he might have found something which is not good. And that is this issue of the Russians and the Chinese getting more and more access, because the sea lanes are opening up. We know there are 7 Arctic countries in NATO. That's the US, because of Alaska, that's Canada, and then 5 in Europe. And the 8th one is Russia. And we don't want the Russians to get access to our part of the Arctic. Plus, we have China, which is not an Arctic country, but which is more and more active there in that region. So it's a sort of informal 9th Arctic member. And he was always clear on this. In my conversations with him, I think yesterday we focused on that aim, that goal. How can we prevent that from happening? And how can NATO collectively, under US leadership, as always, because the US is by far the biggest nation in NATO, how can we do this?
So what are you going to do about European skepticism? Because while you're saying we need to listen, we need to focus, it has left a bitter taste in the mouths of European leaders. They've said Greenland is a red line, it's not up for sale. We heard Mark Carney even say if Canada stands by Article 5, it's unwavering. I mean, we came to a point where one NATO member, the biggest, was threatening other NATO members.
Well, again, I would say to my colleagues in NATO, let's focus on what we have to focus on. 2 things are crucial now. One is to implement the decisions at the summit in The Hague. The spending going up, equalizing with the US, getting the defense industrial base going. By the way, this is also an issue in the US, and the president is working hard on this, really ramping up defense production and getting to the CEOs of the big defense industrial companies to do that. And thirdly, of course, focusing on Ukraine. And let's not drop the ball when it comes to Ukraine, because we are so busy with all this other stuff. And on Ukraine, we need to make sure that they have what they need in terms of military support to sustain in the fight. Again, the US supplying large parts of that, paid for by European and Canadian allies. So that we have to keep focusing on.
When you say I will tell my European leaders to stay focused, are you saying they're getting too emotional, too caught up in what Donald Trump is saying?
Oh, it's not up to me to comment on that. No comment.
But I mean, what message would you give to your European leaders? Because they are coming out, they are angry, and they've said to European diplomats are saying to me, we feel stabbed in the back. We stood by the United States during the wars in Afghanistan, for example, and other conflicts.
Well, already yesterday I rattled some of the audience here when I said, hey, I know there is a lot of criticism, but do you really think, I told the audience, that NATO would ever have come, the whole of NATO, at 2% at the end of 2025, with 9 countries, including big economies like Italy and Belgium and Spain and Canada, not on 2%, without Donald Trump? No, maybe not. And I said, you really think that at the summit in The Hague, without Donald Trump's leadership, we would ever have reached the 5%? So I think I gave enough feedback to some of my colleagues in Europe. Let me not comment on this. Everybody's wise enough. I would say focus on what is needed. Implement the Hague Summit conclusions. It was a huge splash, a huge success. And now make sure that we implement everything necessary to protect the Arctic. And keep focusing on Ukraine. We have to keep them in the fight. The peace process is going in a good direction, but it's not done yet. In the meantime, we know that Kiev and Lviv and Kharkiv and other cities are being hit by missiles from the Russians, that people are living there under minus 20 degrees, without water, without heating. So that's what we have to focus on.
And this week, that's what the focus should have been, Ukraine, and some of the packages that were put together for Ukraine. President Trump created an epic distraction by focusing and talking about Greenland. Are you disappointed by that?
Well, again, I think he was right to get that debate going on how can we protect the Arctic, how can we make sure that the Arctic is safe. And I would argue that after saving NATO, he is now the one who has led the charge to make sure that collectively we will save the Arctic region.
But you said that you want the #1 priority and focus to be Ukraine. Are you saying that Donald Trump, frankly, hasn't distracted by focusing on...
But there's always an audience which has to decide how they will react to things being said. And I would tell my European colleagues, our focus has to be Ukraine, the Arctic, implementing the Hague decisions. Let's be glad with President Trump's leadership in NATO. It's crucial. Without him, again, we would never have come to this 5%. And it is crucial not only to equalize with the US and therefore take that big irritant away between European allies and Canada on the one hand and the Americans on the other, that we were not paying the same. But also because we have to do this because of the Russian threat. We have to build up our military, we have to build up our industries. This is President Trump's leadership. He is the leader of the free world. He leads the way. And he is by far the biggest ally in NATO, over almost 50% of NATO GDP. So let's follow that lead.
He said yesterday, they call me daddy. That's what you've called him.
Yeah, but that was a bit of a language mistake. I said after the Iran, the Iran, what he did in June, I said, hey, sometimes daddy has to be angry.
But he said,
and later I thought, and then and this is the fun part with Trump. The fun part with the president. But that's the fun part with him.
But
he is a great guy, and you can laugh at him.
But some people are describing you now as a Trump whisperer.
Nobody. Trump doesn't need whisperers. He needs...
But have you found a way and a strategy?
No,
calling
I don't.
him daddy, you spoke
Why
to
would
him
I need to
yesterday?
find a way if he's doing the right stuff? When it comes to NATO, he's doing the right stuff. When it is coming to the Arctic, he is focusing us on the right issues. So why do I have to whisper to anybody? He doesn't need that. Sometimes you have your debates, of course, within the chamber, within the room, and with European allies I have those discussions. But in the end, this is the strength of NATO. We always pull together. Article 5 is ironclad. The US is totally committed to the organization. They had one big irritant, one big pebble in the shoe, Europeans not paying up. That we solved in The Hague.
And finally, do you think over the course of this last week we were seeing a lot of champagne corks, being popped and popcorn in Russia, in China, as they were seeing this wedge play out, this drama unfold between the United States and NATO allies?
I don't think the Russians and Chinese will be happy because what we are doing this week is coming together as NATO allies under American leadership, American President Trump's leadership, to focus on protecting the Arctic region. I don't think the Russians and Chinese are happy. When you look at...
But with the language Donald Trump was using against the Europeans, you don't think that they look at that and think a wedge is being
in NATO, you always will have your discussions. But that's the great thing about NATO. It is an alliance of democracy. So you will have your discussions. But the Russians and the Chinese know that we are one for all and all for one, that Article 5 is ironclad. An attack on one is an attack on all. There is no doubt.
Mark Rutte there, the NATO chief, speaking to Yauda Hakim. Plenty more with Yauda throughout the course of the day here on Sky News. Plenty more as well online too. Well, sticking with the president, let's keep talking about him because he said he's planning to meet with the Ukrainian leader Volodymyr Zelenskyy shortly. It's as the special envoy, Steve Witkoff, says talks to end the war in Ukraine are now at the end. He says he will travel to Russia tonight after meeting Ukrainian officials in Davos. Well, these were pictures earlier as Zelenskyy arrived in Zurich. He'll be holding talks with the president and will deliver a keynote speech today amidst the positive messages surrounding a peace deal. Well, Witkoff says there has been a lot of progress and that there was only one point of contention outstanding.
We're at the end now, and I actually am optimistic. I spent the evening with David last night, with General Budanov, who's now Vice President Budanov, and Rustem. They've been amazing, by the way. You have, to the Ukrainian people here, you have an amazing negotiating team. We spent a lot of time together. I don't know how much, but it could be 100 hours together since Geneva. It's literally that comprehensive. And I think we've got it down to one issue, and we have discussed iterations of that issue, and that means it's solvable.
Let's bring in our security and defence editor, Deborah Haynes. And Deborah, some warm words there from Steve Witkoff, saying there's only one issue remaining. The question is, can those words produce results? We'll have to see when he heads to go and see Vladimir Putin.
Yes, and that one issue is a massive issue because it must be the territorial dilemma, the fact that Vladimir Putin wants to seize a chunk of Ukraine. His troops already occupy large swathes of the Donbass and areas of Kherson region and Zaporizhia and, of course, Crimea. For Ukraine, they have been very clear. Yes, Volodymyr Zelenskyy has moved his red lines when it comes to dealing with the reality on the ground, but he's made very clear that he wants to have the line of contact to be the place where the war is frozen in any deal, and then there will be future negotiations. There's no sense on the Ukrainian side that they're willing to give up land that their troops are still holding, and so many of their troops have fought and died for. And actually, just to give a sense of the feeling here in Kyiv, where, like you say, there are, or like we've been hearing from the NATO Secretary General, that there are millions, a million people or so who have been suffering without water, without heat, without electricity. The temperature, as you can probably tell from the scene behind me, is well below zero. It's very, very cold. People are suffering here. And as Donald Trump was launching his board of peace just now at Davos, the air raid sirens rang off again here in Kyiv, a reminder that Russia's war is still raging here, despite all this talk about a hope for peace.
Good to have you with us, Deborah. Deborah Haynes there in Kyiv for us. Let's also bring in Jane Kinnamont, Director of Policy and Impact of the European Leadership Network. Really appreciate you standing by for us and sharing your time here on Sky News. There's an awful lot we could talk about. We could talk about anything from the president talking about all of his successes as he sees them, talking about Gaza, talking about Ukraine. The one thing of the last hour and a half or so that we've not really heard about is Europe. How troubling is that, do you think, for the European leaders who have been listening to the latest comments from the US leader?
Well, in Europe, we're coming to the 4th anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And instead of seeing a breakthrough in Ukraine, we're just seeing some mild, maybe even temporary, relief about the fact that Donald Trump is not indulging apparent wild fantasies of invading Greenland. So that is where we are currently in Europe. There is a growing sense that it's not going to be possible to placate Trump in the way many had hoped. But I must update you on something, as I think you have an older job title for me from my previous role focusing on European security. I'm now the Chief Executive of the United Nations Association UK, which focuses on supporting the UN and making it better. So I would love to talk to you also about the Board of Peace and how it risks replicating some of the problems that make the UN's work most difficult without bringing on any of the good things about the inclusive international system run by the UN.
Well, I appreciate the clarification and apologies for the erroneous description there. And let's pick up on that border piece, because that was the big moment in the last hour and a half or so. And the president talking about the fact that from his perspective, certainly from his perspective, he says that the United Nations has good potential but hasn't utilised it. And he said it had great people, but from his perspective hadn't utilised them. Different world leaders, different analysts will have a very different view on that. But he says that working alongside of the Board of Peace, there's a unique chance for the world. What's your reaction to that?
So we just hosted the UN Secretary General and the President of the General Assembly here in London on Saturday, along with the British government and 2,000 people from different civil society groups from around the UK to mark the 80th anniversary of the UN, but most importantly to talk about its future. So while, as you say, of course there are and will always be different views on an institution with 193 member states, there's actually a pretty clear consensus among most countries, maybe not the US, maybe not Russia, but among most countries, both that the UN system is struggling to keep up with the changing world and that it needs to be fixed, because going down a road of unilateralism will not give us a more peaceful world. The UN Security Council has clearly failed to make progress on some of the worst wars afflicting the world today, and the obvious reason for that primarily is the repeated irresponsible use of the veto powers that Russia and the US have. China, France and the UK also have vetoes, but they are more restrained in using them. The US used its veto 16 times to block UN Security Council resolutions on Gaza after October 7th. So this isn't just about Trump, it's a much longer term thing. And of course, Russia has frustrated UN efforts to pass agreements and pass resolutions when it comes to Ukraine and previously to Syria. So there is a deep problem in the system. But for Trump to set up a supposed rival to the Security Council where his permanent power and control is baked in without end and without constraint, that's obviously going to make those problems worse rather than better.
And talk to me about your analysis of the makeup of the Board of Peace, because there is criticism from some quarters as to the people that have signed up. You know, we've seen the UK stay away, we've seen European nations stay away, but we've seen potentially world leaders that have a more challenging description when it comes to democracy and democratic rights and rules and regulations go in the direction of the president, sign up, pay that $1 billion. And so now we have potentially the Russian leader, Vladimir Putin. We've got Viktor Orban, who's, you know, a European Union leader, but increasingly pro-Russia. We've got others alongside him as well who have a bit of a storied past in their use of the rule of law. What do you make of the people that are coalescing around the president at the moment?
Well, people are signing up for different reasons. There are some who are signing up, like Lukashenko of Belarus, because he is isolated by the international community, and this is a fantastic opportunity from his point of view to get closer to the US. Russia has not yet given an answer. They will have some reservations about American control, but they did mention that they would be happy to pay that $1 billion out of their frozen assets in Europe, money that, of course, Europeans have been talking about giving to the reconstruction of Ukraine in one of those very fraught political debates. You have seen many Middle Eastern leaders sign up because they know that if this board deals with anything, it will deal with Gaza. But I think many of them are also doing it with quite a lot of doubt. They don't want to be left off this if this is the bandwagon for Gaza. But it is worth bearing in mind, despite everything we heard in the press conference, the reality is that the ceasefire that was agreed for Gaza in October has stalled. It has not yet moved from phase 1 to phase 2. So expanding the mandate for the rest of the world seems a little early when the very first project hasn't yet become a success. It may be that it's more a Middle East-focused body in the end than anything else.
Time will be the judge of all of this in many respects, and time is passing for those who are affected in Gaza, for example, or for those who are affected in Sudan, and continued situation there. There are so many areas around the world where, you know, there is conflict and division, despite the president saying the world's never been safer or more peaceful. That would be challenged in many quarters, I'm sure. How will other global institutions try and respond and react to this? Because it's not just the UN. There are other bodies as well that look to try and operate and bring about a more cohesive, kinder, safer world. NATO, for example, how will they respond to this new Board of Peace? And how will they be able to cooperate as well?
Well, NATO has the biggest problem of all because it is an organisation that is fundamentally based around the commitment of the US. So it is now looking quietly behind the scenes about whether there can be something like NATO minus the US, some kind of coalition of Canada and Europe. There may be new alliances that form. We've heard Mark Carney talk this week very powerfully of the need for middle countries to come together. But everyone that I speak to, you know, including earlier this week a former British Secretary General of NATO, George Robertson, was keen to emphasise that maintaining the basic principles of the UN Charter are the foundation of all of the international security bodies that we have, and most importantly, its prohibition on using military force to acquire other people's territory and resources. And it's really getting to those principles and making sure it's clear that most countries in the world strongly support them. That is more important than whichever institution you choose to embody those principles. It is about the core beliefs and values that are being challenged at this time.
Chief Executive Officer at the United Nations Association UK, Jane Kinnemont, joining us live from our Westminster studio. Thank you so much. Breaking news here on Sky News, and the network understands that Andrew Gwynn is to stand down as an MP, currently the MP for Gorton and Denton in the North West. Here to explain the significance, our Deputy Political Editor.
You would make a great officer. You would make a great officer. Whoa. No, no. I know, bro. I just grabbed it. You sure? You good? Oh. I got you. I'll be right back. I got you. Do I still have time to hit the rest of the These say better on. These are the plain ones, not the chocolate ones. Like deep cut with French.
be holding talks with the president and also delivering a keynote speech today amidst the positive messaging surrounding a peace deal. Well, Steve Witkoff says there's been progress, a lot of it, and there's only one point of contention.
We're at the end now, and I actually am optimistic. I spent the evening with David last night, with General Budanov, who's now Vice President Budanov, and Rustam. They've been amazing, by the way. You have, to the Ukrainian people here, you have an amazing negotiating team. We've spent a lot of time together. I don't know how much, but it could be 100 hours together since Geneva. It's literally that comprehensive. And I think we've got it down to one issue, and we have discussed iterations of that issue, and that means it's solvable.
Let's bring in our military analyst, Dr. Victoria Taylor. Good to see you.
Thank you.
One outstanding issue, and it's probably the big one, right? Territory.
It's territory, absolutely. This historically has been the sticking point for the Ukrainians and for the Russians. You know, the Ukrainians, Zelenskyy has very much been firm that no territory will be given up that's been occupied by the Russians. The Russians, of course, have insisted that they get the Donbass region in this deal. I think what's interesting, looking at all of these border peace discussions earlier, even though they were focusing on Gaza, there's a lot of talk in that specific scenario of demilitarization. So I am curious to see how much that will be playing a role in terms of resolving that issue. In terms of the main security guarantees, a lot of that has already come into place for the Ukrainians. They've had, of course, you know, the US working with them over the next sort of 10 to 15 years. The UK and France have pledged troops to be stationed there in the event of a peace deal. And in terms of sort of moving towards the two sides and looking at how this is going on territory and trying to stabilise the situation, I think it's really important that we have also got Witkoff and Kushner going to Russia at the same time that Zelenskyy is meeting with Trump.
You can understand both perspectives on the territory, can't you? Because from Zelensky's point of view, he is defending the rights of a sovereign nation to, defend its borders. And that's not just the Donbass, but that's Crimea as well, back in 2014. From Vladimir Putin's perspective, it might not be agreeable, but he's looking and seeing everything that he has forced his population to give into this war. And from his perspective, he can't not have some success.
No.
And from both perspectives, you wonder, well, how can you walk away from that, both their perspectives? And it seems as though they won't want to.
Well, no, this is the thing. I mean, really, it is a war that, from the Russian perspective, they could still be pouring in, you know, sort of trillions of rubles into this. They have the capacity to do that, even though, of course, there's the strain there. The Ukrainians are still having those moments of pulling areas back, as we're seeing with Kupiansk. So it's one of those things that really, it's not, the fighting itself is not done. The attrition has not completely worn both sides out. But ultimately, in terms of the territory, it's trying to freeze that line where both sides can argue the least about the territorial disputes.
Arguments aren't just between Ukraine and Russia, but they're often between Ukraine and the United States in terms of Zelenskyy and President Trump. Due to me, how hopeful are you for that meeting? Is that it will be a positive one?
It will certainly show how far we've come from pretty much a year ago when we had that Oval Office fiasco. Obviously, the dialogue from Trump today has been very peaceable. Some of that, I think, of course, is the idea of, trying to damage control a little bit after not getting his Nobel Peace Prize. But I think in terms of them getting close, I'm not sure that Zelenskyy would have flown over at such short notice if he weren't at least optimistic to hear what Trump has to say.
We'll follow those developments very closely indeed, because, in fact, actually, Victoria, thank you so much, we're expecting to hear from the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy in Davos later today, expected to speak sometime around 1:30 UK time. We'll bring you that to you live as it happens. It's been a busy hour here on Sky News. There's plenty of insight and analysis on the live blog, on the Sky News website and Sky News app. The key moments today, the establishment of the border peace, the President Donald Trump being joined by world leaders to announce the signing of that charter. We'll bring you all the details as to what that means, what it means for Greenland, what it means for the Middle East, what it means for the rest of the world, and what it means for you at home. Stick with us. Short break coming up next. watching Sky News today. I'm Gareth Barlow. It's midday, and these are the headlines. Donald Trump tells Sky News a deal in Ukraine is getting close as he prepares to meet with Volodymyr Zelenskyy this hour.
What is your plan for Ukraine? What will you say to Volodymyr Zelenskyy today?
Ukraine, as you know, today I meet with the president, and we'll be discussing it. We're meeting with President Putin today or tomorrow.
Also ahead, a future vision for Gaza. The US unveils a master plan for the Middle East. All this the day after the Greenland agreement. The NATO chief at the heart of the deal tells Sky News he's no Trump whisperer.
When it comes to NATO, he's doing the right stuff, and it is coming to the Arctic. He is focusing us on the right issues. So why do I have to whisper to anybody? He doesn't need that.
And Prince Harry arrives at court, ready to listen to actress Liz Hurley give evidence in their case against the publisher of the Daily Mail. Very good afternoon. We start with breaking news, and coming up in the next hour, Donald Trump set to meet with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelenskyy. A short time ago, the US leader told Sky News a peace deal in Ukraine is, quote, getting close. That comes as his special envoy, Steve Witkoff, says there's only one point of contention left to iron out. He's heading to Moscow later to meet with Vladimir Putin. While our correspondent in Davos, Paul Kelso, asked the US president about his meeting and his Ukrainian counterpart.
What is your plan for Ukraine? What will you say to Volodymyr Zelenskyy today?
Ukraine, as you know, today I meet with the president, and we'll be discussing it. We're meeting with President Putin today or tomorrow, and some people are going over, and I think they're getting close. A lot of people are being killed. We got to get it done. If we don't get that done, it would be a disgrace.
Well, that was the president about half an hour or so ago. Paul's also been speaking to the Ukrainian former professional boxer, Vladimir Klitschko, who's younger brother to the mayor of Kyiv, Vitaly Klitschko. Here's what he had to say about the war in his country.
The message is clear. Now, during the peace talks, which must take place, but not at any price. The price that Ukrainians have paid is priceless. There is no price tag on lives that lost. And during the peace talks, killings still taking place in Ukraine every single day in different parts of Ukraine. With this cold weather, it's getting tougher and tougher. We're in the middle of the winter, and Putin's Russia is trying to break our will, our Ukrainian will. It's not going to happen. It does toughen now, more than ever, but we're still suffering. And how long this suffering is still going to go, it's a question mark. And that's why these peace talks that are happening now and been happening for the past year are important, but important that we'll come to a conclusion what this peace talk is going to be. And it doesn't matter what it's going to be, it must be with the consequences for the aggressor.
Well, talking of the president, Donald Trump himself, the US president, unveiled his board of peace today. The board was initially conceived to oversee the Gaza ceasefire, but it's morphed into something far more ambitious, leaving many traditional allies, though, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. The UK said they are not getting involved because Putin is set to become a member. Trump claimed the Russian leaders accepted the invitation. The US president presented the board in Davos and said it will work with the United Nations, not replace it.
We're committed to ensuring Gaza is demilitarized, properly governed, and beautifully rebuilt. It's going to be a great plan, and that's where the Board of Peace really started. And I think we can spread out to other things as we succeed with Gaza. We're going to be very successful in Gaza. It's going to be a great thing to watch. And we can do other things. We can do numerous other things. Once this board is completely formed, we can do pretty much whatever we want to do. And we'll do it in conjunction with the United Nations. You know, I've always said the United Nations has got tremendous potential, has not used it. But there's tremendous potential in the United Nations. And I think the combination of the Board of Peace with the kind of people we have here, coupled with the United Nations, can be something very, very unique for the world. It's for the world. This isn't United States. This is for the world. As everyone can see today, the first steps toward a brighter day for the Middle East and a much safer future for the world are unfolding right before your very eyes. Together we are are in a position to have an incredible chance. I don't even call it a chance. I think it's going to happen. To end decades of suffering, stop generations of hatred and bloodshed, and forge a beautiful, everlasting, and glorious peace for that region and for the whole region of the world, because I'm calling the world a region. The world is a region. We're going to have peace in the world. And boy, would that be a great legacy for all of us.
Well, the president's special advisor and son-in-law, Jared Kushner, unveiled a master plan for the Strip, including a series of phases for how the rebuilding could take place. He highlighted the speed at which cities in the Middle East are built and saying that they could complete their proposed projects in 3 years. He then focused on the city of Rafah, saying they had already begun removing rubble and that this could also be renovated within 2 to 3 years. And finally, an overall look at Gaza. He highlighted their aims to return hope to the Strip and turn it into somewhere that people can thrive and live to their aspirations. He highlighted the opportunities they wanted to make for business.
Without security, nobody's going to make investments. Nobody's going to come, build there. We need investments in order to start giving jobs. We want to take these people. 85% of the aid of Gaza, 85% of the GDP of Gaza has been aid for a long time. That's not sustainable. It doesn't give these people dignity. It doesn't give them hope. And so we want to use free market economy principles. A lot of what President Trump spoke about that he's doing in America, we want to bring the same mindset and the same approach to a place like Gaza to give these people the ability to thrive and have a good life. Let's just plan for catastrophic success. Hamas signed a deal to demilitarize. That is what we are going to enforce. People ask us what our plan B is. We do not have a plan B. We have a plan. We signed an agreement. We are all committed to making that agreement work.
Well, US Special Envoy Steve Witkoff said the peace proposals in Gaza also provided hope for future work across the world.
We have achieved a peace deal in Gaza. We have brought the hostages home, all of the bodies except for one, and we will bring that body home too. And maybe most importantly, we have created a sense of hope for what the future can bring in Gaza and all other places where the Board of Peace will operate.
Breaking news to bring you, just hearing from the local government secretary Steve Reed, who has told members of parliament that 29 council elections scheduled for May this year will be postponed as part of the government's reorganisation of English councils. He went on to say in December the Minister for Local Government and Homelessness wrote to 63 councils due to hold their elections in May 26 to hear their views. I've carefully assessed over 350 representations from those councils with elections scheduled in May and from others who are interested in the outcome. I have carefully considered arguments made about capacity, reorganisation and democracy, and I can confirm my decision to the House. I have decided to bring forward legislation to postpone 29 elections. I received one further representation this morning, and I will consider then report back to the House on my decision. In all areas, council elections will go ahead as planned, many having offered no evidence that it would delay reorganisation. So Steve Reed saying that it means that 136 local elections across England that were scheduled for May, the vast majority will go ahead as planned, but 29 have been postponed. As yet, I don't have any detail as to which 29 councils explicitly have been postponed, but we will bring that to you as we get it. We'll bring you plenty more on the Politics Hub live blog as well. But 29 postponed council elections in England for May have been pushed back. We'll bring you more on that online. Let's just go back, shall we, to Davos. We've been hearing a lot from Donald Trump over the last hour and the last 2 days. It has really been wall-to-wall Donald Trump, but over a variety of issues. This time today, it was all about Ukraine. Let's bring in Paul Kelso, who spoke to the president in Davos. And like I say, Paul, yesterday we were talking about Greenland. Today, it's about the Middle East. And this afternoon, it's all about Ukraine. And senses from the White House administration of a positive situation, but one pretty significant, potentially deal-breaking stumbling block.
Yes, and the order I think you've set out, the priorities that the president has set. He has set the agenda for this entire meeting. He sets the agenda for global affairs, and it's inevitable that other nations have to follow. You know, that priority order you set, Greenland was the issue that he flew in, having lit a fire over, threatening trade war, essentially with allies, not actually ruling out actual war, military force to seize Greenland. Now, that dissipated yesterday after he ran into a wall of European opposition. This morning has all been about his board of peace, which began as an attempt to resolve the decades-long conflict between Israel and Palestine and resolve Gaza, and has grown into this multi-nation alternative, some might see it as, to the United Nations. So he was focused on the board of peace this morning. The question many have been asking here all week is President Trump actually bored with Ukraine? Because Ukraine has been absent until today, not just from the president's agenda, but pretty much from the Davos agenda. And Davos has been a really useful, important forum for Ukraine, for its politicians, since the invasion in 2022, to try and engage not just government, but business in helping with the rebuilding and the reconstruction of Ukraine should peace arrive. And this year, they've not been on the agenda. We didn't know President Zelenskyy was coming until late yesterday. He is speaking on the main stage, where he has been the star attraction in previous years. That is a late change, and that one has to think is because the White House has found room for him in President Trump's schedule, and they are meeting around now. We think in this building it will be the last engagement President Trump has, and those words we heard from him when I was able to fire a question at him were the ones we have frankly heard before, that progress is being made. Steve Witkoff earlier in the day said there's only one issue left. We wouldn't elaborate on what it is. But to those who have followed this closely and on the ground, our own Deborah Haynes, it doesn't feel very close, and that there is a single bound to peace that can be achieved here in the way that the president's U-turn defused Greenland for now. So I know the Ukrainian businesses here. We've spoken to their energy, one of their big energy companies, dealing with daily blackouts and the failure of the heating system in the worst winter in decades. They're here. They want a hearing. We've spoken to informal ambassadors. We heard from Vladimir Klitschko, the heavyweight boxer whose brother is the mayor of Kiev. They want a hearing. Finally, it does appear President Zelenskyy is going to get one. But what can be achieved in another face-to-face meeting, albeit this one off camera, so one would imagine none of the theatrics we've seen at previous meetings, but it's hard to imagine what can be achieved in the few minutes, perhaps an hour they have together before President Trump gets on Marine One and heads off to Zurich and then back to the United States. The circus will leave Davos, leaving many here wondering not just the implications of Ukraine, but frankly relations between the US and Europe and allies that have been taken a pummeling one way and another from President Trump and the US delegation who've been here all week.
Paul Kelso in Davos for us for the moment. We'll be back with you, I'm sure. Thank you so much. And Paul, just referencing there the kind of schedule for the next hour or so. It's expected, like I say, that Zelenskyy and Trump will meet. We don't yet know to what degree that will or won't be televised, but we'll bring you any developments there. And then we're expecting the president to board Marine One, which will fly him back out of the Alpine Valley down to Air Force One as well, which will be flying out of Zurich. It's been a whistle-stop tour for the president. This is the live shot in Davos at the moment. We can just see some of the awaiting press pack. There has been an awful lot of anticipation on the moves and the comments of Donald Trump over the last, 24 hours. And just at that inopportune moment, of course, we lose the feed there. We'll re-establish it and we'll bring it back to you as soon as we can. I just want to bring you a couple of more breaking lines, actually. This is now from the United Kingdom. This is a spokesperson for the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, who said that it's a good thing that the threat of US tariffs against the United Kingdom was lifted, saying that now the UK and partner nations, we assume, but now we can start the hard yards of finding a way forward on security in the Arctic. A spokesperson there for the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer. And all of that development was spearheaded by the NATO Secretary-General, Mark Rutte, who's been speaking to Sky News following his involvement in reaching a deal with the US President on Greenland. He spoke with our lead world presenter, Yauda Hakim.
Secretary-General, thank you so much for joining us here on the programme. What happened? How did you manage to convince President Trump to U-turn on this demand he was making over Greenland?
I don't think there's a U-turn. What I think is happening here is President Trump, when he was Trump 45, already started to focus European and Canadian allies on the Arctic. Greenland, but also the wider Arctic. The risk that the Russians and the Chinese will gain access. And then when he came back into office, he again said, hey, it's still not solved to a sufficient level. And he is right. So over the year, he and I had discussions on this. And yesterday, we discussed how can we now tackle this for once and for all, making sure that the Russians and the Chinese, his vision, for them not to gain access to the Arctic region. Greenland, but also the wider Arctic, including the US with Alaska. And then it was clear for both of us that NATO has to play a role here with the 7 Arctic allies. And then still when it comes to Greenland specifically, there is a process in place. US, Greenland, Denmark, established last week by Secretary Rubio and Vice President Vance with the Danish delegation, the Greenland delegation, to continue that conversation, particularly focusing on how do we prevent the Russians and the Chinese gaining access to the economy, in a military sense, to Greenland.
But he's specifically spoken about ownership over Greenland. Has that now gone away?
We didn't discuss it. It didn't come up last night.
He didn't mention, because he's been talking about it all week. All week we've heard President Trump say, we need Greenland. Only the United States can secure Greenland. It's part of our national security. We need to take ownership over Greenland. Fine, I'm not going to do it by force, but I need to get the Europeans to the negotiating table.
But here, I think last night it didn't come up anymore. And what I can say is that we discussed on what is his idea, his vision. I mean, he was the one who reinvigorated NATO at the summit in The Hague, the famous 5%. Without him, it would never have happened. And now he's the one who is really focusing NATO again on how can we collectively save the Arctic from the Russians and the Chinese. That is what we discussed, how to do that, how to make that practical, zoning out a bit from Greenland, but still Greenland being an issue when it comes to these trilateral talks, because they're particularly, he wants to make sure, and I think he's right, and I think the Danes agree with this, and the Greenlanders agree with this, for the Russians and Chinese not to gain access.
You're saying this, Mr. Rutte, but we've all heard what Donald Trump has said. And while it may not have come up, as you say, behind closed doors with you, who capitulated over this? Because you're saying the focus should be the protection of Greenland and the Arctic, and that is part of everyone's national security. But something shifted and changed yesterday, where Donald Trump said, there's a framework, there's a deal.
Well, again, this issue did not come up anymore last night. And I think what we discussed is the goal. What do we want to achieve? And his vision, when he was Trump 45, again with Trump 47, clearly leading the way. He is the leader of the free world. If he is worried about something, hey, we'd better listen, because then he might have found something which is not good. And that is this issue of the Russians and the Chinese getting more and more access, because the sea lanes are opening up. We know there are 7 Arctic countries in NATO. That's the US, because of Alaska, that's Canada, and then 5 in Europe. And the 8th one is Russia. And we don't want the Russians to get access to our part of the Arctic. Plus, we have China, which is not an Arctic country, but which is more and more active there in that region. So it's a sort of informal 9th Arctic member. And he was always clear on this. In my conversations with him, I think yesterday we focused on that aim, that goal. How can we prevent that from happening? And how can NATO collectively, under US leadership, as always, because the US is by far the biggest nation in NATO, how can we do this?
So what are you going to do about European skepticism? Because while you're saying we need to listen, we need to focus, it has left a bitter taste in the mouths of European leaders. They've said Greenland is a red line, it's not up for sale. We heard Mark Carney even say if Canada stands by Article 5, it's unwavering. I mean, we came to a point where one NATO member, the biggest, was threatening other NATO members.
Well, again, I would say to my colleagues in NATO, let's focus on what we have to focus on. 2 things are crucial now. One is to implement the decisions at the summit in The Hague. The spending going up, equalizing with the US, getting the defense industrial base going. By the way, this is also an issue in the US, and the president is working hard on this, really ramping up defense production and getting to the CEOs of the big defense industrial companies to do that. And thirdly, of course, focusing on Ukraine. And let's not drop the ball when it comes to Ukraine, because we are so busy with all this other stuff. And on Ukraine, we need to make sure that they have what they need in terms of military support to sustain in the fight. Again, the US supplying large parts of that, paid for by European and Canadian allies. So that we have to keep focusing on.
When you say I will tell my European leaders to stay focused, are you saying they're getting too emotional, too caught up in what Donald Trump is saying?
Oh, it's not up to me to comment on that. No comment.
But I mean...
That was the NATO Secretary-General Mark Rutte speaking to Yao Kim. Just a bit of breaking developments regarding Donald Trump and President Zelensky. Just hearing from the leader of Ukraine's office via the Reuters news agency, saying that the Trump-Zelensky meeting in Davos has started. Let's bring in Deborah Haynes, who's in Kiev, and just give us a sense, Deborah, as to how crucial this meeting will be, because there's been many like it. Will this be the one that moves the dial?
I mean, that's the question that everyone wants to have answered. And I was speaking to a Ukrainian source last night who was saying that the US and the Ukrainians have been working very closely together to come up with an agreed proposal. You'll remember there was that proposal that was drawn up between the Americans and the Russians that the Ukrainians and the Europeans were rather opposed to. But now the Ukrainians have got this proposal into more of a position that they can accept. That is what's been presented to Vladimir Putin. And you'll know that Donald Trump's envoy, Steve Witkoff, and his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, are going to be leaving Davos, heading to Moscow and meeting with Putin later tonight. So that is going to be key. For the Ukrainian president, he has been really hoping to lock in further long-term support from the Americans, as well as, of course, securing this all-too crucial peace deal that the Ukrainians can accept. And that's the key point there. But in terms of the long-term future, Volodymyr Zelensky has been hoping that there will be this prosperity plan, an $800 billion 10-year plan for investment reconstruction in Ukraine once the fighting stops. This is something that would involve the Americans and the Europeans, as well as, of course, the Ukrainians. And then as well, there is a bilateral agreement between the US and Kyiv that would also include these long sought-after US security guarantees for Ukraine. We were hearing from the Ukrainian side earlier in the week that the president wouldn't be leaving to Davos unless he had a signal that the Americans were ready for those two documents on the prosperity plan and the bilateral agreement to be signed. There's been a lot of work behind the scenes to get them into a place for that to happen. I was told there was still a bit more effort that needed to take place. So whether or not those deals will be signed, it's hard to see. I mean, given the fact that President Zelensky until yesterday was still in Ukraine when he was supposed to head to Davos on Tuesday, and it only seems that when Donald Trump announced in his speech that he would be meeting with the Ukrainian president, that Volodymyr Zelensky decided he better go and make his journey to that Swiss resort in Davos. So it's unclear what will come out of this meeting. Clearly it's happening, though, at a crucial time, given all the moving parts with Vladimir Putin also in play here and this attempt by Donald Trump. He's launched his board of peace. What better way to signal that it's acting than to have some kind of peace deal? But I really wouldn't hold your breath, because that last sticking point, which Steve Witkoff has talked about, he's not specified it publicly, but it's clearly about territory. And that is the point that these two sides just don't seem to be able to agree on, how to settle the conflict in a way that Ukraine views as just and in a way that Putin can accept.
Deborah Haynes.
Is, of course, the official ball of the FIFA World Cup. So we have to bring this ball on the 11th of June to Mexico City to kick off a series of 104 matches to determine then on the 19th of July in New York, New Jersey, who will be the world champion. And we are here to speak, of course, as well about football. And I'm asked to say a few opening remarks. I don't want to exaggerate, of course, because there are two incredible legends that you will prefer to listen to rather than me. We have a world champion and we have an invincible, so I mean, it cannot get better. And for all the others who are here, congratulations to everyone. Congratulations, because you are participating to this year's best meeting at the World Economic Forum. Congratulations. It is special because we have a lot of magic in this meeting. We see this trophy. This is, of course, the FIFA World Cup trophy. It's the winner's trophy. So this trophy will be handed out on the 19th of July to the captain of the team who will win the World Cup. I will give it together with the President of the United States, the host country of the final. And maybe for the little anecdote, and for all of you to know, nobody can touch this trophy, right? Only those who win it, or indeed the FIFA president, because he has to give it to the winner. So when I was young, I mean much younger than now, I'm still young, so when I was younger than now, I figured out pretty quickly that my football skills wouldn't ever allow me to touch this trophy as a winner of the World Cup. I had to find, therefore, another way to touch it, and I decided to become FIFA president so I could finally, as well, have the privilege and the honor to touch this magic trophy, which is the most iconic trophy in world sport. It is truly magic, and what I say to everyone in the world, because you have only one country which is world champion, but all the others, they can become world champion as well with all the work that they are doing for children, boys and girls. And why? Because, let me come back to this. Because this is also magic. You would think this is a ball, right? Well, that's not a ball. This is not a ball. This is actually, let me show you. Well, you see, this is a magic instrument that transforms people in happy people. Again, look how he's smiling, you see? Immediately. He was serious, he gets the ball. Give the ball around a little bit to the crowd, and you will see it transforms people in happy people. This is what this strange instrument does. And children, the children's face become happy, and adults become children, and they start playing, passing the ball. Look, the smiles all over the room. This is fantastic. This is beautiful. And this is something that we are forgetting, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, in these particular times. We forget to be happy, to be joyful. Everyone has its own problems, issues in life. And with football, we want to give to communities all over the world. FIFA has 211 countries which are members of FIFA. We want to give them a moment of joy and happiness. When a child kicks a ball, when an adult kicks a ball, they don't think about their issues and their problems in life. And we have always to remember that. So you can pass it as well to the other side of the... We want the whole room to be happy, huh? We want everyone to be happy, not just one part. Football is the most democratic sport as well, and we unite the world. We are uniting the world with the World Cup, of course. And this World Cup will be truly special. This is the World Economic Forum, so I have to, of course, say as well a couple of economic things. So the economic impact, nobody cares about these things, but they are real. The economic impact of the World Cup is around $80 billion, and this is not FIFA saying it, this is World Trade Organization saying it. It's 825 full-time jobs, permanent full-time jobs created for salaries of over 20 billion. It is a great impact, of course, in the three host countries, United States, Canada, and Mexico. Three countries that were bidding together to get the World Cup in a time when there were discussions about building walls between Mexico and the United States. While during this period, those countries were working together in a joint bid to host the World Cup. This says it all about the magic of this ball and of this trophy. But the World Cup will be truly special as well, because it is the first one with 48 teams, 48 countries, a quarter of the world. FIFA has 211 countries, more than the UN, who are part of FIFA. They will play 104 matches in 16 beautiful host cities in these 3 countries. And what is interesting is that the attention for these matches is absolutely incredible. In numbers, this means that we will have 7 million spectators in the stadiums, and we'll have around 6 billion people all over the world watching the World Cup. This means 104 matches in 1 month. For the Americans here in the room, this means like 104 Super Bowls in 1 month, because every match of the World Cup is like, or even more than a Super Bowl, objectively, by looking at the figures. But on top of that, you can be sure that during a World Cup match, the world stands still. So, I don't know, I give you an example. If Brazil plays, the whole of Brazil will be watching their match on TV, so there will be no crimes in Brazil during the 90 minutes. The police is very happy because they are watching the matches as well, actually, so they wouldn't even have time, but there is no crime committed. Don't get sick. If you are in Brazil during the World Cup, try not to get sick, because if you have to go to the hospital, it will be closed, because everyone will be watching the World Cup. So the world stands still because the World Cup and football has really an impact on the lives, on the moods of people like anything else. There is nothing anywhere close to what football does. It changes the mood, not just of people, but of countries. I had heads of state in certain countries who were telling me when in November the qualifications finished, they were calling me and telling me, Gianni, thanks God we qualified, so at least I have peace in my country and no civil wars until June, when the World Cup starts, because it unites countries, and we want to unite the world. And we have seen that we need occasions to bring people together. We have seen it in Qatar in 2022. There were a lot of critics, of course, before the World Cup, when the ball started rolling and the magic started, and it was a wonderful, wonderful World Cup. We had virtually no incidents. For the first time in history, also, no Brit was arrested during a World Cup. Imagine, this is something really, really special. So it was a celebration, it was a party, and the next one in United States, Canada, and Mexico will be exactly the same. People, they want occasions to meet, to come together, to spend time, to celebrate, and this is what we try to give them. We try to give them this emotion. Today, that's what is missing. Of course, we live in a divided world, and of course, we support peace. We have seen earlier this morning the Board of Peace with President Trump signing this agreement, this declaration. There is full support from FIFA to President Trump, to all the members of the Board of Peace, because we all have to support peace, we all have to unite, and we bring people together. Now, for the World Cup, as I was saying, we have around 7 million tickets for sale, and I want to give you just one more number. And that one more number is the number of ticket requests we received. We started 4 weeks ago for a 1 month, basically, ticket sales phase. After that 1 month, our plan was, those who ask for a ticket will get a ticket. If we receive more demands than tickets, we'll have to make a draw to see who gets the tickets. Normally, you get maybe, in the past it was like 3 million tickets. This time we have 7 million because we have bigger stadiums. Normally you get like 7, 8, 9, 10 million ticket requests, mostly for the final, of course, so you have to make some draws for some games. This time, we received over 500 million ticket requests. 500 million ticket requests. 500 million ticket requests. I mean, this is something not... And the tickets are not cheap. The tickets are not cheap. We were hammered. I was hammered, I should say, because of the ticket prices, because they are so expensive. And the main critics were from Germany and England, of course. Now, number one in ticket requests is US. number 2, Germany, number 3, England. Because everyone wants to come and to participate. And now in the US, it is perfectly legal to resell tickets on resale platforms. And there is a law for that, so we have to, of course, allow that. So you can be sure that these tickets, for which we'll have to make a draw, I mean, every game will be sold out, because we have 500 million ticket requests. Those tickets will probably be resold at even higher prices. And this is incredible, but it shows really the impact that it has. To give you another number to compare this, in 100 years of World Cup history, the first World Cup was in 1930. In almost 100 years of World Cup history, FIFA sold around 50 million tickets. In total, 50 million in 100 years. Now, for this World Cup, in 4 weeks, we have the request for 1,000 years of World Cups at once. This is unique, it's incredible, but I think it shows really that people have trust in the organization, probably trust in FIFA as well, trust in Canada, Mexico, the United States. They want to travel, they want to go, they want to feel, they want to be together. We received ticket requests from all our 211 countries, from all over the world. Those persons who will purchase tickets, they have what we agreed with the American administration, a FIFA pass, so they can go to get their visa in a fast track process, so to say. So all the things that we read around are absolutely not true when it comes to the World Cup, because America, and when I say America, I speak about the United States, about Canada, and about Mexico, will welcome the world next summer. And this is what we are looking forward to. It will be the greatest celebration of humanity. It will be the greatest, not just sports events, but the greatest show that our planet has ever seen and probably will ever see. There will be 7 million ticket holders who come to North America, but there will be many, many more millions who come just to feel the vibe of the World Cup. And we hope that the stages and the stadiums will be prepared to let the real actors of the World Cup, the players who will become legends when they stop playing, for them to shine. Our job is to prepare the stage, and their job is to shine on the stage. So with this in mind, I wish you all a great, great World Cup year. Happy World Cup year. Enjoy the best session ever at the World Economic Forum, at least for this year. Next year we'll make a better one even. And thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Gianni, for your incredibly inspiring words. And as we've heard, it's going to be the biggest year for football. The FIFA World Cup 2026 is going to be a monumental event, the greatest show on the planet, as you've just said. For 39 days, from the 11th of June to the 19th of July, billions around the world will be gripped by what happens in Canada, Mexico, and the United States. Now, long after the final whistle of the FIFA World Cup trophy has been lifted by the champions, England, the champions, those champions, the tournament's impact will be felt globally as FIFA uses the revenues to grow the game. So, with that, it's a great privilege for me and an honour to introduce to you two legends of the game who have unique insight into that very special FIFA World Cup effect. Please now welcome to the stage a FIFA World Cup winner with Italy in 2006, Alessandro Del Piero. And the legendary coach and now FIFA's Chief of Global Football Development is Mr. Arsene Wenger. Alessandro, Arsene, thank you so much for joining me here at the World Economic Forum. Alessandro, if I can start with you, you lifted this trophy in Berlin after an incredible final in 2006. No doubt leaving many Italians dreaming of doing the same. Can I ask you, first of all, what that feeling was like?
Okay, good evening, everybody. It's quite not difficult, but we probably have more time to explain how big lifting the trophy and winning the World Cup means for me, for every football players, I guess, and for the fans as well. I mean, first of all, is you feel complete. You feel complete as a footballer, of course, and also as a human being. I'm saying both because I start playing because I have passion for football. Okay, so my only focus was playing football, even though I have to say that I need to go to school and be a good student and blah blah blah. But yeah, it's part of the journey. But football was in my mind, stick in my mind. Try to become a football player, but just enjoy. And then as soon as you grow up, you understand, of course, different things. And then you start dreaming to play the World Cup. So, and then you start to become professional, and every part of your life is based of what you have to do regarding to become a better football player. You need to grow also as a human being. So your life is going to be affected of that. Your friendship is going to be affected, especially in a young age. You need to make some sort of sacrifice, in order to achieve what you want to achieve. And your family members, they need to be with you, supporting you. Sometimes when you lose the games, I'm very, annoying person, so they need to support me. So that journey is a human being journey, not only a footballer journey. And reaching the top, lifting the most important and iconic trophy that the football player can even achieve. It's I say it complete because I don't feel any other words more than that. And of course, there's joy. There's you think about what happened in your career and all the bad things that happen, all the good things that happen. But that is an explosion of everything inside you, and that's the beauty of that.
Alessandro, you were talking about having the passion for football as a young boy, but who inspired you when you were watching the FIFA World Cups as you were growing up?
Well, I was looking, we didn't have at that time so many media, especially videos, so we have a few things that happened during the week. And but when I grew up, of course, when I was 8, Italy became a world champion in 1982. Yes. So that was actually my first World Cup, watching my first World Cup with family members. In Italy we have a carry on together, families, friends, 50, 60 people in the same room watching the game. And I didn't quite understand what's going on. I felt that was important. Then as soon as we reached, quarterfinal, semi-final, I understand even more and more. And then we reached the final and we won. And I say, we went on the streets, we celebrate with the flags. My mom helped me to make homemade flags, so with a green, white, and of course red color. And I went on the bush, where I'm living outside, in the countryside. So I went on the bush to find the right bamboo in order to put the flags on. So that's the kind of thing that I was growing up. And that's probably, my first memory of the World Cup was an amazing one. Then the next one and the following one are quite different, but the first one we won. I mean, what better start than that?
Alessandro, thank you so much. Okay. And Arsene, when you hear what Alessandro has to say, it's clear that the Football World Cup is not just a football tournament.
Yeah, it's much more.
Yeah.
You just explained that. I think he played at Juventus. When he played at Juventus, all the people from Inter Milan or AC Milan hated him. But suddenly, when you play for your country, everybody's behind you and loves you and pushes for you. So it's the unusual thing in that, you know.
Yeah.
And so I would say you suddenly became... I liked the way he explained it. It's quite simple. He grew up loving the game, and suddenly he's at world stage and plays football just because he loved the game and was talented. But suddenly you represent the pride of your country. But as well you're under stress because you have as well the fear to lose and to disappoint your country and to potentially humiliate your country. You know, so it is, you need that strength to manage that sudden responsibility to carry the pride of a whole country on your shoulders. And usually in the national teams, you need players who can absorb that pressure and can carry it. And most of the time, it is the big players who represent their generation.
Well, Arsene, what's interesting, 2026, it'll be the first time that there'll be 48 teams. How key is it, do you think, for the young players to see the world's best players in action, to inspire them to develop their own game, or maybe even just to start to play?
Well, our president explained that 100 years ago, you know, you had 13 teams playing in the first World Cup. And it shows, for me, it shows football development. I'm now in football development, and I realize how big football has become in the world when you speak about the number of tickets people want. You cannot imagine, I travel all over the world, everywhere, football has become the most important thing people talk about. Yeah. And so to me, for a long time, it was a confidential competition between Europe and South America. We had to open it to the world, you know. And I think it's a minimum we could do is to open to more African countries, more Asian countries, because you want football to be strong everywhere. And now, if you project yourself in 100 years, you would think it's everybody should be in a position to potentially win the World Cup. And that's why I believe this was a very important step to move from 32 to 48. And I'm keen to see what will happen, but the World Cup, for me, I love it always in the first 2 weeks, because everybody, the whole world is there, proud to represent their country, but as well there's a feeling that we are all together. So many countries are together, they meet each other in the street. It's really a little bit more celebration than competition in the first part of a competition, and that is absolutely amazing to see.
Arsene, what do you think it is about football that unites countries, unites people, and cuts through everything?
Well, overall, the fact that everybody loves to win in life. I've not met many people who love to lose, and to win together makes the countries proud of being together, because when I told you, you represent the values of your country and the strengths of your country, the determination of your country, and as well the unity of your country, because you play together. And I must say, if we talk about it later, this World Cup will be more than ever a mental test for the teams.
Why do you say that?
Because, like Gianni explained, that you have 104 games. And as well, when you come out of a group stage, we have 4 knockout games before you go to the final. That means the stamina, the mental stamina you need to win 4 times in a direct knockout and stay 1 more week together and then win the final will be a real mental test, more than everybody can imagine, because this is really tough, you know. And on that front, I'm convinced that you will have 2 characteristics in this World Cup, is how the coaches, the staff around the team will prepare the team mentally to stay together for such a long time and motivated, But as well, on the technical front, I imagine that you cannot win 4 knockout games without going through a penalty shootout. So at least once certainly will be confronted with that. So that will be the mental factor as well, technically, will be very important.
As one of the best coaches in history, what would your advice be?
My advice, first of all, I've never managed a national team, so I'm not a big specialist of that. But it is to have good communication, to maybe, I feel at the top level competition, it's always very important to alternate high level of concentration with relaxation.
Yeah.
And to find that balance in a long period will be very important for the coaches, for example. Bring the families in at some stage,
yes,
get them out again, and alternate well, mix well the high period of concentration with a good period of relaxation.
Alessandro, what helped you, do you think, in preparation for such pressurized games?
Well, I mean, Arsene explained a lot of things that, happen not only as a coach side, but also as a footballer side. Concentration, of course. But the journey in order to arrive to the game and to prepare a World Cup, it's a long one. I really love. I remember one of the first things that Lippi told us, the first time that he got in charge was 2 years before. So you prepare the qualification. So we say, this is gonna where our World Cups start. So, and you feel that growing, during the qualification, during that year, and then you reach finally the thing. So you need to be able to set up everything in that way. Everyone is different than each other, Someone needs family support, someone need to be about themselves, someone need to listen rock music, some other, lyrics. Important thing is what Arsene say, that is one of the most important thing for me is the word balance. Because we are playing team sports, so you need to balance your effort with the effort of your teammates. You need to put that effort in the same way. You need to balance the time that you dedicate to yourself. You cannot be so much selfish, but to be selfish is good because you pretend more from yourself. So balance your ego is very important, and we could go on and on.
Yes.
But then you are in a team sport, so the balance that happens in the team sports in terms of chemistry, in terms of health, in terms of be good in penalties, what you need. You need to be strong when you have to defense and understand that it's a moment that the other one is better than you, and you need to take responsibility and step up when some moment during the game or during the preparation as well. Happen so many things on the locker room and on the training ground that need to be settled down in the proper way. And sometimes you need only to let them go and see. We call fate. It's not a real fate at the end. It's the way that we settle things before, and then they dive in where you want. And of course, you need some magic. You need to trust. You need to have hope. You need to think about things. You need to pray if you want to pray. There's many ways. I mean, I give you a small example how, and this we connect with football as well. One of my last experience was in India. I played for 3 months, and the team was creating in a very particular way. So we have Indian guys, half of the team, and then we have foreign guys. We have on that team we have 12 different country guys. I mean, country guy is not the right thing to me. Italians, Serbian, and all the parts of the world. Yes. So 12 different, with 5 different religions. So before the game, the first game, I was, I saw a lot of games. I played 700 games. I won the World Cup. I saw everything, And then at some point, before the game, 5 minutes before, I saw these guys, everybody were concentrating in their own, with their God, with their rituals, with their culture. And that was, I stopped for a minute and I say, wow, that's beautiful. That's how team sports, and specific football, how they put people together. And we were in the same team. And then we end up outside to play the game to win together. So that balance, it can happen, in different ways and in different vibes. So it's, for me, it's like this.
And Alessandro, I'm sure that you hope Italy will be at the World Cup. What can you tell us about the benefits for some of the younger players, for their development, to be part of such a tournament? Because it is, as you say, such a special experience.
Exactly, special experience, and you need to go with open eyes and ready to listen, and with a humble and understand what's going on, because every experience is so important. And we also, and I'm dealing also with youngest, probably coach here can say the same, now we have become more and more worried about mistakes and how I look in front of the people with social media, with other stuff. I need to be looking good, okay. I need to be happy, I need to be there, That's true. I did it sometimes, most of the time. So I did it as well, You have that mentality. Everything brought you there.
Yes.
But as a young player, you need to understand that making mistakes is also good. And you are able, you need to make mistakes in order to grow up. You need to lose game in order to win games. Sometimes when hit you the most is the one that make you grow. And you learn much more from defeats than from wins. And that's a part of the answer that I want to give you is that one, especially for youngest one, because they're going to face something huge that they cannot imagine, like I did, So it's the experience with the fans, with the travels, with the organization. It's a super high level and demanding. So that's why it's very important to have a good coach, a good organization, and good people ready to listen and to learn. That's my advice.
Thank you, Alessandro. Arsene, how do players develop and benefit from playing on the world stage, but not only in relation to the World Cup, but also to FIFA's entire tournament history, do you think?
Well, you need role models,
yes.
And for young players, it's very important to have role models. But the coach has a part to play by identifying. When I saw a young player, I looked, how does he look like? What are his qualities? Is he looking like Del Piero? Then I would tell him, look at Del Piero. He's a player, you have similar qualities. And the advantage of a role model is they continue to practice when they're out of a training session. Because they play alone and they look at the players who have similar qualities and they develop by watching them. So when you watch a World Cup, of course, they look at the players, I would like to look like him. And so the advice you could sometimes give to a player, no, that's not you. Look rather at him. He can help you to become to develop your qualities. And I like what Alessandro said, in competitive sport, the fear is the mother of all evil. Yeah. And especially at the young stage, because football has become so important, at the young coaches, I always tell them, get the young players, get them rid of the fear to try. Yeah. Because the mistake is educational. You learn from your mistake. And you have to develop the players by encouraging them to make decisions. Because at the end of the day, education is to educate the judgment of the player. Yeah. And he gets that only if he can take initiatives. Because we know today that the top-level player is somebody who can process multiple information at a high speed, but as well somebody who has a great memory. If I ask him, do you remember the goal you scored 20 years ago against Milan? He will tell you, yes, I did this and that and that. And so he
look at his smile there.
Because he knows.
Don't ask me too much specific, okay?
Yeah, which one? He said so
I'm getting old as well.
So, you know, the memory. Why have they a memory? Because they learn from the situation they faced, and they think, I lost the ball in this situation. When they meet this situation again, they give the right answer. That's why it's so important to educate the judgment of the young players.
Arsene, can I also ask you, you've put in place the FIFA talent development scheme that we mentioned before by Gianni, which is a massive investment in the future of football and as one of the programs that benefits FIFA, ploughing the vast majority of revenue made by the FIFA World Cup back into the world game. As the man leading this extraordinary and exciting project, please, can you tell us more about it?
Well, I'm quite happy that you asked that question, first of all, because I'm in the middle of a huge investment that FIFA has made. And FIFA, for me, before I came to FIFA, I didn't know what are they doing with the money, where does the money go. But I know today that the money goes, FIFA looks always guilty to make money, but all the money goes to the federations to develop their infrastructures. And because I travel a lot today, you should see how much every federation has developed because of the funds that they get available from FIFA. You know. I worked with a guy, when he worked, he went to the federations, collect money to be part of FIFA. Today, FIFA distributes a lot of the money. And part of it goes to education. Why did we do that? When I analyzed football in the world, I realized that most of the talent in the world don't get a chance to play. Yeah. And the second thing, is that the countries who are the 20 best-rated countries in world football are the countries have a better level of education. It was a huge correlation between the quality of education and the ranking at the senior level. And I just come back, because I see Patrice Motsepe here, who suffered a little bit in the final, but I just come back from the African Nations Cup. The final was Morocco against Senegal. Yes. But there are two of the countries who worked the best at youth level. And they started that a few years ago. The coincidence, it was not a coincidence that these two teams were in the final, because we know that the level of education at youth level is the most important to be successful at senior level.
Yes. Just one final question before I invite Mr. Infantino to come back up on stage for a final message. I just want to ask you first, Alessandro, what are you most looking forward to seeing at the FIFA World Cup 2026?
Joy. Joy for sure, if I have to pick a word. In the specific moment that we are living now, with a lot of problems that happen everywhere, about wars, about bad news that we hear every day more and more. What football can bring is definitely joy. No, we are, as we said before, under the same rules. The field is the same one for everybody. And the moment that Arsene explained very well, the first 2 weeks of the World Cup is the most beautiful moment that we can live during the World Cup, because everybody's happy to be there. When you are young kids, you dream to play the World Cup. So when you reach that dream, playing the World Cup, you are super happy. Then competition starts and other things start as well. But that moment is it's a pure joy, and we need that joy, the love for the game, the love to be together, and the joy to be together, the mix of culture and the beauty of compare yourself with the other ones, and sometimes win, sometimes lose, maybe better win, definitely, for many reasons. But that journey is have to be like this and create great memories. We play in 3 different countries, so we embrace really with this message. FIFA embraced the world with 48 countries on the World Cup for the first time. So it's bigger and bigger, and that's a world joy. That's the one of the meaning of this World Cup for sure.
Thank you, Alessandro. And Arsene, what are you most looking forward to?
Well, the quality of the games, and with an unknown quantity, because we have moved from 32 to 48. I feel always it's very important for the teams to find a good balance from the start of a competition, and to have a harmony, like he talked about. Harmony is to put different pieces together, and that the vibes coming out look harmonious. That everybody meets his needs in the team, and the teams who can do that early have a good chance to win the competition. And the second thing for me is the unknown countries who have not been at the World Cup until now, because we have a few, to see how well they can compete against the top teams. And that is, of course, I'm very curious about it. And we just come out this year, we have created the Under-17 World Cup every year with 48 teams, and we have seen that the smaller countries, there was very little difference. So I'm quite confident that there can be some surprises.
Well, we'll look forward to those surprises, I'm sure all of us. If I can just invite President Infantino to come back up on stage to stand up with all of us. I'd like everyone to, a round of applause. President Infantino, Alessandro Di Piero, Arsene Wenger, and all together. Thank you so much to everybody. Oh my, he can touch it. He's allowed to.
Yes.
Thank you.
Davos earlier, the air raid sirens rang out here in Kyiv. Another reminder that this city remains under bombardment from Russian missiles and drones, as does the rest of the country. There are millions of people across Ukraine right now in freezing sub-zero temperatures with no water, no heat, no power. They are enduring these terrible conditions. The whole country wants the war to end. It's about to enter the 5th year of a full-scale invasion by Russia. But one thing is very clear. The Ukrainian president has said that he wants a just peace. They're not just going to roll over and accept a peace that's given on terms that they haven't been involved in negotiating.
Deborah, thanks very much. Well, Deborah mentioned the Board of Peace. The US has set out its vision for the future of Gaza as part of this unveiling of this board. And we can show you some of what the president envisages. His former senior advisor and son-in-law, Jared Kushner, unveiled this master plan for the Strip, saying that they can complete their project in 3 years. Let's just take you through what the different parts of it are. Rafah, which is to the south of the Gaza Strip, and it's been an area of fierce fighting. That would be the first part. That would be the first phase. They say that they've begun removing the rubble and that area could be renovated in 2 to 3 years. And also, over the whole of Gaza, there's going to be coastal tourism. They've got these images of these strange, futuristic-looking towers all the way along the Strip, 180 towers they believe that they could have there, a transportation hub, energy and digital infrastructure, a road that runs all the way around the outside of Gaza. He spoke of the enclave as a destination with transport hubs, industry and 100% full employment. Meanwhile, the UK have said that they will not join the Board of Peace at present due to concerns about Russian President Vladimir Putin's invitation and potential involvement. Other traditional allies and NATO members not joining the board include France and Slovenia and the Scandinavian countries of Norway and Sweden. Those not joining have also cited the fact that the board's work has now moved beyond Gaza, morphing into something far more ambitious. Presenting the board in Davos, Donald Trump said he'll work with the United Nations, not replace it.
We're committed to ensuring Gaza is demilitarized, properly governed, and beautifully rebuilt. It's going to be a great plan, and that's where the Board of Peace really started. And I think we can spread out to other things as we succeed with Gaza. We're going to be very successful in Gaza. It's going to be a great thing to watch, and we can do other things. We can do numerous other things. Once this board is completely formed, we can do pretty much whatever we want to do, and we'll do it in conjunction with the United Nations. You know, I've always said the United Nations has got tremendous potential, has not used it. But there's tremendous potential in the United Nations. And I think the combination of the Board of Peace with the kind of people we have here, coupled with the United Nations, can be, you know, something very, very unique for the world. It's for the world. This isn't United States. This is for the world. As everyone can see today, the first steps toward a brighter day for the Middle East and a much safer future for the world are unfolding right before your very eyes. Together we are in a position to have an incredible chance. I don't even call it a chance. I think it's going to happen. To end decades of suffering, stop generations of hatred and bloodshed, and forge a beautiful, everlasting, and glorious peace for that region and for the whole region of the world, because I'm calling the world a region. The world is a region. We're going to have peace in the world. And boy, would that be a great legacy for all of us.
Well, Jared Kushner, who unveiled the master plan slides, highlighted the opportunities they wanted to make for business.
Without security, nobody's going to make investments. Nobody's going to come, build there. We need investments in order to start giving jobs. We want to take these people. 85% of the aid of Gaza, 85% of the GDP of Gaza has been aid for a long time. That's not sustainable. It doesn't give these people dignity. It doesn't give them hope. And so we want to use free market economy principles. A lot of what President Trump spoke about that he's doing in America, we want to bring the same mindset and the same approach to a place like Gaza to give these people the ability to thrive and have a good life. Let's just plan for catastrophic success. Hamas signed a deal to demilitarize. That is what we are going to enforce. People ask us what our plan B is. We do not have a plan B. We have a plan. We signed an agreement. We are all committed to making that agreement work.
Let's give you the latest now from Chequers, where the Prime Minister has been talking to the Danish Prime Minister, Mette Frederiksen.
Please. Well, let me take this opportunity to welcome you here to Chequers. It's really a special place, and it's really fantastic to be able to welcome you here. We welcome you here as a friend and close ally of the United Kingdom for a very, very long time, and never closer than now. And of course, a close ally in Europe and in NATO, the single most effective military alliance the world has ever seen. And we both share the objective of making sure NATO is strong and united. So it's very good to welcome you here. And obviously, we can talk about a number of really important issues today. Greenland, obviously, Ukraine, obviously. Our position on Greenland has been set out now a number of times in recent days. And in terms of recent developments and the withdrawal of the threat of tariffs, I see that as a reflection of pragmatism, common sense, and sticking to our values and our principles. The hard yard's now finding a better way forward on the issue that we all agree on, which is security in the Arctic, is the next chapter here, and I look forward to discussing with you how we take the vital steps down that path. But you're very, very welcome. It's great to have you here. We've obviously spoken extensively on the phone in recent days, but to have the opportunity to meet and have private time together here is very welcome from our point of view. But we extend and enhance the great friendship that we have between our families, between our countries, and of course our personal relationship as well.
Thank you so much, Keir, for welcoming me and the Danish team here today. And from the bottom of my heart, I would like to thank you and UK for your very strong support to the Kingdom of Denmark. I think everybody recognizes that it has been quite a difficult time for us. And to know that you have good friends, strong allies, and that Europeans stand together, don't get divided, and stick to our, as you said, our common values, even in a world that is changing rapidly, is extremely important for all of us. So I would like to thank you for your very strong support. I like the British way of doing things. As you said, you are very pragmatic. You have a cup of tea and then you think a bit about everything. You get the facts on the table and then you find a way forward. And that is exactly what we're doing now. You are one of our UK, not you, but UK is one of our oldest and most important allies and partners. And we are good friends, the two of us.
Yeah.
So just to finalize, I think we're going to get by with a little help from our friends, also in this situation. So once again, thank you.
Well, you're very welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So very cordial in Chequers. Let's take you back to Davos, to the World Economic Forum, where we can see President Zelenskyy there. He has had a meeting with President Trump this morning. He arrived in Davos to have this meeting with President Trump, who is really trying to get Zelenskyy and Putin to agree to terms to end the nearly 4-year war. That meeting has now concluded. We know that Trump's envoys are now off to Russia to talk to President Putin today. Hopes are high that some kind of deal could be on the table, but as our defence correspondent Deborah Haynes was saying just a short while ago, we have been at this point many times before. Sky News has been talking to the NATO Secretary-General Mark Rutte following his involvement in reaching a deal with the US President on Greenland. He dismissed descriptions of himself as being a Trump whisperer as he talked to our presenter Yalda Hakim.
Secretary-General, thank you so much for joining us here on the programme. What happened? How did you manage to convince President Trump to U-turn on this demand he was making over Greenland?
I don't think there's a U-turn. What I think is happening here is President Trump, when he was Trump 45, already started to focus European and Canadian allies on the Arctic. Greenland, but also the wider Arctic. The risk that the Russians and the Chinese will gain access. And then when he came back into office, he again said, hey, it's still not solved to a sufficient level. And he is right. So over the year, he and I had discussions on this. And yesterday, we discussed how can we now tackle this for once and for all, making sure that the Russians and the Chinese, his vision, for them not to gain access to the Arctic region. Greenland, but also the wider Arctic, including the US with Alaska. And then it was clear for both of us that NATO has to play a role here with the 7 Arctic allies. And then still, when it comes to Greenland specifically, there is a process in place. US, Greenland, Denmark, established last week by Secretary Rubio and Vice President Vance with the Danish delegation, the Greenland delegation, to continue that conversation, particularly focusing on how do we prevent the Russians and the Chinese gaining access to the economy, in a military sense, to Greenland.
But he's specifically spoken about ownership over Greenland. Has that now gone away?
We didn't discuss it. It didn't come up last night.
He didn't mention, because he's been talking about it all week. All week we've heard President Trump say, we need Greenland. Only the United States can secure Greenland. It's part of our national security. We need to take ownership over Greenland. Fine, I'm not going to do it by force, but I need to get the Europeans to the negotiating table.
But here, I think last night it didn't come up anymore. And what I can say is that we discussed on what is his idea, his vision. I mean, he was the one who reinvigorated NATO at the summit in The Hague, the famous 5%. Without him, it would never have happened. And now he's the one who is really focusing NATO again on how can we collectively save the Arctic from the Russians and the Chinese. That is what we discussed, how to do that, how to make that practical, zoning out a bit from Greenland, but still Greenland being an issue when it comes to these trilateral talks, because they're particularly, he wants to make sure, and I think he's right, and I think the Danes agree with this, and the Greenlanders agree with this, for the Russians and Chinese not to gain access.
You're saying this, Mr. Rutte, but we've all heard what Donald Trump has said. And while it may not have come up, as you say, behind closed doors with you, who capitulated over this? Because you're saying the focus should be the protection of Greenland and the Arctic, and that is part of everyone's national security. But something shifted and changed yesterday, where Donald Trump said, there's a framework, there's a deal.
Well, again, this issue did not come up anymore last night. And I think what we discussed is the goal. What do we want to achieve? And his vision, when he was Trump 45, again with Trump 47, clearly leading the way. He is the leader of the free world. If he is worried about something, hey, we'd better listen, because then he might have found something which is not good. And that is this issue of the Russians and the Chinese getting more and more access, because the sea lanes are opening up. We know there are 7 Arctic countries in NATO. That's the US, because of Alaska, that's Canada, and then 5 in Europe. And the 8th one is Russia. And we don't want the Russians to get access to our part of the Arctic. Plus, we have China, which is not an Arctic country, but which is more and more active there.
Just listen in, sorry to break into that, President Trump.
We hope it's going to end. A lot of people being killed. Last month they had 30,000 people killed, 30,000 mostly soldiers. And it's really a war that has to end.
What do you about joining your board of peace?
We didn't discuss that.
What do you expect from the meeting tonight?
Why did you accept the charge, Mr. President?
And how did the meeting go? I mean, you've obviously been
I think
working
the
on this
meeting
meeting.
was good. I think the meeting with President Zelenskyy was good. It's an
What do you mean by global access in Greenland? What do you mean, President? What do you get the deal today?
We'll have to see what happens.
What do you mean by
We're
total
meeting with Russia. We're meeting with Russia. That'll take place tomorrow. They're going to be meeting with President Putin. I had a very good meeting with President Zelenskyy. Everybody wants to have the war end.
On your board of access, President Trump, are you disappointed that major traditional allies have not joined yet, President Trump?
In Ukraine. Did you get what you wanted on Greenland? Did you get what you wanted on Greenland?
Well, President Trump, they're saying the meeting, we know the meeting lasted for over an hour. He says, I think the meeting was good, it went great. Everybody wants an end to this war, reminding ourselves how many people have died, and that a meeting with Russia is happening tomorrow. He said it's going to end. Quite when, though, we are at this moment no closer to understanding. Let's bring in our security and defence editor, Deborah Haynes, who's in Kiev. President Trump sounds positive, Deborah. I suppose what is positive is that this conversation lasted for an hour.
Yes, and the fact that it has happened at all, it shows that, you know, despite all the challenges and the inability of the two sides to reach an agreement that they can both accept when it comes to ending the war, that Donald Trump is clearly still trying to push them both into agreeing a deal. But the question is, how much longer is he going to be willing to keep on being this negotiator? Because he, you know, at the beginning of his presidency, or his second term in office, said that he could end the war within 24 hours, you'll remember, as he was running for re-election. And here we are more than a year later. Unsurprising, of course, for anyone who knows anything about what's been going on here in Ukraine for the last not just nearly 4 full years, but since 2014, when Vladimir Putin first invaded. Vladimir Putin has said that he wants to take control of large swathes of this country. It's something that the Ukrainians can't and won't accept, and that seems to be the biggest sticking point here. We've heard from Steve Witkoff, who is Donald Trump's special envoy, who is one of the people who will be going to Moscow to meet with Vladimir Putin later today or tomorrow, that there is one final sticking point. He says that there are talks around it, and given the talks are about this, how to get over this sticking point, that he believes that some kind of agreement can be made. But until that has happened, and until we hear from both Ukraine and from Russia that they are happy with the deal, then there is no deal. So it doesn't matter how much positive noise you can hear about the negotiation and the framing of the talks, unless the fighting stops in a way that is sustainable, then it is all pretty meaningless, unfortunately.
And Deborah, you know, you say it's meaningless. It feels like the people of Ukraine have been at this point so many times before, haven't they, over the last now almost 4 years?
Yes, and meaningless is probably the wrong word. Obviously, it's important. Obviously, trying to end the war and the negotiations that have gone on are clearly vital. But until it stops, then the pain that this country is feeling, it will continue. It's deep sub-zero temperatures here. Much of Kyiv and the wider country is without power, without water, without heat, without electricity because of repeated Russian bombardments against energy infrastructure, power stations, electricity substations. It's bringing the front line into people's homes, as well as the actual front line where, as Donald Trump keeps on reminding people, thousands of Ukrainian soldiers, as well as thousands of Russian soldiers, are being killed, being injured. And the longer this war continues, the more that death toll will mount and the more that the concerns about wider European security will grow.
Deborah, thank you very much. Deborah Haynes there for us in Kyiv. Well, let's bring in the studio our military analyst, Dr. Victoria Taylor. Lovely to see you, Dr. Taylor. Now, Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, he's off to Russia tonight. We know that. It appears that the Ukraine, from what the Americans are saying, it comes down to one issue. First of all, do we know what this issue is?
It seems to be that it is territory. This has historically been the real sticking point for the Ukrainians and for the Russians, because on the one hand, the Ukrainians do not want to reward the Russians by giving them territory that they don't see as rightfully theirs. The Russians, of course, will not budge on the aspect of the Donbass region. They want that last 10%. And so that's where we've tended to have that sticking point between the two sides.
So how is he going to convince the Russians on territory? Because, I mean, that is fundamental to the conflict, isn't it? You know, essentially, they want bits of Ukraine. Ukraine says those bits are Ukrainian. We're not giving them to you.
Yes. Well, in terms of persuading them, I think it's basically trying to remind the Russians that this isn't a completely rosy situation for them either. You know, they've been hitting over 1.2 million casualties. They've been spending, trillions of rubles, not just into the military aspect of it, but also trying to govern the areas that they have taken throughout Ukraine in that 20% that they hold. So really it's that kind of aspect of this is inevitable. It needs to go towards a peace deal. The world is tired of it. Trump particularly is tired of it. And I think that's ultimately what they're going to convey to the Russians in Moscow.
And how much of that is the issue? If Trump is getting bored of this Ukraine war, he loves saying that he's solved 8 wars so far. Is that the fear that he will just walk away from the table?
I think so. I think the fact that so many people have been commenting on this board of peace and the focus of that on Gaza, and also all the chaos that's been emerging around Greenland that Trump himself has stoked up. There is that fear that Ukraine is off the agenda to some degree. But hopefully, obviously, with this meeting with Zelenskyy and with Trump, it will be back very much in the forefront of our political situation.
Dr. Taylor, thanks very much. Well, we are expecting to hear from the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy in Davos a little bit later. He's going to be speaking at around 1:30 our time, and we will bring you that live as it happens. Well, our business and economics correspondent Paul Calso is in Davos. He asked the US President about his meeting with his Ukrainian counterpart.
What is your plan for Ukraine? What will you say to Volodymyr Zelenskyy today?
Ukraine, as you know, today I meet with the president and we'll be discussing it. We're meeting with President Putin today or tomorrow. And some people are going over. And I think they're getting close. A lot of people are being killed. We got to get it done. If we don't get that done, it would be a disgrace.
Well, let's return to Victoria in the studio. And Victoria, in terms of who's driving all of these talks, we saw that Trump yesterday said he was talking to Zelenskyy later today. And now whether Trump got muddled or whether Zelenskyy, it was the first he heard of it, he was still in Kiev yesterday, wasn't he?
He was, absolutely. The Ukrainian spokespeople had confirmed that actually, he's still in Kyiv. He'd been thinking about staying for the fact that, of course, there's still the Russian missile and drone attacks, and sort of having that solidarity with the country. But I also think the fact that Zelenskyy has felt the need to scramble to go to Davos does suggest to me that there must be some kind of breakthrough in this deal, even if it might not be a perfect solution.
And in terms of what is still happening on the ground in Ukraine, it is just grinding on, isn't it? The front lines, remind us where they are and how fierce the fighting is in those areas at the moment.
Absolutely. So the fighting is, of course, incredibly fierce. The Russians have tried to close in on the last 10% of the Donbass region. They have suffered certain setbacks, though. Of course, the Ukrainians have taken back Kupiansk, which is a very important strategic city. And the Russians have actually got quite desperate there. They've been starting to feed some of their soldiers through some of the empty gas pipes there, trying to still have that influence. So it's one of those moments where, we're grinding in this fourth year. Both sides have still got a lot to lose, but also want to see where they can gain land. But really, it's proving so expensive for both sides to run this, and they really are tired.
Do you think it is inevitable that Ukraine will have to give up the Donbass?
I think potentially they will have to give up what they've already lost. It might be a possibility. But what's also interesting is when I was looking at the border peace discussions earlier, and they were talking about Gaza and sort of talking about demilitarization there, I wonder how much the Americans are going to push that agenda of demilitarization. Perhaps the last certain aspects of the Donbass might be negotiated that way. But I think whatever it is, the Ukrainians most likely will have to give up something in territory, I feel, despite Zelensky's belief that that would never happen.
Well, we've been getting lots of reaction to what potentially could be happening in Ukraine. At Davos, Paul Kelso spoke to Ukrainian former professional boxer Vladimir Klitschko, who is the younger brother of the mayor of Kiev, Vitaly Klitschko. Here's what he had to say about the war in Ukraine.
The message is clear. Now, during the peace talks, which must take place, but not at any price. The price that Ukrainians have paid is priceless. There is no price tag on lives that lost. And during the peace talks, killing still taking place in Ukraine every single day in different parts of Ukraine. With this cold weather, it's getting tougher and tougher. We're in the middle of the winter, and Putin's Russia is trying to break our will, our Ukrainian will. It's not going to happen. It does toughen now, more than ever, but we're still suffering. And how long this suffering is still going to go, it's a question mark. And that's why these peace talks that are happening now and been happening for the past year are important, but important that we'll come to a conclusion what this peace talk is going to be. And it doesn't matter what it's going to be, it must be with the consequences for the aggressor.
Well, let's come back to Dr. Victoria Taylor in the studio. And you were talking about the fact that Ukraine might have to give up what they've already lost. What precedent does that set, though, for other conflicts, if that becomes the line that Donald Trump's prepared to draw? Well,
this would be the concerning aspect. So I don't think necessarily that the Ukrainians will have to give up all of that, but there may be sort of debate around the more contentious areas. So, for instance, around the Zaporizhzhia power plant. And, of course, some of the ideas have been floated that could be joint Russian, American and Ukrainian.
We're going to crash out of this. I'm so sorry, because rather a big gear change. They're announcing the Oscars. Let's go. Let's cross to America.
And thank you to the Academy for inviting us to announce the nominees this morning.
Danielle, you were nominated for an Oscar for The Color Purple, in case you forgot. What was that like when you heard them call your name that morning?
A day I could never forget, honey. Oh, my God. It was a dream come true. And how about we make some other people's dreams come true?
That sounds great to me.
All right, let's do it.
Danielle, as a former nominee in this next category, why don't you just kick it off? Take the first one.
Okay. For performance by an actress in a supporting role. Elle Fanning in Sentimental Value. Inga Eve's daughter, Lilas, in Sentimental Value. Amy Madigan in Weapons. Wunmi Masaku in Sinners, and Tiana Taylor in One Battle After Another.
The nominees for achievement in makeup and hairstyling are Frankenstein, Kokuo, Sinners, The Smashing Machine, and The Ugly Stepsister.
Coming up right now, the nominees for achievement in music original score. Begonia, Frankenstein, Hamnet, One Battle After Another, and Sinners.
And now, here are the nominees for Best Live Action Short Film. Butcher's Stain, A Friend of Dorothy, Jane Austen's period drama, The Singers, and Two People Exchanging Saliva.
For Best Animated Short Film, the nominees are Butterfly, Forever Green, The Girl Who Cried Pearls, Retirement Plan, and The Three Sisters.
There are two award categories honoring writing. The first for adapted screenplay. The nominees are
stations, in every village. They will have access very easy. Ladies and gentlemen, let me say this clearly. There is no investment climate without the certainty of equitable rule of law. Nobody will come in to invest in a country that's lawless or of dubious legal tradition. I am determined under my administration to ensure the rule of law. The rule of law must prevail over any vested interests. In 2025, Indonesia, as I promised, we will confront, and we have confronted corruption directly, firmly, and openly. As any person dealing with an illness, with a disease, we must have the courage to acknowledge the illness and disease that we suffer. We are determined directly to fight against this corruption. It's challenging. Not many people believe we can do it, but we have no choice. I have no choice. I have been inaugurated, I've been sworn in to uphold the Constitution and the rule of law. In my first weeks in government, we uncovered massive abuse in fuel and crude oil governance. In all sectors of the economy, we found illegality, illegal practices. In my first year of administration, we have already confiscated 4 million hectares of illegal plantations and illegal mines. It is amazing. I call this not free enterprise. I call this not the free market. I called it openly greedonomics, the economics of greed, the economics of rapacious practices. Maybe in many of your countries, there was a period like this, a period of the robber barons. I have confiscated 4 million hectares, but 2 days ago, I led a cabinet meeting by Zoom from London, and we decided to confiscate or to revoke the licenses of 28 corporations which had licenses over 1.01 million hectares. I revoked because we found them violating laws. They were building plantations on protected forests. This is a flagrant undermining of the rule of law. Perhaps these rapacious so-called entrepreneurs feel that they need not recognize the sovereignty of the Indonesian government. Or perhaps they feel they can buy all Indonesian government officials. I have reports that some of these people in their meetings say, oh, it's okay, there is no government official that cannot be bought. Well, I challenge them to try to buy officials for my administration. They will come to find themselves a big surprise. Combined with the 4 million hectares of illegal plantations already confiscated, we have, in fact, enacted the boldest, the most daring forest law enforcement effort in the history of Indonesia. We have closed, up to now, 1,000 illegal mines. But my staff, my people report to me, sir, there is at least another 1,000 or more. There could be as many as 666 corporations that violate the law. So I say, what can we do? We can only have the courage to enforce the law. There can be no compromise. There can be no turning back. My people demand this, and we are determined to serve our people in honesty. We are determined, I am determined to uphold my oath, defend the Constitution of my country, enforce the law of the land. You might not have heard our story because we are people who do not like to be flamboyant. We are low-key. We tend to be below the radar. But we are very determined in our effort to keep up with the rest of the world. You might not have heard this story, but extreme poverty in Indonesia fell to its lowest level in history. I'm determined in the next 4 years we will eradicate extreme poverty and we will bring down poverty as a whole. That is my mission in my life. That is my mission in the remaining years of my life. There is nothing more honorable. There is nothing more satisfying than bringing down poverty and bringing down, eradicating hunger. There is a saying I learned from my elders. One of my elders, very wise man, very honest political leader, he told me, Prabowo, the duty of a leader is very simple. the leader of this country, if you want to be leader of the country, you must work so that the poor and the weak can smile and can laugh. Very simple. What does that mean? If the poor, the weak, can smile and can laugh, that means they have hope. That means they see a future. That means their livelihood is being improved. So that is my mission now, to make the poorest of Indonesians, the weakest of Indonesians, smile. I think part of this is we must combat corruption, manipulation, malfeasance. Ladies and gentlemen, a few days ago, I was surprised myself. Gallup poll and Harvard University found that a research survey of hundreds of countries found that Indonesia, the Indonesian people, is the most happiest people, the most flourishing country in the world, with the people the most optimistic. This is a bit heartening, but for me also a bit sad. I know my people. Many of them live in shacks. Many of them do not have clean water. Many of them do not have bathrooms. Many of them eat rice with salt. And yet they smile. And yet they have hope. We also achieved self-sufficiency in rice. The first time in many, many years, our rice production is the highest in the history of Indonesia. I gave a target to be self-sufficient in 4 years. I gave a target to my team. They did it within 1 year. I am convinced in the next 4 years, we will be self-sufficient in the other food products: corn, sugar, protein. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Indonesia does not fear economic integration. We are a trading nation for hundreds of years. We conclude now trade agreements not because it is fashionable, but we consider it necessary. We believe in the concept of win-win. Last year we signed free trade agreements and comprehensive economic partnership agreements with Europe, with the EU, Canada, Peru, Eurasia. I have just visited the United Kingdom to sign our new strategic partnership. Also an economic growth agreement. And we hope next year we can conclude a comprehensive economic partnership agreement with the United Kingdom. This is part of our strategy to deepen productivity, reduce barriers, unlock private sector growth for Indonesia, ASEAN, and the Global South. Excuse me. We believe that trade integration, when done fairly, is not a threat to sovereignty. We believe trade is a tool for prosperity. Indonesia has a clear vision. We are determined to become a modern country, integrated with a global economy, providing good quality of life for its citizens, living free of poverty and hunger. But we understand very well this cannot be achieved by slogans alone. It requires determination, good governance, clean government, free of corruption and malfeasance. And in the end, we must have efficient public administration. We must also enact a new culture in our bureaucracy. Our government must serve the general good and must not entrench itself in collusion with greedy and rapacious economic players. Achieving our mission also requires smart investment in infrastructure, simplifying rules and regulations, getting rid of too much red tape, and of course, significant investment in health and education. Distinguished delegates, friends, economic growth requires a dynamic private sector. Indonesia is and will always be open for foreign and domestic investment. And we realize the prerequisite for investment is political and economic stability. Also, the certainty of equitable rule of law, guaranteed by a strong, clean and democratic government. Indonesia today offers sustainable growth with stability. We may be very low-key, we may be below the radar, we don't like to be flamboyant, to be bragging. We believe in evidence, evidence-based action. In fact, I was invited to speak last year here, and I declined. Why? Because had I come last year, I would have only been leading my administration only for 2 months. So what will I be able to say? I will only be able to talk, to give platitudes. Today, I stand before you with confidence, with pride in our achievement. We have in 1 year achieved tremendous gains, tremendous reforms. We have wiped away hundreds and hundreds of regulations that do not make sense, regulations that hinder fairness, that create the culture of corruption. Hundreds of regulations we have wiped out in 1 year. Ladies and gentlemen, peace and stability is a long and arduous program. But if you want to take something from my talk today, maybe it should be this. Indonesia chooses peace over chaos. We want to be a friend to all, an enemy to none. 1,000 friends too few for us, one enemy too many. We want to be a good neighbor, a good, responsible citizen of the world, protecting the environment, protecting nature. We must not destroy nature. We must live with nature. We must maintain and be a part of a future full of hope. Hope grounded in credibility, execution of sound public policy, and continuous record of growth with equity. Let us build the world we want to live in together. Let us continue the journey to improve the quality of life for all, to live in peace, freedom, friendship, tolerance, coexistence, and cooperation for all races, all ethnicity, all religions. Let us continue our pursuit of justice for all, security and freedom for all. I look forward to seeing many of you here in this room, in Indonesia, because in Bali this June, we will host the first Ocean Impact Summit, together with the World Economic Forum, which Indonesia is sponsoring together with the important participation of Mr. Ray Dalio and his research vessel, Ocean X. There is a SpaceX, I think, from Mr. Elon Musk, but I think Mr. Ray Dalio is one of the pioneers in ocean research. And Indonesia, being 3/4 sea, we are very concerned about the future of our ocean. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention. May you go in peace with the blessing of the Almighty God. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Salve, Om Shanti, Shanti Om. May peace be upon us all. Thank you.
If the Ukrainians have to give a lot of their land up to the Russians and therefore sort of rewarding Putin for sticking his neck out. So, of course, that has implications for European security overall, because where may he look to next? He's taken Crimea, he's taken parts of Ukraine. Is it going to be the rest of Ukraine, or could it be a NATO country?
How much does President Putin want this war to end? How bad is it playing out for him at home?
I think it's easy for us to sort of paint him as an entire megalomaniac, and there's a lot of evidence on that score. But even autocrats and despots reach their limits. They know that they have to maintain their popularity, and we've seen this with Putin, with the sort of lucrative military contracts he's been dangling in front of his soldiers to try and generate more support from young people. So, you know, even Putin knows he can't go on forever with this. The fact that they are spending millions, even billions of rubles, not just on the military effort, but actually on administering the areas that they've taken, he knows he can't keep pushing that. And their actual sort of main military stockpile and all of those different elements, that will start to get more strained towards the end of this year and the year after, replacing all of their losses from the conflict.
Victoria, thanks very much. Well, a lot more from Victoria in the next hour. Let's have a quick look at the weather, though, in the meantime.
You're looking happy.
Well, the forecast looks good.
So you've sorted the travel insurance then?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News Weather.
It will turn colder over the weekend, but the next few days look mostly mild and unsettled. The Met Office have issued rainfall warnings, including an amber for parts of eastern Scotland. The hills there could see over 100 millimetres, with localised flooding and disruption possible. The rest of the afternoon will bring outbreaks of rain, locally heavy. Devon and Cornwall look drier and brighter.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News Weather.
Hello, you're watching Sky News Today with me, Jane Secker. It's 2 o'clock. These are the headlines. Ukraine peace talks. Positivity from President Trump about his hour-long meeting with Volodymyr Zelenskyy in Davos.
We're meeting with Russia. That'll take place tomorrow. They're going to be meeting with President Putin. I had a very good meeting with President Zelenskyy. Everybody wants to have the war end.
President's expected to address the summit in Switzerland very soon. Emotion from Liz Hurley, the actress in tears as she gives evidence in her case against the publisher of the Daily Mail. Plus,
what do you see?
I see you grown, very strong.
The Oscar nominations are out. Hamnet among the big movies named in the runners and riders. Hello, good afternoon. Donald Trump has held a meeting with Ukraine's President Zelenskyy at the World Economic Forum in Davos. Earlier, the US leader told Sky News a peace deal in Ukraine is getting close. We're expecting to hear from President Zelenskyy live in Davos shortly. These are the very latest pictures we've had. We've just seen the Ukrainian leader. Well, let's get more reaction from Kiev and our security and defence editor, Deborah Haynes.
Despite all the challenges and the inability of the two sides to reach an agreement that they can both accept when it comes to ending the war, that Donald Trump is clearly still trying to push them both into agreeing a deal. But the question is, how much longer is he going to be willing to keep on being this negotiator? Because he, at the beginning of his presidency, or his second term in office, said that he could end the war within 24 hours, you'll remember, as he was running for re-election. And here we are more than a year later. Unsurprising, of course, for anyone who knows anything about what's been going on here in Ukraine for the last not just nearly 4 full years, but since 2014, when Vladimir Putin first invaded. Vladimir Putin has said that he wants to take control of large swathes of this country. It's something that the Ukrainians can't and won't accept, and that seems to be the biggest sticking point here. We've heard from Steve Witkoff, who is Donald Trump's special envoy, who is one of the people who will be going to Moscow to meet with Vladimir Putin later today or tomorrow, that there is one final sticking point. He says that there are talks around it, and given the talks are about this, how to get over this sticking point, that he believes that some kind of agreement can be made. But until that has happened, and until we hear from both Ukraine and from Russia that they are happy with the deal, then there is no deal. So it doesn't matter how much positive noise you can hear about the negotiation and the framing of the talks, unless the fighting stops in a way that is sustainable, then it is all pretty meaningless, unfortunately.
And Deborah, you say it's meaningless. It feels like the people of Ukraine have been at this point so many times before, haven't they, over the last now almost 4 years?
Yes, and meaningless is probably the wrong word. Obviously, it's important. Obviously, trying to end the war and the negotiations that have gone on are clearly vital. But until it stops, then the pain that this country is feeling, it will continue. It's deep sub-zero temperatures here. Much of Kyiv and the wider country.
We're just going to take you now to President Zelenskyy speaking live in Davos.
Thank you very much. Dear friends, everyone remembers the great American film Groundhog Day with Bill Murray and Andy McDowell. Yes, but no one would want to live like that, repeating the same thing for weeks, months, and of course for years. And yet, that's exactly how we live now. And it's our life. And every forum like this one proves it. Just last year, here in Davos, I ended my speech with the words, Europe needs to know how to defend itself. A year has passed and nothing has changed. We are still in a situation where, I must say, the same words, but why? The answer is not just about the threats that exist or may appear. Each year brings something new for Europe and for the world. Everyone turned attention to Greenland. And it's clear most leaders simply are not sure what to do about it. And it seems like everyone is just waiting for America to cool down on this topic, hoping it will pass away. But what if will not? What then? There was so much talk about the protests in Iran, but they drowned in blood. The world has not helped enough the Iranian people, and it's true. It has stood aside. In Europe, there was Christmas and New Year celebrations, the seasonal holidays. By the time politicians came back to work and started forming a position, the Ayatollah has already killed thousands. And what will Iran become after this bloodshed? If the regime survives, it sends a clear signal to every bully: kill enough people and you stay in power. Who in Europe needs that message to become a reality? And yet Europe hasn't even tried to build its own response. Let's look at the Western Hemisphere. President Trump led an operation in Venezuela and Maduro was arrested, and there were different opinions about it, but the fact remains: Maduro is on trial in New York. Sorry, but Putin is not on trial. And this is the fourth year of the biggest war in Europe since World War II. And the man who started it is not only free, he is still fighting for his frozen money in Europe. And you know what? He is having some success, it's true. It's Putin who's trying to decide how the frozen Russian assets should be used, not those who have the power to punish him for this war. Thankfully, the EU decided to freeze Russian assets indefinitely, and I'm grateful for that. Thanks Ursula, thanks Antonio, and all the leaders who helped. But when the time came to use those assets to defend against Russian aggression, the decision was blocked. Putin managed this, yes, managed to stop Europe, unfortunately. Next point. Because of the America's position, people are now avoiding the topic of the International Criminal Court. And that's understandable. It's American historical position. But at the same time, there is still no real progress on establishing a special tribunal for Russian aggression against Ukraine, against the Ukrainian people. And we have an agreement, it's true. Many meetings have taken place, but still Europe hasn't reached even the point of having a home for the tribunal with staff and actual work happening inside. What's missing? Time or political will. Too often in Europe, something else is always more urgent than justice. Right now, we are working actively with partners on security guarantees, and I'm grateful for that, but those are for after the war ends. Once the ceasefire begins, there will be contingents and joint patrols and partner flags on Ukrainian soil. And that is a very good step and the right signal that UK and France are ready to actually commit their forces on the ground, and there is already a first agreement on that. Thank you, Keir, thanks Emmanuel, and all the leaders in our coalition. And we are doing everything to make sure that our coalition of the willing truly becomes a coalition of action. And again, everyone is very positive But, always but the backstop of President Trump is needed. And again, no security guarantees work without the US. But what about the ceasefire itself? Who can help make it happen? Europe loves to discuss the future, but avoids taking action today, action that defines what kind of future we will have. That is the problem. Why can't President Trump stop tankers from the Shadow Fleet and seize oil, but Europe doesn't? Russian oil is being transported right along European shores. That oil funds the war against Ukraine. That oil helps destabilize Europe. So Russian oil must be stopped and confiscated and sold for Europe's benefit. Why not? If Putin has no money, there is no war for Europe. If Europe has money, then it can protect its people. Right now, those tankers are making money for Putin, and that means Russia continues to push its sick agenda. Next point. I've said it before and I'll repeat it again. Europe needs united armed forces that can truly defend Europe. Today, Europe relies only on the belief that if danger comes, NATO will act. But no one has really seen the alliance in action. If Putin decides to take Lithuania or strike Poland, who will respond? Who will respond? Right now, NATO exists thanks to belief that the United States will act, that it will not stand aside and will help. But what if it doesn't? Believe me, this question is everywhere in the minds of every European leader, and some try to get closer to President Trump, it's true. Some wait, hoping the problem will disappear. Some have started acting, investing in weapons production and etc., building partnerships, getting public support for higher defense spending. But let's remember, until America pressured Europe to spend more on defense, most countries were not even trying to reach 5% of GDP, the minimum needed to ensure security. Europe needs to know how to defend itself. And if you send 30 or 40 soldiers to Greenland, what is that for? What message does it send? What's the message to Putin, to China? And even more importantly, what message does it send to Denmark? The most important, your close ally. You either declare that European bases will protect the region from Russia and China and establish those bases, or you risk not being taken seriously because 30 or 40 soldiers will not protect anything. And we know what to do. If Russian warships are sailing freely around Greenland, Ukraine can help. We have the expertise and weapons to ensure not one of those ships remains. They can sink near Greenland, just as they do near Crimea. No problem, we have the tools and we have people. For us, the sea is not the first line of defense, so we can take actions, and we know how to fight there if we were asked and if Ukraine were in NATO. But we are not. We would solve this problem with the Russian ships. As for Iran, everyone is waiting to see what America will do. And the world offers nothing, Europe offers nothing, and does not want to enter this issue as a supporter of the Iranian people and the democracy they need. But when you refuse to help the people fighting for freedom, the consequences return, and they are always negative. Belarus in 2020 is the example. No one helped their people, and now Russian Oreshnik missiles are deployed in Belarus within range of most European capitals. That would not have happened if the Belarusian people had won in 2020. And we have told our European partners multiple times, act now against those missiles in Belarus. Missiles are never just decoration, but Europe still remains in Greenland mode. Maybe someday someone will do something. The issue of Russian oil is the same. It's good that many sanctions exist. Russian oil is getting cheaper, but the flow has not stopped. And Russian companies that fund Putin's war machine are still working. And that will not change without more sanctions. And we are grateful for all the pressure put on the aggressor. But let's be honest, Europe must do more so its sanctions block enemies as effectively as American sanctions. Why is that important? Because if Europe is not seen as a global force, if its actions don't scare bad actors, then Europe will always be reacting, catching up with new dangers and attacks. We all see that the forces trying to destroy Europe do not face a single day. They operate freely, even operate inside Europe. Every victor who lives off European money while trying to sell out European interests deserves a smack upside the head. And if he feels comfortable in Moscow, it doesn't mean we should let European capitals become little Moscows. We must remember what separates Russia from all of us. The most fundamental line of conflict between Russia and Ukraine and all of Europe is this: Russia fights to devalue people, to make sure that when dictators want to destroy someone, they can. But they must lose power, not gain it. For example, Russia's missiles are produced only because there are ways to bypass sanctions. It's true. Everyone sees how Russia tries to freeze Ukrainians. Now, our people, Ukrainians to death at minus 20 degrees Celsius. But Russia couldn't build any ballistic or cruise missiles without critical components from other countries, and it's not just China. Too often people hide behind the excuse that China helps Russia. Yes, it does. But not only China. Russia gets components from companies in Europe, the United States, and Taiwan. Right now, many are investing in stability around Taiwan to avoid war. But can Taiwanese companies stop contributing electronics to Russia's war? Europe says almost nothing. America says nothing. And Putin makes missiles. And I thank every country, of course, and every company that helps Ukraine repair its energy system. This is crucial. Thank you to all who support the Pearl program, helping us buy Patriot missiles. But wouldn't it be cheaper and easier to just cut Russia off from the components it needs for missiles production? Or even destroy the factories making them? Last year, most of the time was spent talking about long-range weapons for Ukraine. And everybody said that the solution was within range. Now, no one is even talking about it. But Russian missiles and Shaheeds are still here. And we still have the coordinates of the factories where they are made. Today, they target Ukraine. Tomorrow, it could be any NATO country. And here in Europe, we are advised not to mention tomahawks, not to mention tomahawks to the Americans, not to spoil the mood. And we are told not to bring up Taurus missiles. When the subject is Turkey, diplomats say don't offend Greece. When it's Greece, they say be careful with Turkey. In Europe, there are endless internal arguments and things left unsaid that stop Europe from uniting and speaking honestly enough to find real solutions. And too often, Europeans turn against each other, leaders, parties, movements, and communities, instead of standing together to stop Russia, which brings the same destruction to everyone. Instead of becoming a truly global power, Europe remains a beautiful but fragmented kaleidoscope of small and middle powers. Instead of taking the lead in defending freedom worldwide, especially when America's focus shifts elsewhere, Europe looks lost, trying to convince the US president to change. But he will not change. President Trump loves who he is, and he says he loves Europe, but he will not listen to this kind of Europe. One of the biggest problems in today's Europe, though it's not often talked about, is the mindset. Some European leaders are from Europe, but not always for Europe. And Europe still feels more like a geography, history, a tradition, not a real political force, not a great power. Some Europeans are really strong, it's true. But many say we must stand strong, and they always want someone else to tell them how long they need to stand strong, preferably until the next election. But that's not how great power works, to my mind. Leaders say we must defend European interests, but they hope someone else will do it for them. And speaking of values, they often mean valueless. They are all like, we need something to replace the old world order with. But where is the line of leaders who are ready to act? Act now, on land, in the air, at the sea, to build a new global order. You can't build the new world order out of words. Only actions create real order. Today, America has launched the Board of Peace. Ukraine was invited, so was Russia, Belarus, though the war hasn't stopped. And there is not even a ceasefire. And you have seen who joined. Everyone had their reasons. But here is the thing. Europe hasn't even formed a united position on the American idea. Maybe tonight, when the European Council meets, they will decide something. But the documents were already signed this morning, and tonight they might also finally decide something on Greenland. But last night, Mark Rutte had spoken to President Trump. Thank you, Mark, for your productiveness. America is already changing its position, but nobody knows exactly how. So things move faster than we. Things move faster than Europe. And how can Europe keep up? Dear friends, we should not degrade ourselves to secondary roles, not when we have a chance to be a great power together. We should not accept that Europe is just a salad of small and middle powers seasoned with enemies of Europe. When united, we are truly invincible. And Europe can and must be a global force, not one that reacts late, but one that defines the future. That would help everyone from the Middle East to every other region in the world. That would help Europe itself, because the challenges we face now are challenges to the European way of life, where people matter, where nations matter. Europe can help build a better world Europe must build a better world, and a world without war, of course. But for that, Europe needs strength. For that, we must act together and act in time. And most of all, we must have the courage to act. And we are actively working to reach solutions, real solutions. Today, we met with President Trump, and our teams are working almost every day. It's not simple. The documents aimed at ending this war are nearly ready, and that really matters. Ukraine is working with full honesty and determination, and that brings results. And Russia must become ready to finish this war, to stop this aggression, Russian war against us. So the pressure must be strong enough, and the support for Ukraine must grow even stronger. Our previous meetings with President of the United States brought us air defense missiles, and thanks Europeans, they helped also. And today we also spoke about the protecting the skies, which means protecting lives, of course. And I hope America will continue to stand with us. And Europe must be strong. And Ukraine is ready to help with anything needed to guarantee peace and prevent destruction. We are ready to help others become stronger than they are now. We are ready to be part of a Europe that truly matters, a Europe of real power, great power. Today we need that power to protect our own independence, but you need Ukraine's independence too, because tomorrow you may have to defend your way of life. And when Ukraine is with you, no one will wipe their feet on you, and you will always have a way to act, and act in time. This is very important, act in time. Dear friends, today is one of the last days of Davos, though definitely not the last Davos, of course. And everyone agrees on that. And many people believe that somehow things will work out on their own. But we cannot rely on somehow. For real security, faith is not enough. Faith in a partner, in a lucky turn of events. No intellectual discussions are capable of stopping wars. We need action. World order comes from action, and we just need the courage to act. Without action now, there is no tomorrow. Let's end this Groundhog Day. And yes, it's possible. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Well, some pretty tough words from President Zelenskyy to the assembled crowd from Europe, talking about Groundhog Day and talking about what Europe needs to do to step up, also saying that the documents to end this war are nearly ready. Russia must become ready to stop this war as well. He says he hopes the US will continue to stand with us. There's going to be a question and answer session now. We're going to listen to that. But he also said about Europe that it loves to talk, not act. Europe needs a united armed forces. It relies on a belief that if danger comes, NATO will act. Let's listen in.
But I think you deserved every part of that standing ovation.
Thank you so much,
Mr. President. It is very good to have you back. How did your meeting with President Trump go?
Honestly.
Of course, honestly. But of course, in the interest of your country.
Yes, it was in the interest of my country. Yeah, the meeting was, I think...
would never question that.
No. The meeting was good, thanks to President, and thank you that he found time for us. And it's really, you know, today I saw like my team, and they spoke with American team. And before my meeting with President Trump, my team spent a lot of time with Americans. And even I wanted to ask President Trump to give them American passports, because I think that they, yes, really spend a lot of time. But be honest, I think that the meeting is very important. We need in our boat, I hope this is the boat, this is ship to peace, and we need very much to have the United States. For the future, for security guarantees, we understand that Europe has to be more stronger, but Europe will need time. And today America is very strong, and I think that our teams worked well and come, you know, like I think this like last mile, which is very difficult, which during any dialogue with any president, I have to defend the interests of my country. That's why the dialogue is, maybe it's not simple, but today it was positive. Okay. That's enough.
I think that's a good answer.
Thank you.
We know that Jared Kushner and also Special Representative Steve Witkoff is traveling this afternoon to Moscow. I think that I think now it all is also about when Russia is ready to stop the war, and it's hard to really understand what is in the head of Mr. Putin too. But what do you think are the current calculations in Moscow?
First of all, yes, American team will go to Moscow today. Yes, they waited for our meeting with President Trump, and now they will go, and my team will meet American team, and I think that it will be the first trilateral meeting in Emirates. It will be tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Yes, it will be 2 days meetings in Emirates. I hope that Emirates know about it. Yes, sometimes we have such surprises from American side. Yeah, but in any way they will go there, and I think this is good. If on the technical level we'll begin this trilateral meeting, I hope that we will find some. I don't know. Russians have to be ready for compromises, because you know everybody has to be ready, not only Ukraine, and this is important for us. So we will see what result will be, but that Russians will meet, that our guys meet today with Americans, then Americans will meet with Russians tomorrow. Today is at night. I don't know when. I don't know. Maybe Putin is sleeping. You said that nobody knows what is in his head. Yes, but
they might have to wait a little bit for the meeting.
I don't know. I don't know, but tomorrow and the day after tomorrow we will have trilateral. Our guys will have trilateral meetings. It's better than not to have any kind of dialogue. So we are under attack. People live without electricity, and we are in a difficult situation. But Russians also in a difficult situation. We are answering on their attacks, and God bless. The war will stop. I hope so.
And what is now the most difficult part for Ukraine? We know it's attack on your whole energy system and electricity, but then there are also the casualties on the borders. So the humanitarian situation is more challenging now than a year ago.
Yes, with Russia attacks energy, and they are focusing on it. And this is not a secret. This is not a mistake. This is their goal, to make blackouts in Ukraine. And they attack mostly civilians. They don't use a lot of missiles, these expensive missiles. What about I spoke before? They don't use it on the front. They use it against civilians, infrastructure, critical infrastructure. It's about the
everything, and hospitals, kindergartens, schools. But mostly it's about all about that technical things which which are focusing on destroying electricity, heating systems, water supplies, everything. Yes, this is where we are. This is the face of Russia, and really this is the face of this war. We have defending systems. We really created, I think, great ideas with drones, interceptors. We'll use them. We really produce them about 1,000 per day. We really produce about around that, but it's not enough. It's still not enough. Russia has about 500 drones, Iranian drones, each day, and dozens of missiles, ballistic missiles. And even those systems what partners gave us, of course they could give us more. Yes, and I spoke with President Trump today about it again. And I hope it was the last words, my last words. You know, like in Ukraine said, everybody remember only the last words. So my last words been several times to President Trump: don't forget about air defense, don't forget about Patriots. And so this is very important for us during this winter. So I think that this is all these attacks. I can't say that these attacks make us stronger, because it's about our people. The people, I mean, they are surviving. They are surviving in any case, but they are heroic people, civilians and soldiers, because they are not losers of this war, and this is important. They fight for their families, houses, and of course, for the freedom, and of course.
Wow. Would you be willing to say something on about the situation on the borders?
You mean contact line?
Yeah, contact lines.
It's Russia wants to have a border there, but it's contact line.
I'm glad you corrected me, Mr. President.
No, it's okay. It's not the first time for me.
It is not okay, but you know, coming back to the borderline. So, would you like to say something about that?
Yes. Look, I mean this again, it's about technologies, and I wanted to show you, but I had some technical questions, but I wanted to show you how we work. We see online the war, we see the real enemies, we see our losses and Russian losses. Russian losses are the biggest what they had ever. So I'm just sharing with you, the real statistic is 35,000 killed per month. 35,000 soldiers. Last year, these months, it was about 14,000. So Russia is not thinking about it, but we think about it. We think how they lose and how many soldiers they lose. We know that they mobilize 43,000 per month, and they begin to lose 35. From these 43, you have to know that about 10–15% are run away, and there are some wounded, but you can understand that their army stopped increasing. This is important because of our drones technologies and our operators of drones. But in any way, we want to stop tomorrow this war, of course. But you have to know that if the war will continue, Russia will start to lose the number of their army, or Putin will decide to mobilize this country, his country, I mean.
Maybe last question, because I know you also need to go back to Kiev.
It was not interesting with me, yes.
Your people is behind you and showing the watch all the time. I would love to continue for another 15 minutes, Mr. President.
But not more.
15 is okay?
No.
No.
Okay. The last question. Yeah.
So my last question, Mr. President, how can the people here at the World Economic Forum and in Davos support the most? I think you heard the applause. I think everyone wants to also show solidarity with you and the country?
To defend our land, this is a very expensive task. So if during economic forum we can find as more businesses as possible which can open offices in Ukraine, it means that you really trust and you believe that peace will come, and that you really, yes, a little bit risk now, a little bit. We decided at the beginning, be honest today, a little bit, but we need your offices and companies. It means that you believe and you trust in Ukraine, in our independent life after the war. This is the biggest chance what you can do to invest now, to give jobs for our people. And I think this is the most important. This is real support, not words, real support. Jobs, money, investment, come often to Ukraine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, President Zelenskyy ending with a very positive note following a speech which was quite tough in terms of his words for Europe. He sounded very angry with Europe. He talked about how it feels like Groundhog Day in Ukraine. Last year, he ended his speech at Davos with the words, Europe needs to know how to defend itself. Nothing has changed. He was angry with Europe about not using frozen Russian assets. He talked about the fact that there's been no action from the rest of the world on Iran. What signal does that send? He said, if you kill enough people, you stay in power, saying that Europe loves to talk and not act. Also reiterating that Europe needs a united armed forces service. It says one of the biggest problems of today's Europe is the mindset. It's a mindset of geography, history, tradition, not of a political force. You are a fragmented kaleidoscope of small and middle powers. Well, let's talk to our security and defence editor, Deborah Haynes, who's in Kiev. Deborah, also some positive words about the negotiations, that the documents to end the war are nearly ready, he said. Russia must become ready to stop this war. What do you take away from his speech?
Yes, well, I guess the sort of the news line in terms of developments is that he revealed that US, Ukrainian and Russian officials will, for the first time, be holding trilateral talks. He said that they'll be taking place in the United Arab Emirates tomorrow and on Saturday. However, he really was, as you said, sounding incredibly frustrated about the way that European allies just aren't being as strong as they can be. I remember the speech that he gave last year at the Munich Security Forum, which is the Munich Security Conference, which is going to be happening again in a couple of weeks' time, when he was really rallying Europe to get together. He sort of talked about a united European force to be able to defend themselves and obviously reduce their reliance on the United States. He says a year later, he talks, like you said, about Groundhog Day, the fact that he is still saying the same things, and here in Ukraine they are suffering the same threats, and there still is no change on the ground. I think that is the clear message coming through. And he urged European allies to get out of what he called Greenland mode and focus on European security and Ukraine's security. He was scathing, wasn't he, asking questions about how is it that the US is able to attack these Russian Shadow Fleet tankers, and yet they are cruising around European waters and the Europeans are doing nothing. It was a really strong message to Europe, from a position of friendship, because clearly Volodymyr Zelenskyy is absolutely working alongside his European allies, but he needs them to be as strong as Ukraine is. He says that they need to be working together as a great power in order to deal with the challenges that they all face. It's not just a threat here in Ukraine. Yes, that's where the war is right now. But if it isn't resolved here, then clearly the risk is that it can spread. And the longer that Europe doesn't wake up to that reality, then the greater the risk of that actually becoming an eventuality.
Deborah, thank you very much. Well, Well, let's cross to our US correspondent, David Blevins, who is in Washington. And David, President Trump, when he came out of the meeting with President Zelenskyy, seemed very positive as well. How do you think the Davos meeting has gone for President Trump?
I think it's gone as well as either side could have anticipated at this stage. As Deborah has been explaining, there has been some progress in that for the first time there are going to be trilateral talks involving America, Ukraine and Russia. That is a development. But in many ways, we've been listening to the same song on repeat from President Trump for a very long time. He's been telling us that too many people are dying, which is true, that they are close to ending the war. Are they? That there's only one sticking point. Is there? The one thing we do know for certain is that he underestimated the challenge this would pose. But I think all of us underestimated the passion with which Volodymyr Zelenskyy would deliver his speech within the last hour. It really was quite something, urging European leaders not to degrade themselves to being a salad seasoned with the enemies of Europe. Extraordinary words, really. He said President Trump will not change. He will not listen to this kind of Europe, and you need to act now to create a new global order with actions, not with words. As Deborah explained, he used Greenland and Iran as examples, really. On Greenland, he said, everyone's just waiting for America to cool down. On Iran, his words were even stronger, that the protesters are drowning in blood, he said. What message does it send if the world doesn't respond, kill enough people, and the regime survives? And then he compared that with Venezuela. Maduro is on trial, Putin is not on trial, and yet it is the biggest war since World War II. He talked a little about the politics of Europe, which I find interesting, how when he goes to meet the Americans, European leaders urge him, don't talk about Tomahawk cruise missiles to them, don't wind them up, in other words. And that's what led him to the point where he described Europe as a beautiful but fragmented kaleidoscope of small powers instead of being the superpower that it could be. And really, at the end of the day, he was calling for a united armed force from Europe so that it didn't have to rely so much on NATO.
And in terms of Greenland and what he was saying before he came to Davos and what he is now saying, it does appear to be a climb down or a row back, or however you might like to phrase it. But that will not be how he will be playing it in America, is it?
Really hard to know exactly what is going on. They keep telling us we're going to have more detail in due course and that negotiations are actually still continuing. But the president yesterday said they had got everything they wanted for as long as they wanted it. But that's not true factually, because earlier in the day in his own speech he was saying they need to own Greenland. It's not enough for them to lease it in any kind of way. And he hasn't actually changed position in terms of sovereignty. The NATO General Secretary, Mark Rutte, has confirmed there was no conversation about the sovereignty of Greenland. So the president is presenting this as a deal, but we're not actually sure what that looks like. And that's why, despite the best efforts of his team around him to present this as an example of the art of the deal, the president surprising everyone and achieving everything he wanted, it doesn't appear that he's done that at all.
David, thanks very much. Well, let's now bring in Sir William Patey, former British diplomat and ambassador, to get his thoughts on what's been happening. Really good to talk to you today. So let's talk about Ukraine first of all. We'll move on to what Zelenskyy said about Europe in a moment. But first, the fact that there is going to be these trilateral talks in the United Arab Emirates. That is significant. How hopeful are you that that could lead to progress in the war?
Well, it's progress that these are trilateral talks, because up to now we've had talks between the Americans and the Ukrainians, and between the Americans and the Russians. At least the Ukrainians will be talking to the Russians, and the Americans will hear directly the Ukrainians talking to the Russians. So, but I think President Zelenskyy is right to be cautious. We've been here before. He's often offered, when the Americans have talked to the Russians, they've come back with a sort of unconditional surrender plan. And then Zelenskyy has to talk Trump back down from that. And it's quite clear that the Ukrainians are willing to do a deal in which the current contact lines are frozen, but they're certainly not willing to give up land that the Russians haven't already taken, and indeed they're not willing to give up sovereignty over land that is currently occupied by the Russians. So we'll wait to see. We've been here before, so you'd be unwise to get too optimistic.
You will, yes, and Zelenskyy describing it as Groundhog Day for those who actually are in Ukraine, going through this on a daily basis. The grinding attacks is beyond belief, isn't it? What did you make of what he'd said about Europe? He seemed really angry with Europe. He's angry about the fact that he said, you know, NATO exists thanks to the belief that the US will act, but talked about Europe not using frozen Russian assets, and then started talking about how he sees Europe, this beautiful kaleidoscope of fragmented and small and middle powers. And this, of course, comes after Mark Carney's speech on Tuesday about the world order changing. How close do you think we are to some kind of pivotal shift in how the world is run?
Well, we are in the face of a shift, and I think the two most important speeches that I've heard, the Davos Zelenskyy speech and Mark Carney's, they're reflecting what is a brutal reality. Even though we've, if as expected, President Trump rose back from his threat of insisting on sovereignty over Greenland. And that has been a wake-up call for NATO, the way he's pursued that, his willingness to impose sanctions on friendly NATO countries in order to get his way, his willingness to consider making NATO redundant. So Mark Carney's speech is about the middle powers reacting to this new world, a new world in where great powers have zones of influence and the rest of us have to go along with what they say. So this is a wake-up call for Europe. President Zelenskyy is as blunt as anyone could be in saying, get your act together. You have the potential to be a global player, but only if you work together. And basically that's what Mark Carney was saying. Middle powers have to shape the world order. They will only do that if they work together. And they will only do that if they invest in hard power, which Europe has not done in recent years. So Europe has to invest in hard power so they can defend themselves. And we're on the cusp of a very different world, and Europe needs to catch up.
Where does the UK stand in this world of small and middle powers?
Well, they're part of that, and I think Europe needs the UK, and the UK needs Europe. UK has to invest in its armed forces, which have been run down over the last decade and a half to a point of we're almost defenceless if we were faced a serious threat. So we have to invest in our armed forces. That's what the strategic review led by Lord Robertson said. We probably have to do it faster than we currently envisage. The same will be true of France and Germany. We also have to worry about our economic power, because strength comes through economy. So we're already talking about getting closer to Europe, joining the single market, perhaps joining the customs union. So we have to be part of a European economic zone. We have to join with those NATO countries, like-minded countries like Canada and France and Germany, Norway and Sweden, to create a military capability that can act. Within NATO, we shouldn't rush to kill NATO, but we must be able to act independent of the US if necessary. And that's a very big ask and needs a big investment.
And acting independently from the US and perhaps handling the US differently as well. From what you've seen over the last few days, Trump's demands about Greenland and then coming to Davos, having a meeting with Mark Rutte and changing his mind. You know, a lot of people saying, oh, is Mark Rutte the Trump whisperer? Have we learned anything over Davos about how best to handle President Trump?
Well, it's difficult to know which method works best. And our Prime Minister, I think, rightly talks quietly in public and then has his arguments with Donald Trump in private. President Macron does a slightly different approach. I think there's probably room for good cop, bad cop in doing it, because President Trump is so unpredictable. But notwithstanding President Trump's own personality, I think we have to accept that even though he'll be gone in 3 years, the world will have changed by then. And we have to be planning for a post-Trump world anyway. So we have to assume that the America first, the hemispheric domination that they're talking about may not disappear with President Trump. So we have to prepare for that, and we have to prepare for a world in which Europe can defend itself against Russia without reliance on the United States, because the only threat to Europe comes from Russia, doesn't really come from China or anybody else. So that's what we should be working on.
How much do you think we are suffering from not having a US ambassador at the moment, the UK, not having somebody who can be whispering in the ears of those closest to Donald Trump after Peter Mandelson vacated his post? We have an interim. But do you think that has maybe affected miscommunications, perhaps, over Greenland?
Well, probably not, because I think the US establishment were pretty well informed about what we were doing over Greenland. The problem is that Donald Trump doesn't talk to any of them before he goes on to Truth Social. So he admitted himself he misunderstood the purpose of the contingent of European NATO countries going to Greenland. So I think the way Donald Trump conducts his diplomacy probably requires the Prime Minister to talk directly. Our National Security Advisor, Jonathan Powell, knows the American system very well. He'll be talking directly to his NSA counterparts. I mean, it's obviously important to have an ambassador. We have a very good deputy there, and it's not the lack of talking to Congress and to the US establishment that's the problem. It's the way the United States conducts its own diplomacy, and it's very much a one-man show.
Sir William Patey, former British diplomat and ambassador, really good to get your thoughts today. Thank you very much. You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up, we will be telling you more about impassioned President Zelenskyy, who's accused Europe of avoiding action, but has also confirmed that the first trilateral meeting between the US, Russia and Ukraine will happen tomorrow. Plenty coming up from Davos after this break. Hello, you're watching Sky News Today with me, Jane Secker. It's 3 o'clock. These are the headlines. Volodymyr Zelenskyy says Ukrainian, Russian and US officials will hold their first talks to end the war in Ukraine tomorrow, but accuses Europe of avoiding action.
Europe remains a beautiful but fragmented kaleidoscope of small and middle powers.
Also ahead, Denmark's Prime Minister thanks Sir Keir Starmer for his very strong support over Trump's threats to annex Greenland.
We are good friends, the two of us.
Yeah.
So just to finalise, I think we're gonna get by with a little help from our friends.
Emotion from Liz Hurley, the actress in tears as she gives evidence in her case against the publisher of the Daily Mail. Plus,
What do you see?
I see you. Grown. Very strong.
the Oscar nominations are out. Hamnet is among the big movies named in the runners and riders. Hello, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. Ukrainian, Russian and US officials will hold their first talks to end the war in Ukraine tomorrow. Volodymyr Zelenskyy confirmed the meeting during a speech to world leaders in Davos after an hour-long meeting with the US president. The Ukrainian leader didn't hold back on Europe and their approach to Donald Trump, calling them a kaleidoscope of small powers who like to talk about the future without taking action.
Let's look at the Western Hemisphere. President Trump led an operation in Venezuela, and Maduro was arrested, and there were different opinions about it, but the fact remains Maduro is on trial in New York. Sorry, but Putin is not on trial. UK and France are ready to actually commit their forces on the ground, and there is already a first agreement on that. Thank you, Keir, thanks, Emmanuel, and all the leaders in our coalition. And we are doing everything to make sure that our coalition of the willing truly becomes a coalition of action. And again, everyone is very positive, but, always but the backstop of President Trump is needed. And again, no security guarantees work without the US. But what about the ceasefire itself? Who can help make it happen? Europe loves to discuss the future, but avoids taking action today, action that defines what kind of future we will have. That is the problem. Too often, Europeans turn against each other, leaders, parties, movements, and communities, instead of standing together to stop Russia, which brings the same destruction to everyone. Instead of becoming a truly global power, Europe remains a beautiful but fragmented kaleidoscope of small and middle powers. Instead of taking the lead in defending freedom worldwide, especially when America's focus shifts elsewhere, Europe looks lost, trying to convince the US president to change. But he will not change. President Trump loves who he is, and he says he loves Europe, but he will not listen to this kind of Europe. Documents aimed at ending this war are nearly ready, and that really matters. Ukraine is working with full honesty and determination, and that brings results, and Russia must become ready to finish this war, to stop this aggression. Russian aggression, Russian war against us. So the pressure must be strong enough, and the support for Ukraine must grow even stronger.
Well, our security and defence editor, Deborah Haynes, has this analysis from Kiev.
I guess the news line in terms of developments is that he revealed that US, Ukrainian and Russian officials will for the first time be holding trilateral talks. He said that they'll be taking place in the United Arab Emirates tomorrow and on Saturday. However, he really was sounding incredibly frustrated about the way that European allies just aren't being as strong as they can be. I remember the speech that he gave last year at the Munich Security Forum, which is the Munich Security Conference, which is going to be happening again in a couple of weeks' time, when he was really rallying Europe to get together. He sort of talked about a united European force to be able to defend themselves and obviously reduce their reliance on the United States. He says a year later, he talks, like you said, about Groundhog Day, the fact that he is still saying the same things, and here in Ukraine they are suffering the same threats, and there still is no change on the ground. I think that is the clear message coming through. And he urged European allies to get out of what he called Greenland mode and focus on European security and Ukraine's security. He was scathing, wasn't he, asking questions about how is it that the US is able to attack these Russian Shadow Fleet tankers, and yet they are cruising around European waters, and the Europeans are doing nothing. It was a really strong message to Europe, from a position of friendship, because clearly Volodymyr Zelenskyy is absolutely working alongside his European allies, but he needs them to be as strong as Ukraine is. He says that they need to be working together as a great power in order to deal with the challenges that they all face. It's not just a threat here in Ukraine. Yes, that's where the war is right now. But if it isn't resolved here, then clearly the risk is that it can spread. And the longer that Europe doesn't wake up to that reality, then the greater the risk of that actually becoming an eventuality.
Deborah Haynes there. Well, before Zelenskyy took to the stage in Davos, he met Donald Trump. It's understood they spoke for about an hour, and the US president seemed fairly positive.
We're meeting with Russia. That'll take place tomorrow. They're going to be meeting with President Putin. I had a very good meeting with President Zelenskyy. Everybody wants to have the war end.
Our US correspondent David Blevins has more from Washington.
I think it's gone as well as either side could have anticipated at this stage. As Deborah has been explaining, there has been some progress in that for the first time there are going to be trilateral talks involving America, Ukraine and Russia. That is a development. But in many ways, we've been listening to the same song on repeat from President Trump for a very long time. He's been telling us that too many people are dying, which is true, that they are close to ending the war. Are they? That there's only one sticking point. Is there? The one thing we do know for certain is that he underestimated the challenge this would pose. But I think all of us underestimated the passion with which Volodymyr Zelenskyy would deliver his speech. It really was quite something, urging European leaders not to degrade themselves to being a salad seasoned with the enemies of Europe. Extraordinary words, really. He said President Trump will not change. He will not listen to this kind of Europe. And you need to act now to create a new global order with actions, not with words. As Deborah explained, he used Greenland and Iran as examples, really. On Greenland, he said, everyone's just waiting for America to cool down. On Iran, his words were even stronger, that the protesters are drowning in blood, he said. What message does it send if the world doesn't respond, kill enough people, and the regime survives? And then he compared that with Venezuela. Maduro is on trial. Putin is not on trial, and yet it is the biggest war since World War II. He talked a little about the politics of Europe, which I find interesting, how when he goes to meet the Americans, European leaders urge him, don't talk about Tomahawk cruise missiles to them, don't wind them up, in other words. And that's what led him to the point where he described Europe as a beautiful but fragmented kaleidoscope of small powers instead of being the superpower that it could be. And really, at the end of the day, he was calling for a united armed force from Europe so that it didn't have to rely so much on NATO.
David Blevins there. Well, to the issue of Greenland now, and the Danish Prime Minister's thanked Sir Keir Starmer for the UK support. It follows mounting tensions and eventually a climb down from the US President after agreeing to a framework for the future of the autonomous territory. Mette Frederiksen met with the Prime Minister at Chequers earlier.
We can talk about a number of really important issues today. Greenland, obviously, Ukraine, obviously. Our position on Greenland has been set out now a number of times in recent days, and in terms of recent developments and the withdrawal of the threat of tariffs, I see that as a reflection of pragmatism, common sense, and sticking to our values and our principles.
From the bottom of my heart, I would like to thank you and the UK for your very strong support to the Kingdom of Denmark. I think everybody recognizes that it has been quite a difficult time for us. And to know that you have good friends, strong allies, and that Europeans stand together, don't get divided, and stick to our, as you said, our common values, even in a world that is changing rapidly, is extremely important for all of us.
Well, he was a crucial part of the negotiations that led to Donald Trump's deal on Greenland. And today, Sky News has spoken to the NATO Secretary-General Mark Rutte about his involvement. He dismissed descriptions of him being a Trump whisperer as he talked to our presenter, Yalda Hakim.
Secretary-General, thank you so much for joining us here on the programme. What happened? How did you manage to convince President Trump to U-turn on this demand he was making over Greenland?
I don't think there's a U-turn. What I think is happening here is President Trump, when he was Trump 45, already started to focus European and Canadian allies on the Arctic. Greenland, but also the wider Arctic. The risk that the Russians and the Chinese will gain access. And then when he came back into office, he again said, hey, it's still not solved to a sufficient level. And he is right. So over the year, he and I had discussions on this. And yesterday, we discussed how can we now tackle this for once and for all, making sure that the Russians and the Chinese, his vision, for them not to gain access to the Arctic region. Greenland, but also the wider Arctic, including the US with Alaska. And then it was clear for both of us that NATO has to play a role here with the 7 Arctic allies. And then still, when it comes to Greenland specifically, there is a process in place. US, Greenland, Denmark, established last week by Secretary Rubio and Vice President Vance with the Danish delegation, the Greenland delegation, to continue that conversation, particularly focusing on how do we prevent the Russians and the Chinese gaining access to the economy, in a military sense, to Greenland.
But he's specifically spoken about ownership over Greenland. Has that now gone away?
We didn't discuss it. It didn't come up last night.
He didn't mention, because he's been talking about it all week. All week we've heard President Trump say, we need Greenland. Only the United States can secure Greenland. It's part of our national security. We need to take ownership over Greenland. Fine, I'm not going to do it by force, but I need to get the Europeans to the negotiating table.
But here, I think last night it didn't come up anymore. And what I can say is that we discussed on what is his idea, his vision. I mean, he was the one who reinvigorated NATO at the summit in The Hague, the famous 5%. Without him, it would never have happened. And now he's the one who is really focusing NATO again on how can we collectively save the Arctic from the Russians and the Chinese. That is what we discussed, how to do that, how to make that practical, zoning out a bit from Greenland, but still Greenland being an issue when it comes to these trilateral talks, because they're particularly, he wants to make sure, and I think he's right, and I think the Danes agree with this, and the Greenlanders agree with this, for the Russians and Chinese not to gain access.
You're saying this, Mr. Rutte, but we've all heard what Donald Trump has said. And while it may not have come up, as you say, behind closed doors with you, who capitulated over this? Because you're saying the focus should be the protection of Greenland and the Arctic, and that is part of everyone's national security. But something shifted and changed yesterday, where Donald Trump said, there's a framework, there's a deal.
Well, again, this issue did not come up anymore last night. And I think what we discussed is the goal. What do we want to achieve? And his vision, when he was Trump 45, again with Trump 47, clearly leading the way. He is the leader of the free world. If he is worried about something, hey, we'd better listen, because then he might have found something which is not good. And that is this issue of the Russians and the Chinese getting more and more access, because the sea lanes are opening up. We know there are 7 Arctic countries in NATO. That's the US, because of Alaska, that's Canada, and then 5 in Europe. And the 8th one is Russia. And we don't want the Russians to get access to our part of the Arctic. Plus, we have China, which is not an Arctic country, but which is more and more active there in that region. So it's a sort of informal 9th Arctic member. And he was always clear on this. In my conversations with him, I think yesterday we focused on that aim, that goal. How can we prevent that from happening? And how can NATO collectively under US leadership, as always, because the US is by far the biggest nation in NATO. How can we do this?
He said yesterday, they call me daddy. That's what you've called him.
Yeah, but that was a bit of a language mistake. I said after the Iran, you know, the Iran, what he did in June, I said, hey, sometimes daddy has to be angry. And later I thought, oh, and then and this is the fun part with Trump.
The fun part with the president. And he said he likes
but that's the fun part with him.
But
he is a great guy, and you can laugh at him.
But some people are describing you now as a Trump whisperer.
Nobody, Trump doesn't need whisperers. He needs...
But have you found a way and a strategy?
No,
calling
I don't.
him daddy, you spoke
Why
to
would
him
I need to find a
yesterday?
way if he's doing the right stuff? When it comes to NATO, he's doing the right stuff. When it is coming to the Arctic, he's focusing us on the right issues. So why do I have to whisper to anybody? He doesn't need that. Sometimes you have your debates, of course, within the chamber, within the room, and with European allies I have those discussions. But in the end, this is the strength of NATO. We always pull together. Article 5 is ironclad. The US is totally committed to the organization. They had one big irritant, one big pebble in the shoe, Europeans not paying up. That we solved in The Hague.
Plenty more on that story on The World with Yalda Hakim at 9 o'clock tonight here on Sky News. Now, the US today has also set out its vision for the future of Gaza as part of Donald Trump's unveiling of his peace board. The president's former senior advisor and son-in-law, Jared Kushner, unveiled this master plan for the Strip, saying that they can complete their proposed projects in 3 years. And just look at what they're proposing for it. They're proposing this strip of coastal tourism with towers all the way along the Mediterranean. And then they're going to develop each area in turn. So they're going to start at the bottom here. This is Rafah's, one of the areas where there are a huge amount of tunnels going from under Gaza into Egypt. Rafah is going to be the first phase, Rafah City and Rafah City 2. And then moving along to Han Yunis next. That will be the next area that they develop. The yellow areas, these are residential areas. The brown area is an industrial complex. It is fundamentally an entire new vision for the whole of Gaza. He then focused in on the city of Rafah, saying that they had already begun removing the rubble, and that the area could also be renovated within 2 to 3 years. He also spoke about the enclave as becoming a destination with transport hubs. There's even an airport, something that Gaza hasn't had, an airport right there at the end on the border with Egypt as well, and saying that there would be 100% full employment. Meanwhile, the UK have said that they will not join the Board of Peace at present due to concerns about Russian President Vladimir Putin's invitation and potential involvement. Other traditional allies and NATO members not joining the board include France and Slovenia, and the Scandinavian countries of Norway and Sweden. Those not joining have also cited the fact that the board's work has now moved beyond Gaza, moving into something far more ambitious. While presenting the board in Davos, Donald Trump said it will work with the United Nations, not replace it.
We're committed to ensuring Gaza is demilitarized, properly governed, and beautifully rebuilt. It's going to be a great plan, and that's where the Board of Peace really started. And I think we can spread out to other things as we succeed with Gaza. We're going to be very successful in Gaza. It's going to be a great thing to watch, and we can do other things. We can do numerous other things. Once this board is completely formed, we can do pretty much whatever we want to do, and we'll do it in conjunction with the United Nations. You know, I've always said the United Nations has got tremendous potential, has not used it. But there's tremendous potential in the United Nations. And I think the combination of the Board of Peace with the kind of people we have here, coupled with the United Nations, can be, you know, something very, very unique for the world. It's for the world. This isn't United States. This is for the world. As everyone can see today, the first steps toward a brighter day for the Middle East and a much safer future for the world are unfolding right before your very eyes. Together we are in a position to have an incredible chance. I don't even call it a chance. I think it's going to happen. To end decades of suffering, stop generations of hatred and bloodshed, and forge a beautiful, everlasting, and glorious peace for that region and for the whole region of the world, because I'm calling the world a region. The world is a region. We're going to have peace in the world. And boy, would that be a great legacy for all of us.
Well, Kushner, who unveiled the master plan slides, highlighted the opportunities that they wanted to make for business.
Without security, nobody's going to make investments. Nobody's going to come, build there. We need investments in order to start giving jobs. We want to take these people. 85% of the aid of Gaza, 85% of the GDP of Gaza has been aid for a long time. That's not sustainable. It doesn't give these people dignity. It doesn't give them hope. And so we want to use free market economy principles. A lot of what President Trump spoke about that he's doing in America, we want to bring the same mindset and the same approach to a place like Gaza to give these people the ability to thrive and have a good life. Let's just plan for catastrophic success. Hamas signed a deal to demilitarize. That is what we are going to enforce. People ask us what our plan B is. We do not have a plan B. We have a plan. We signed an agreement. We are all committed to making that agreement work.
Well, the US Special Envoy Steve Witkoff said that the peace proposals in Gaza also provided hope for future work across the world.
We have achieved a peace deal in Gaza. We have brought the hostages home, all of the bodies except for one, and we will bring that body home too. And maybe most importantly, we have created a sense of hope for what the future can bring in Gaza and all other places where the Board of Peace will operate.
This is Sky News Today. Coming up, we're going to be telling you more about the ongoing trial at the High Court involving Liz Hurley, who broke down in tears in the witness stand today. Really, for those in Greenland and in Denmark as well.
Yes, and I think they've learned some lessons here about standing up to Trump, and the end result is that they have not got any fear of force for now, and they've backed down on the tariffs. Now, it'll be painted somehow by Trump as another victory, and even people like Mark Rutte will not sort of point out the obvious, because the president doesn't like being told he's lost. But the reality is he has climbed down.
He has climbed down, but we've also seen, both from Carney, from Zelenskyy and from Trump himself, NATO and its functionality taking quite a beating here. How do you think NATO is damaged after the last couple of weeks?
We've sort of added to our mission sustainable abundance. So with robotics and AI, this is really the path to abundance for all. If you say, people often talk about solving global poverty, or essentially how do we give everyone a very high standard of living. I think the only way to do this is AI and robotics, which doesn't mean that it is without its issues. I mean, we need to be very careful with AI. We need to be very careful with robotics. We don't want to find ourselves in a James Cameron movie, Terminator. He's got great movies, love his movies, but we don't want to be in Terminator, obviously. But if you have ubiquitous AI that is essentially free or close to it, and ubiquitous robotics, then you will have an explosion in the global economy, an expansion in the global economy that is truly beyond all precedent.
Can that expansion be broad?
Yes.
Or is it narrow?
And how can that be created? How can it broaden the global economy?
Yeah, I mean, a way to think of it is that if you have a large number of humanoid robots, the economic output is the average productivity per robot times the number of robots.
Right.
And actually, my prediction is in the benign scenario of the future that the robots will actually make so many robots and AI that they will actually saturate all human needs. Meaning you won't be able to even think of something to ask the robot for at a certain point. Like there will be such an abundance of goods and services because my prediction is that there'll be more robots than people. So,
but how do you then have human purpose in that scenario?
Yeah, I mean, you know, nothing's perfect, you know. But I mean, it is a necessary. Like you can't have both. You can't have work that has to be done and amazing abundance for all. Because if it's work that has to be done, then you and only some people can do it, then you can't have abundance.
Then
for
it's
all.
narrow.
Yeah, it's narrow. Yeah. Exactly. So, but if you have billions of humanoid robots, and I think there will be, I think everyone on Earth is going to have one and going to want one, because who wouldn't want a robot to, you know, assuming it's very safe, watch over your kids, take care of your pet. If you have elderly parents, a lot of friends of mine said they have elderly parents. It's very difficult to take care of them.
Expensive.
Yeah, it's expensive, and there just aren't enough people to take care of there aren't enough young people to take care of the old people.
Right.
So if you had a robot that could take care of and protect an elderly parent, I think that would be great. That would be an amazing thing to have. I think we will have those things. So, I mean, overall, I'm very optimistic about the future. I think we're headed for a future of amazing abundance, which is very cool. And definitely, we are in the most interesting time in history. I don't think there's a more interesting time in history. So.
Can you and I reverse aging in this new history, or are we going to see it?
You know, I haven't put much time into the aging stuff. I do think it is a very solvable problem. Like you can. I think when we figure out what causes aging, I think we'll find it's incredibly obvious. It's not a subtle thing. The reason I say it's not a subtle thing is because all the cells in your body, you know, with some pretty much age at the same rate. I've never seen someone with an old left arm and a young right arm ever in my life. So why is that? That means that there must be a clock, a synchronizing clock,
right,
that is synchronizing across 35 trillion cells in your body. You know, there is some benefit to death, by the way. It's like there's a reason why we don't actually have a longer lifespan, because if people do live forever for a very long time, I think there's some risk of an ossification of society, of things just getting kind of locked in place, you know, it just may become stultifying, just not lack vibrancy. But that said, do I think we will figure out ways to extend life and maybe even reverse aging? I think that's highly likely.
I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
So in the future that you talk about, the AI models, autonomous machines, rockets, depends on massive increases in compute, massive increases in energy, expensive energy, manufacturing scale. What are the bottlenecks to get there? And then, once again, with all that expenditures, again, how can we make sure that it's broad and not narrow?
I just think the natural thing is it's going to be very broad because AI companies will seek as many customers as they possibly can, and the cost of AI is already very low, and it's plummeting every year. I mean, the cost of AI is almost meaningfully changing on a month-to-month basis.
There's open models now everywhere. Yeah.
Yes, there's open models, and the open models only lag. They're maybe a year behind the sort of closed models. So I think the AI companies will seek as many customers as possible, which means they'll provide AI to the world.
But the cost of getting to there, the compute, the chips, the fab, the powering, that to me, what are the those are huge.
The limiting factor. Yeah, I think the limiting factor for AI deployment is fundamentally electrical power.
It's just right. It's energy.
Yeah. I mean, we're seeing the rate of AI chip production increase exponentially, but the rate of electricity being brought online is
3%, 4% a year, max.
Yeah. It's clear that we're very soon, maybe even later this year, we'll be producing more chips than we can turn on. Except for China. China's growth in electricity is tremendous.
They're building 100 gigawatts of nuclear as we speak.
Actually, solar is the biggest thing in China. So I believe China's production capacity on solar is 1,500 gigawatts a year, and they're deploying over 1,000 gigawatts a year of solar. Now, for continuous solar load, you divide that by roughly, 4 or 5. Call it that's around 250 gigawatts of steady-state power paired with batteries. And that's a very big number. That's half of the average power usage in the U.S.
Right.
So U.S. power usage on average is 500 gigawatts. China, just in solar, in solar that can provide steady-state power and batteries, can do half of the U.S. electricity output per year just with solar. Solar is by far the biggest source of energy. And actually, when you look beyond, or even on Earth, but certainly beyond Earth, the sun rounds up to 100% of all energy. This is an important thing to consider. So the sun is 99.8% of the mass of the solar system. Jupiter is about 0.1%, and everything else is miscellaneous. Now, even if you were to burn Jupiter in a thermonuclear reactor, the amount of energy produced by the sun would still round up to 100%, because Jupiter is only 0.1%. If you teleported 3 more Jupiters into our solar system, and burnt 3 more Jupiters and everything else in the solar system, the sun's energy would still round up to 100%. Mm-hmm. So it's really all about the sun. And that's why one of the things we'll be doing with SpaceX within a few years is launching solar-powered AI satellites.
Right.
Because the space is really the source of immense power, and then you don't need to take up any room on Earth. There's so much room in space, and you can scale to enormous. You can scale to, I think, ultimately hundreds of terawatts a year.
You and I have had these conversations before, but why don't you tell the audience what would it take for the United States, and what type of geography would it take to have that solar field to electrify the United States? And then let me ask a question: why aren't we doing it?
Yeah. So, I guess a rough way to think about it is 100 miles by 100 miles, or call it 160 kilometers by 160 kilometers of solar is enough to power the entire United States. So, 100 mile by 100 mile area is I mean, you could take basically a small corner of Utah, Nevada, New Mexico. Obviously, you wouldn't want it all in one place, but it is a very small percentage of the area of the U.S. to generate all of the electricity that the U.S. uses. And the same is true, actually, I mean, for Europe. You could take a small part, you could take relatively unpopulated areas of, say, Spain and Sicily and generate all of the electricity power that Europe needs.
So why don't you think that there's a movement towards that here and in the United States?
Well, there is.
As it is in China.
Well, unfortunately, in the U.S., the tariff barriers for solar are extremely high, and that makes the economics of deploying solar so artificially high because China makes almost all the solar,
What would it take for Europe or the U.S. to build it commercially, if it's that scale?
Yeah, I think. Well, I can tell you what we're going to do. SpaceX and Tesla is we're building up large-scale solar.
Right.
So the SpaceX and Tesla teams both separately are working to build to 100 gigawatts a year of solar power in the U.S. of manufactured solar power, and that'll probably take us, I don't know, about 3 years or something. But these are pretty big numbers, I'd encourage others to do the same. We obviously don't control the U.S. Tariff policy, but for other countries, I would recommend that China makes solar cells that are incredibly low cost, and I think it would be worth doing large-scale solar.
So I know you're going to be having a couple of big announcements on robotics and what it can do. I mean, when I went to the factory, you showed me those robots.
Yeah.
How quickly, you talked about the billions of robots, but how quickly can they be deployed in a manufacturing setting? How quickly can they be utilized and be functional and create that abundance that you talked about?
Well, humanoid robotics will advance very quickly. I think we do have some of the Tesla Optimus robots doing simple tasks in the factory. We expect probably later this year. By the end of this year, I think they'll be doing more complex tasks, but still deployed in an industrial environment. And probably sometime next year, I'd say that by the end of next year, I think would be selling humanoid robots to the public. That's when we are confident that it's very high reliability, very high safety, and the range of functionality is also very high. You can basically ask it to do anything you'd like.
You're already seeing that in Tesla cars. The software changes that you're doing, and what is it? Yeah. Every quarter now, a software change that upgrades the ability of the robot within the car.
Yes, the Tesla Full Self-Driving software, we update it sometimes once a week. Recently, some of the insurance companies have said that it is actually so safe, when Tesla Full Self-Driving is so safe that they're offering customers half-price insurance if they use Tesla Full Self-Driving in their car.
And that can be monitored by the insurance company? Is that part of the agreement then?
Yeah. I think self-driving cars is essentially a solved problem at this point.
Right.
And Tesla's rolled out a sort of robo-taxi service in a few cities, and
right.
will be very, very widespread by the end of this year within the U.S. And then we hope to get supervised full self-driving approval in Europe hopefully next month.
Really, that quickly?
Yeah, and then maybe a similar timing for China, hopefully.
I want to move to space because historically space is very capital intensive. It historically been done by governments. Obviously, SpaceX changed the whole model. But we've seen it slow to scale, and now I'm starting to see it ramping up in what you're doing and other things. Talk to us about the automation and AI, how it's changing the economics in building and preparing for us in operating in space.
Sure. Well, the key breakthrough the major breakthrough that SpaceX is hoping to achieve this year is full reusability. So no one has ever achieved full reusability of a rocket, which is very important for the cost of access to space. We've achieved partial reusability with Falcon 9 by landing the boost stage. We've now landed the boost stage over 500 times. But we have to throw away the upper stage. The upper stage sort of burns up on re-entry for Falcon 9. So, and the cost of that is equivalent to a small to medium-sized jet. So, but with Starship, which is a giant rocket, it's the largest flying machine ever made.
That's the rocket that you're using for the idea of going to Mars, right?
Yeah, Mars and the Moon, as well as for high-volume satellite stuff. So, Starship. Hopefully this year we should prove full reusability for Starship, which will be a profound invention because the cost of access to space will drop by a factor of 100 when you achieve full reusability.
Right.
It's the same sort of economic difference that you would expect that, between, say, a reusable aircraft and a non-reusable aircraft. Like if you have to throw your aircraft away after every flight, that would be a very expensive flight. But if you only have to refuel, then it's the cost of the fuel. And so that's really the fundamental breakthrough that gets the cost of access to space, we think, below the cost of freight on aircraft. So, you know, under $100 a pound type of thing easily. Wow. So it makes putting large satellites into space very low, very cheap. And then when you have solar in space, you get 5 times more effectivenher, maybe even more than that, than solar on the ground, because it's always sunny.
It's cold.
It's always sunny, so you don't have a day-night cycle or seasonality or weather, and you get about 30% more power in space because you don't have atmospheric attenuation of the power.
Right.
The net effect is solar is 5 times more. Any given solar panel will do 5 times more energy in space than on the ground.
Is there any capacity in doing that and then taking that power and bringing it back to Earth? Is there any way of doing that, or you're just taking that power and utilizing it for the needs, like building AI data centers in space?
I think the case, it's a no-brainer for building solar-powered AI data centers in space, because as you mentioned, it's also very cold in space. If you're in the shadow, then it's very cold in space, just 3 degrees Kelvin. So you just have solar panels facing the sun, and then a radiator that's pointed away from the sun, so it has no sun incidence, and then it's just cooling. It's a very efficient cooling system. So net effect is that the lowest cost place to put AI will be space, and that'll be true within 2 years. Maybe 3 at the latest.
Wow. So looking 10 or 20 years out, how would you describe success with AI or space technology, and where do you see it? Are you more certain what's going to happen in the next 3 years or 5 or 10?
I don't know what's going to happen in 10 years, but the rate at which AI is progressing, I think we might have AI that is smarter than any human by the end of this year, and I would say no later than next year.
Wow.
And then probably by 2030 or 2031, call it 5 years from now, AI will be smarter than all of humanity collectively.
We only have a number of minutes left, but I want to humanize you for a second. So there's no speculation that you're
joke about peace.
Right. I want to. I mean, I would frame this question by: you are the most successful entrepreneur, industrialist in the 21st century, maybe beyond. I want to really get this. You know, what inspired you? Who inspired you? What was the foundation of your curiosity? And importantly, was there an aha moment, an epiphany at any time in your life and career?
Well, I mean, as a kid, I read a lot of science fiction, sci-fi, fantasy books.
Yeah, we talked about
and comic books, and I always liked technology. I didn't expect to be where I am today. That seems incredibly implausible. But yeah, I was inspired by reading about books about the future, about science fiction, and I guess I want to make science fiction not fiction forever. At some point, turn science fiction to science fact. You know, we want to have like Starfleet and Star Trek, really, for real, like where we actually have giant spaceships traveling through space, going to other planets, traveling to other star systems.
I'm just interested if I could be beamed up to go back to New York. I'd like to just be beamed back to New York instead of flying.
Yeah.
Talking about Star Trek.
No, I guess my essential, what I would call the philosophy of curiosity. I'd like to understand the meaning of life. You know, is the standard model of physics correct regarding the beginning of life, beginning of existence, and the end of the universe? What questions do we not know to ask that we should ask? And AI will help us with these things. So I'm just trying to understand, how do we get here? What's going on? What's real? Are there aliens? Maybe there are. And if we've got spaceships that are traveling to other star systems, we may encounter aliens, or we may find many long dead alien civilizations. But I just want to know what's going on. I'm curious about the universe, and that's my philosophy.
Do you see yourself ever going to Mars in your lifetime?
Yeah, I mean, I would say like
that's a long commitment.
I've been asked.
Isn't that 3 years each way?
It's 6 months.
6 months? That's all it is?
Yeah, 6 months. But the planets only align every 2 years.
Okay.
So, yeah, I've been asked a few times, like, do I want to, die on Mars? And I'm like, yes, but just not on impact.
That's a good answer. Anyway, we're out of time. Hopefully everybody enjoyed this. I mean, there's so many myths around Elon Musk. I could tell you he's a great friend, and I constantly learn so much from him. And I'm totally inspired by what he has done. I've been inspired who he is, and I'm totally inspired by his vision of the future. And I don't think it's such a bad future, and I agree with his optimism. So, Elon, thank you. Any last words?
Well, I think my last words would be, I would encourage everyone to be optimistic and excited about the future.
Good.
And generally, I think for quality of life, it is actually better to err on the side of being an optimist and wrong rather than a pessimist and right.
On that note.